Hello and welcome everyone to BattleMania Season 2 Invitational, where we have the top 8 players here from the entirety of Season 2 with the most amount of points here playing up against each other. And as it is here, very normal for BattleMania, in the quarterfinals, whoever comes first in the entire 4 weeks will be cast as the first players here. So Void will be the first player going on the BattleMania. So you guys will be seeing Void up against Mixer. Mixer did come 8th, and the way BattleMania works is first place against 8th, second against 7th, third against 6th, and 4th against 5th. How we doing, guys? How we doing, Venge? How we doing, CJ? And how we doing, Andy? How you doing, bro? Happy Friday indeed. Happy Friday. But yes, welcome everybody, and hopefully this should be some awesome games going forward here as we continue. And it looks like here we are going to be seeing a Greenskin here up against Greenskins. So we are going to get Greenskins out of the door almost immediately. So some brilliant stuff here. So Void went Greenskins, banning Lizardmen and Vampire Counts. So the way this works here and the way I tried to balance it the best I can. Oh, good, Andy. Glad to hear you're doing well. And the way I like to balance it is when first does go against 8th, top bracket will be picking first, so the first does go on the top bracket. Second will go on the top bracket, third and fourth. Just to try and balance it there the best we possibly can. So also today, so we will jump through it all for you guys here. Just a nice quick summation of all of this. It will be River and Maxon going on to Troll Country and then Shargrass Stand. And then we'll be having Void Lulls up against Mixer, Lunacy up against Biblington, a Rubber War up against Caradoc, and Dr. Jellyfish up against Azer. So some interesting battles going to be going on here. I know Rubber War and Caradoc, they're pretty good on the level. I know Biblington has come a super long way. He's been playing really well recently and could really give Lunacy some trouble. Azer against Dr. Jellyfish could go either way as well. I don't know who's going to win that, but all of those guys played a lot and earned themselves a place in the final. And that is the one thing I really like about BattleMania. You don't always have to be particularly the best player in the tournament. If you play a lot and you're dedicated, you can always make this final. However, if you are one of the better players and you do win, it gives you that nice 250 points. Not quite guaranteeing you a final spot, but close enough. Big tackle here in the chat. But so some of these guys got through with, I think 325 was the lowest pool point, which means one win is 250 points. So a win plus another entry pretty much would have guaranteed you into the final here. Void and his potato PC. Yeah, indeed, indeed, indeed. Seems like Mix is ready. He knows what he wants to do here today. Get my mouse sorted here. I have a few different settings on my mouse for how fast it moves. Working for the next few hours, but then Warhammer 2 baby, watching the stream as I work. Awesome, man. Glad to see that you're in watching. Hope work's gone well today. I started super early this morning, so just going to be hopping on now and see how this goes. Been at work all day today. I actually got home about 45 minutes ago, so I had half an hour to set this up and get it going. That's why we didn't quite start on 6, but still all good. So it looks like Void is ready. Mix is ready, and Void just going to be thinking about his army. Void is a good greenskin player. It's interesting to see, because I think Wood Elves could have been a nice pick. I don't know how I feel about Wood Elves. Some people don't like Wood Elves into Greenskins. I think it can do quite well, but Wood Elves actually from the WWC, stats-wise, although by far the most consistent faction was Greenskins, of course, but percentage-wise in the top 64, which you could probably say Mixer or Void could be up there really in the world, to be honest. You could probably put both of them in top 50 somewhere. They are extremely good players. You would think Wood Elves could be played very well at that top level. Hi, Mismo, how you doing? Yeah, I think sometimes the best way to counterpick Greenskins is with Greenskins. You know, fight fire with fire, as they say. Yes, of course, CJ. So just to let you all know, as CJ did say there in chat, there will be next week, next Wednesday, Same again, we'll probably kick it off a little bit earlier, but what we will be doing is the sub-faction tournament again. So that's where all of you guys, so for example here you can see they're the main Greenskin faction. You can't pick the main faction, which means if you go High Elves you can't have Tyrion. And if you go Greenskins here, you can't bring Grimgor, you have to go the sub-faction. Which means we see some really cool, interesting armies, and also certain sub-factions actually have different units that you can't have in the main faction. So it makes for some really interesting army compositions. We had a fatality 2 days ago. Employee had a heart attack pulling out the gas station and slammed into a bus. Oh, that's lucky. There was no kids in it, yeah. Oh, sorry to hear that, man. I hope the person that was in that accident is okay. I hope they're okay. That's terrible. But luckily, hopefully, nobody was seriously injured. But remember to look after yourself as well, and remember to look after yourself. It's very important, especially in times like this. Yeah, so for all of you that would like to be participating there in the sub-faction tournament, I will be putting the challenge page up after this tournament is done. So I said both of them are ready, and we are going to be playing on River and Maxon. Should be some very interesting stuff. These two very, very good players, and it should be really interesting to see. And obviously today, some things that you guys might not know if you are brand new here today, there is a prize for today. The prize is going to be Total War Warhammer 3. So whoever wins today walks away with that. And of course, if they already have pre-ordered Total War Warhammer 3, they will be leaving with a prize pool. So this could be a very interesting first map. You've got lots of trees, you've got high hills that you can utilise. Mixer, a very good player. He actually brought Greenskins up against VC on this map. VC had to travel from this direction onto this hill, which has some nice black orcs here protecting up against the forest. Was able to use Grom and some nice magic spells to get rid of the Hex Wraiths and all alike. But I hope everybody's doing well today. And tell me what, just drop a few messages there in the chat. What matchups are you guys looking for? Are you looking for some undead? Are we looking for some Lizardmen, some Greenskins, Skaven? What do you guys want to see? One person in our class tested positive for COVID, however they redid the test and it came back negative. Yeah, you can get a lot of false positives and you can also get a lot of false negatives from COVID testing. They do that at my work, they do actually quite a lot of it. And yeah, you always got to double check and make sure. So we are going to be ready here. The Potato PC from Void is going to be ready. So we are going to have the Greenskins in the blue and the Greenskins in the red. So the blue here today will be Mixer and the red, of course, Void. It's going to be an interesting matchup, but in the front here we do see some Orc Boy Biggins for the bonus plus large anti-large armor piercing, alongside some Orc Boys. These are just armor piercing, but very good shock cavalry nonetheless. We have some Savage Orc Biggins and some Savage Orcs. I think Savage Orcs and Savage Orc Biggins are very good in this matchup. And looks like some more. Is that some more Biggins in the trio? Or is that just some Savage Orc Boys? Let's have a look. Couldn't see that there. Okay, so looks like we have one Biggin. Two Biggins and a regular Orc Boy. We have the double Forest Spider Riders and the double Goblin Wolf Riders. We have no archers, so no skirmish cavalry by the looks, as far as I can see. No skirmish cavalry. Very interesting stuff. So we have skirmish cavalry from Mixer, which we will of course be having Spider Riders, 2 units. Oh, so Night Goblin Squig Hoppers. Interesting work. They're 82 speed. They can do some nice stuff. If they're not poisoned, they can comfortably catch up here with these Forest Goblin Spider Riders. Looks like we have 3 Spider Rider Archers, 4, and 2 units of Squig Hoppers. Yeah, they are armor piercing, bonuses infantry, anti-infantry. Front line of Gobos alongside the Night Goblin Fanatics. We also have the Savage Orc Biggins. I'm surprised we're not seeing the ROR Fanatics here. I know they're expensive, but they're definitely worth their price pool if you can keep them going with their Fanatics. Looks like we do have the Goblin Big Boss here. Oh, just a naked Goblin Big Boss. And we have the Swampy River Trolls alongside. I think it's going to be Grom on each side, right? It's got to be Grom. I actually can't see the Lord here. Where is the Lord? Oh, he's over here. Yeah, it should be Grom. Oh, we have Wurzag. Okay, Wurzag's going to come through with a few spells, I'm sure. So Wurzag will have Effigy of the Get Back here. Here we go. Edbutt, Brainbuster, the Bonewood Staff, and Squiggly Beast. And who's the caster on this side today? I can't see the caster. But in the front line, we are going to have some arrows here shooting straight into the Goblin Wolf Rider archers. Sorry, just normal Goblin Wolf Riders. They do not have much leadership. I think at their base 34 leadership, not too much. We have an Orc Shaman here with Edbutt. Let's get on to the Orc Shaman. Edbutt, as well as Brainbuster and the Scroll of Shielding. Scroll of Shielding going to be very good on top of Grom. So it looks like we have a Void coming through with the Spider Riders here in the back. What are the Spider Riders going to target, is the question. The Spider Riders really need to shut down the Forest Goblin Spider Rider archers. The Squigglies here are going to be going forward. The Squig Hoppers are going to be doing some good damage up against that infantry. We're just going to be kiting for the moment. He's just going to be kiting behind his back line, trying to get as much free value as he possibly can. No armor here, going to be on top of the Savage Orcs, but these guys, I believe, have at least 30% physical, no, 25% physical resistance. Nice Brainbuster here in the pocket, up against the Spider Riders. Not too much damage, so surprisingly. Not too much magic resistance from the Savage Orcs, but both front lines are going to be hitting here. Savage Orcs up against Savage Orcs, but the bonuses from magic might be very good hit from Wurtzag. Here we go, can be a brilliant... Yeah, here we go for the plus 40 million tag and allow them to absolutely chomp through. We did see some nice Fanatics there in the pocket. And as we can see, the Goblin Wolf Riders are going to be fighting up against Grom. Grom going now with Lucky Banner, with the Great in his here for a nice plus 24 melee attack as well. Going to help them in this pocket. And here we do have the plus 40 melee attack as well. We are going to have the Savage Orc Biggins here, going straight up against these Savage Orcs. We did do some Squiggies here in the back, but we've also lost some Forest Goblin Spider Riders for that nice poison. Some Savage Orcs coming on the flank from Void. A little bit wider front line here from Void, a little bit more elite as well. Those Gobos are going to have to really hold their salt up against the more elite Savage Orc Biggins. But we have some Savage Orc Biggins here just flanking. And in the forest we do have Wurtzag and some more Savage Orcs coming back into the fray. One going off here for Migza. And so we have a Brainbuster here going down. No, this is an Edbutt, sorry. Edbutt going down up against the Savage Orcs. Magic resistance very good here up against Savage Orcs. We do have some Savage Orcs fighting up against some Savage Orcs that have wire popped as well, with a rear charge here coming from the Night Goblin Squig Hoppers. Going to do some very good armor piercing, bonus difference damage there. The nice arrows shooting into the Savage Orc boys. They're going to be charging straight into those goblins. And I think we're just going to be waiting here. We do actually have the Forest Goblin Spider Riders behind. They do need to start charging these archers and shutting down that poison. The Naked Goblin Big Boss here, only one kill so far. He does really need to support Grom as much as possible. Grom can be very good, but it's very good to have a nice entity on a spider to get out as well. Wurtzag has pushing. This could be a little bit dangerous, because we do have War getting popped off here for Void. Brainbuster in here in the back up against the Night Goblin Squig Hoppers. Yeah, it looks relatively even here, slightly pulling in Mixer's favour here, just about. As you can see, are going to be wavering in this pocket with no leadership thanks to their Lord. But as you can see, we are going to have Grom coming in and out to give them the nice leadership buff. Over here in the back, we do have some Spider Riders, which have been charged now by the Goblin Spider Riders. And the Swampy things are going to be getting in there nice. Do they have Terror? They do have Terror. That is one of the nice things about the ROR. The ROR, of course, only have 40 armor, so they're very susceptible to being shot. So we do have Grom here fighting straight up against Wurtzag. If Wurtzag does get the charge, he does have 86 charge. So if you do pop War and then charge him into Grom, but Grom does... Oh, Scroll of Shielding going down. Very good stuff. That's exactly where I expected it to be. Another Edbutt here coming down up against Migza's Savage Orcs. But Grom does have a massive 90 charge as well. This guy is no joke. Bonus infantry. He's just exceptionally powerful. Very surprised to see Wurtzag. Effigy the Git could be very nice on top of Grom. Grom has no magic resistance, but he does have missile resistance. So in the back here, we are going to get some Squig Hoppers coming back. It's a nice overview here. It's just going to come down to this pocket, I think. We do have some Orc Biggins, the bonus plus large anti-life. They need to be dealing with Grom. Effigy the Git going down on top of him. He's going to be down to 1.7k health, but obviously we are going to get no healing here from Wurtzag. So the Night Goblin Fanatics, not unbreakable, but that nice poison will be very good at debuffing all of the infantry here from Void. But coming in, if we manage to remove the Goblin Big Boss, that could be exceptional. That's not the triple threat is going to be on. And I think Void does drop there. Interesting stuff. Don't know how I feel about the Wurtzag pick. I think Grom is the obvious choice here, but interesting stuff. A little bit wider, a little bit cheaper on the front line, which surprisingly did okay. 80 kills for Grom, 1.5k damage value, 840 for the Orc Shaman, and 337 for the Goblin Big Boss. This guy is super cheap. It's the Dutch favour. How we doing? To Henowin, how are you? Greenskins never win this matchup. Hey, how you doing, Swiss Pikeman? Dowie versus Grudges. I mean, that is pretty much everybody, right? Dowie against whoever is just a Dowie versus a Grudge, right? Goblins at 702 damage value for Goblins. If you want to see if War is OP, it just shows you right here. Some goddamn value. 500 damage value for the Night Goblin Fanatics. 881, 1,100. 400. Squidcopper's not doing too great, surprisingly. They probably won't charge too much into infantry. 500, 470, 460, 300, and 189 here for the Swamp Things. 48 damage value, 1,900 dealt for Wurzag. And for the front line, 380, 520, and 209 for the Savage Orcs. 835 for the Savage Orc Biggins, 960, 700. So pretty good from the Orc Biggins all around, apart from maybe these two. But the others did pretty well. The Goblin Warfighters, I was a little bit surprised about this. Not so sure why he's picked here. Skirmish Cavalry, I think, is going to be a little bit better in this matchup. Or you needed to go much wider here with the Goblin Forest Spider Riders so you can deal with this kiting force. But 96 kills, only 430 damage value for the Orc Boys, 500. This is expensive cavalry. You need to be able to get some good value from them. But I understand the idea here, pin and using the Savage Orc Biggins and then get some rear charges here from the cavalry. GG's. So, next one is Troll Country. So Greenskins out of the way now. Now what we're going to see. So we know Void likes playing... We know he likes playing VC. We know he likes playing his Wood Elves, Skaven, Ban, Wood Elves, and Norska. Two good bands there. Two very good bands. But considering Greenskins are out, that's two very good bands. You could be seeing VC here. Or, more importantly, I think actually Warriors of Chaos is quite nice for them in this matchup. What are we looking for? Troll Country. Big fan of Troll Country, actually. I do quite like it as a map. Let's pop in here. Brilliant stuff. How's everybody doing today? Who is your money on? That's the question. If you guys don't know, drop into the description here. You can actually look at the BattleMania Season 2 bracket. You guys can see who's playing today. But who's your money on? We have Void Lols, Mixer, Lunacy, Biblington, a Rubber Duck of War, Caradoc from VM, Dr. Jellyfish there from Sun of the Mountains, and Azer. So lots of good ability here across the board. But who's your money on? If you had to put a hypothetical bet here. So it looks like we are going to be seeing VC. Interesting stuff. Void is ready. He knows this matchup very well, I'm sure. Very well practiced. He's a very good VC player, that's for sure. Surprisingly, we're not going to see Chaos. I don't see him bring Chaos as much as I think he could. Chaos is pretty good in this matchup, I think. And these two are very good, exceptional players. I think the winner of this could be very tough to take down. And just to let you all know, I got to support the boss. Exactly. Let's get Rubber Duck of War. Let's get the chance up for the duck. Let's get up for the duck. But I'm independent today. I think everybody stands a very good chance, and I think Ducky could do well. I think Ducky Caradoc is going to be a strong match. And just to let you guys know, I actually have a ref in all of the other 3 matches. So we cast this one because Void was our champion of Season 2. And all the other 3 have a ref. So I will be saying thank you very much here to Bob Tresh, as well as Jay Phoenix and Stormrunner there from DBD. So wicked from those guys to come in. And what they're doing, what they've done is hosted a lobby. Both the other 2 players join, and then they're in each one. So if there's any dispute there, they can be sorted with it immediately. So thank you very much for them. They make these tournaments exceptionally easy for myself. Hey Zypher, how you doing, man? I hope you're having a good day today. Evening, afternoon, morning, wherever you are. Alright, looks like they're both ready. I also actually have a little bit of an announcement at the end of the stream today of another tournament that's going to be going ahead that will be... Human Boy Yes Yes is organising a tournament of which there's a few of our streamers, including myself, that will actually be hosting a tournament. I think Turin might be doing the final, and I think there's going to be 4 of us other streamers, as I said, including myself, that will be hosting the preliminary rounds to get those finalists. That should be quite a cool tournament coming up. Behind this map, I really like this map. You have all sorts of tree lines and terrain that you can utilise. I always bring up the Dowie example where we saw Grombrindle here. We had Consul of Rome from DBD. Just he had these nice Helmstorm rocket batteries here with the Empire up against the Dowie, and yeah, he did very well. And you can utilise all sorts of terrain here. You've got terrain with some trees, and then you've got obviously the nice open flat middle here, which you can get some good cannon work, etc. So the weapon teams here from the Skaven can be very effective, for sure. Hey, Caradoc, how you doing? How are your games going up against Ducky? It's going well, thank you. It's going well. How are you? Looks like we've loaded in. So, for those of you that are just joining, it will be 1-0 to Migza here in the quarterfinals. So let's jump in here for the Skaven. Oh, now this is elite. So we have the Council Guard Storm Vermin here, the RR Unbreakable Halberds for the bonus as large anti-large armor piercing. We also have some Clan Mats with Spears, Eshin Triads, 2 units. And what else have we got here? Looks like we do have... Ooh, really cool here. So we have the ROR Plague Monks. These guys are fantastic. They also have this ability here, Rabble Rouse, giving immune to psychology in a 40-meter radius. They have 15% physical resistance, that lovely contaminated, and all of the good armor piercing. These guys are really cool. I never see these. So we also have Gorich, the Thing, a Warlock Engineer, and of course Throt the Unclean. This is a build. This is a build. Whew, we will come back to that. We'll get some more details there. So we have a White King in the front there with Scab Scraith, of course. We have some Crit Goals here in the front. I can't see how many units, but this is a really wide army. We also have some Zombies, of course, and some Fellbats dotted around. Oh, we have a Corpse Cart here. So which Corpse Cart do we have today? Just a normal one with Vigor and Mortis. And we had some Skeleton Spears in the back. So the Sternsman Graveguard for that nice regeneration. Bonus to infantry, anti-infantry. Skeleton Spearmen, Zombies dotted around. Another Corpse Cart, just a regular one. And looks like we have 1 Vargolf and the double White King with Scab Scraith. We have the... Oh, okay, we have the normal Vampire Lord here. There's I think there's like 4 or 5 different ones, but he has Dark Protection, Arcane Conduit, Raised Dead, Invocation of the Heck, Spirit Leech, Pestilence Breath, and of course Curse of the Undeath. We have a unit of zombies. Yes, it's just very wide with cheap stuff. I think he was expecting a gun force here, not this elite box build. Now, do we have his Blood Shield? I imagine we do. Yeah, so Blood Shield is very good. 55-meter radius for plus 15% Winston Magic. Sword of Anti-Heroes, Warp Frenzy, and Evisceration. So, God, this is an elite build today. Follow the Unclean coming through with Creature Killer. Also summon the back. So we are going to be summoning some zombies. Fear could be a problem here. Obviously, we have the Beast Pack, Creature Killer, Remolded, and Master Controller. The Thing will be in the pocket, just absolutely destroying. The Thing has Terror, yeah, of course it does. Does Gorich have Terror? I think Gorich has Terror as well. He has Terror. The Warlock Engineer, what's the Warlock Engineer got today? So he's going to have Warpstone Armor by the looks. He's going to have Cleansing Ruin, Warp Lightning, and the Warpstone Armor. Okay, so just Warp Lightning here to deal with the cheap chaff, I imagine. So just going to be asking Void there to engage. Just making sure he has one attacking unit there. As long as he has an attack animation, I don't mind. I can't see any, so just messaging there to make sure he attacks. But we are going to have the Council Guard, Storm Vermin, Halberds. These guys are going to be exceptional at dealing with these Vargolfs. Flying high in the sky. This dragon with its pestilent, with its nice breath attacks can be very good. This is a build. I'll tell you that for free. This is a build. So Eshin Trials have this really nice ability that not too many people know about, which is the Weeping Blade, giving negative 50% armor. Can be very good here. Especially when you have, I think the Dragon Lord has 70 armor, so it can drop it down to 35 armor, and that's quite a big drop in armor. White Kings will drop down from 90 to 45. It's just really good. As you can see, he will be down to... Oh, he does have 90 armor. I think they have to have a successful hit, but Creature Killer going down for the bonus was large. 16 there, and immune to psychology, meaning that Terror not going to have any effect here as well. But in the back, the Council Guard, oh, there's just so much bonus was large. And in the front line, oh, they are kind of struggling though. So the play pack here are going to struggle. They only have 10 armor. They are going to be getting negative stats. I'm not too sure why they have those negative stats. Maybe it's an ability here from a spell from Vampire Lord, but I can't see anything on top of it. The negative stats are quite hard here. Scab Scafe down the pocket. Oh, good Scab Scafe here up against the Plague Pack. Balance of power very even. Gorovich here going to be just, oh my god, absolutely destroying that White King. Brilliant work there in the pocket. And we are going to be seeing the Healing Throt the Unclean. Another Scab Scafe here coming down. Not too sure what the aim was there. There wasn't any infantry there to get onto that. He wanted to be getting it down here up against the Storm Vermin, I'm sure. Not really good up against armor though, surprisingly. They really want to be killing the White King if they possibly can, but Invocation, it will force an Invocation of the Hex here. There is so much going on in this blob I actually can't see. This will be terror going around on all of these units. There's so much terror here in this pocket. So we have lost the Plague Pack, the Plague Monk bearers over here. So they have been gone down. They do actually have Rubber Rails, given that immune to psychology, so losing those can be a bit of a problem. But it looks like we have lost the... No, it looks like we still have one unit of Eshin Triads. I think we lost the other unit on here. They got overwhelmed just a little bit. So waiting for some of those breath attacks. Breath attacks here on... Oh, so what's going down here? Okay, so a nice Warp Lightning going down on the Sturm's Graveman. So good stuff there. The White King has managed to stabilise, but Invocation of Hate going down again. Really forcing that Winds of Magic there. And we're not going to be seeing... any rod there to get some more Winds of Magic, so unfortunately we're taking up a lot of the Winds of Magic here from the Heckner Vampire Lord. For the Unclean in the pocket, we do see the Wall of Engineer. He is floating on about, I can't get him, about 24 leadership, so quite low. There is so much going down here. As we can see in the pocket, the Thing is going to be trying to get some damage. We are going to get the Dragon Vampire Lord trying to go after that Thing. Thing is bonus large, anti-large with some very good armor piercing and regeneration. I think he just came in for the snipe there. What do we see here? The negative 30 armor due to dark... Oh, he has Dark Pretension and he has the Fleshless Ruin. The negative 30 armor. The Thing is going to be going after the Vargolf. Balance of power here going into the VC favour. Not too many entities left here. Obviously, Gorovich going to be very weak. Looks like sort of anti-heroes, Warp Frenzy, and Remolded going on him for the healing. Plus the 24 melee attack and plus 8 leadership going to be very nice for him. They really start dealing with this Vampire Lord though. Lots of cheap chaff around, just doing that constant damage. Looks like he is going to be having some zombies here on the periphery. And do we have... Yes, the Sternsmen are straight in the pocket, getting some good damage value. Gorovich is struggling though. I think Gorovich is going to be a big balance of power. He's quite expensive. I think this is a little bit of an experimental build here from Mixer. I haven't seen this build ever before, but I don't see Skaven very much. But I know he's a particularly good Skaven player. So the Thing has been isolated. Creature Killer will be going down for the plus 16 bonus plus large, but he is going to be getting double hit here from the Vargolf and the Vampire Lord. Fluid Injection going down as well for plus 24 melee attack, armor piercing, and base weapon damage. But unfortunately, he will be going down here. I don't think there's anything left for him to do. Balance of power really pushing now. He's going to really struggle up against these unbreakable units. I think there's just too much chaff here, unfortunately. But Throt the Unclean doing still relatively well. He does need to start getting onto the Vampire Lord, getting some good damage value there. Could be very handy. We do have that regeneration there from the Thing. So if he does manage to come back here, that could be very good. But he is going to be needing the help from the Knight of High Speed from Throt the Unclean. The Vampire Lord comes over. Throt needs to come over as well and help. In the blocker, we are going to be losing Gorich, I think. There's going to be no more healing for him. There's going to be a strike from the Vampire Lord. Yeah, good hit there. And it will be going down to leadership there. And that will be, I think, probably the game. But it looks like we do have the thing coming back. He is healing there. He has a 1.5k health. We'll be healing 2 hit points there per second. Vampire Lord has... Have we lost Gorich? I think we've lost Gorich. Yeah, so Gorich has gone down. We do have a broken... Yeah, that's going to be army losses there. Interesting build. Interesting build. I don't know if anybody knows how to turn off the terror there. The terror symbol, but let me know how I can turn that off. Just so we can see a little bit more there. Yeah, if anybody can let me know, it's the effect of terror. So when something has terror on it, it has a grey swirl around it, saying that it has the potential to be terror routed. No. Yeah, it's just terror about. There's a lot going on. I actually don't know how to turn off the terror. So it's going to be 1-1 here, Void up against Migsa. And we will be playing on the next map, which is Shargrath Strand. All right. Yeah, GG's indeed. Yeah, no. Good game there. It was an interesting build from Migsa. I wasn't too sure about it, but yeah. Love it. Please check Discord about results. Oh, right, yes. All right. Okay, yeah, let me update that. Alright, so it looks like Dr. Jellyfish did beat Aza to go through to the final. So some good work there from him. And I think Rubber Duck War against Caradoc has been finished. Alright. So it looks like it's going to be Dr. Jellyfish. It's the drain from the Warlock Engineer's armor. Oh, is it? Oh, okay, someone. I thought that was Terror. Yeah, it's been updated, Caradox. You can now change the scores. That was my bad. I didn't start it. I didn't start the tournament because obviously it's private. Yeah, surprising, right? Caradoc, check the Discord for me, bro. Ah, you done it. Okay. All right. So so looks like we are going to be having Caradoc fighting up against Dr. Jellyfish. So the big man Caradoc is going to be a Rubber Duck War 2-0 with Dr. Jellyfish beating Aza 2-0. Here in the other quarterfinal, we have Void up against Migsa. 1-0 here for anybody that is joining. Alright, so it looks like Void is going to be having Wood Elves, Vampires, and Bretonnia, and banning Dowie. So that is, in my opinion, the best stuff. Hey, For Poland, how you doing, bro? For anybody that doesn't know, for Poland, he knocked me out in the last... It was it Ducky's last tournament? Was it Poland? He knocked me out during the no Greenskins Death Before Dishonor. So he beat me. He beat his Dowie up against my Dowie. So that was aggression. So we'll have to be watching out for you, for Poland. Oh, right, so it looks like... And this is a really good ban, because Dowie are very good up against Wood Elves, they're very good up against Vampirates, and they're very good up against Bretonnia. So it looks like he's going to be picking Bretonnia and banning Vampirates. And Bretonnia could be a bit of a weird one. It'd be an interesting one to cast. But it looks like Bretonnia into Wood Elves is not really favourable either. I don't think that favours the Wood Elves at all. I think we're going to be seeing a Brett on Brett here, I think. Yeah, it was super fun, Poland. It was super fun. I enjoyed it. I think we are low bracket. We are second in cast semis. What I'll do for you, Caradoc, is if Lunacy here... If we finish this game before, I'm not too sure, but if Lunacy Biblington doesn't finish before I'm ready for you guys, I'll hop on straight with you guys, so don't worry about it. Whoever's ready first, I'll hop on with first. Of course, big VM Caradoc playing very well, beating the big man himself, a Rebel Like a War. So looks like Void is going to be going Bretonnia, so we are going to see some Bretonnia up against Bretonnia on Shardgrass Strand. Should be some interesting stuff. It's going to be very, very quick. We are going to be seeing all sorts of things, including questing nights. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Questing nights and lots of poison peasants, I'm sure. Probably see double Fade, double Paladin, I imagine. I can't imagine we're going to see anything else. The only one you could see is Leon Kerr, if you want to have the map-wide buff of +8 melee attack and all the other good bits and bobs. Biblington was subbing in for Sherfarazm. So Sherfarazm wasn't able to make the tournament, so what happened was it was between Talcor, Artisan Tech Priest West, and Biblington. And they all played it out, and Biblington won. So Biblington, therefore, got selected to fill in for Sherfarazm. But Biblington's really been rising through the ranks recently. He's getting very good very quickly. So he's one to watch. He's one to watch. Right, so have we got any more updates here? So yeah, we're signed for this semi-final here. Caradoc up against Dr. Jellyfish. That's going to be a game. That's going to be a game. I think Biblington has been doing it since I doing it. So I started casting and playing multiplayer at the beginning of WWC. So I think he started then. I think that's when Biblington started. So him and I have been playing for 2 months. Yeah, so I'd say pretty new. Yeah, pretty new. Alright. Okay, he's going to go Brett. I couldn't see him going Wood Elves here. He doesn't favour Wood Elves at all. So who's your money on, guys? Is it for the Bretonnians here and Void, or is it for the Bretonnians and Mixer? What do you think? What's your money on here? I've seen Void play Bretonnia a few times. I've never seen Mixer play Bretonnia, but I know Void is a very good Bretonnian player, so that's going to be interesting. Yeah, I actually had a chat with them after for Poland. I realised I made a silly mistake against you. So, in the Dowie mirror matchup, I was really upset with myself because I lost a matchup that I'm actually quite well versed in, and I realised I brought the magic causing damage hero with Grombrindo up against the Dwarfs, and then I thought, oh, Grombrindo beats Ungrim in combat, surely. And, you know, I pop Flash Bomb, I pop Grombrindo has no fear, and I fight him, and then realise, damn, he's got magic damage. He does negative 25% damage due to magic damage, like an idiot. So then, obviously, he got destroyed by Ungrim, and then I have negative 16 leadership, Matt Wide, and it was... the true son of the mountain showed me how to play the Dowie for sure. In Russian, Surferism is pronounced Surferism. Sorry, Caradoc. Yeah. I don't know about that. I don't know if I'll be able to try and pronounce that. Yeah, do you know what? Dutch, I'm the same. I'm not good with Bretonnia myself. I'm not a great player of Bretonnia, but I have great respect for good Bretonnian players. It's a lot of micro and a lot of knowledge to go through your head on charging and all sorts. By the way, Logic, are you going to be playing in the sub-faction tourney? I will personally be playing, of course. Have a bit of fun, yeah. I'll probably bring my Dowie, as I always do. Oh, I caught it right. Oh, nice. Oh, you hated Bretonnia even before the game came out? Oh, okay. I mean, you know, they're Bretonians. They're just peasants and knights. Yeah, they're not that bad. Right, so so of this matchup here, the second mirror match, so the first one being, of course, Greenskins. Then we had Skaven up against VC, and now we're going to be having the double Bretonnia. So 2 units of questing knights here. Oh, we have some Grail Guardians, I beg your pardon. Beg my pardon, Grail Guardians with that nice magic damage. Lances, of course, with the Blessing of the Lady and Perfect Vigor. And we have the brilliant questing knights with some peasant mobs here in the back. And looks like we have some spearmen at arms. 5 units of spearmen at arms, as well as the men and pole arms. So no ROR. Okay, I was expecting the ROR questing knights, but didn't see any ROR questing knights here today. It looks like it is going to be the Fate Enchantress with all of her spells. Looks like she will be having the Chalice, Arcane Conduit, Shield of Thorns, Earth Blood, and Miss the Lady. This will be Mixer in the blue. We are going to have the double Paladin, and it's like just he keeps moving all his pieces around. So questing knights, Grail Guardians. So it looks like double Grail Guardians and the triple questing knights. It's like 5 units of peasant mobs in the front. Knights of the Realm, finds bonus that's large, anti-large, Grail Guardians, Knights of the Realm, Spearmen at arms, and there's going to be a couple of units here in the trees. So we have some Grail Knights and some Knights of the Realm. So lots of bonus first large here. So over here on the left, it looks like we have some more Knights of the Realm and some more Grail Guardians, the double Paladin, and of course Fae, with all the same abilities, but it's like she's coming in with her 40 plus melee attack as well. So she'll be having Favour of the Fae. So some interesting stuff. I think it all comes down to who's going to get the best engagement with the cavalry. I think 7 units of cavalry up against 5 here, but obviously a lot more frontline and spears for Mixer. I think that might favour Void, I think. So Void in the red, Mixer in the blue should be very interesting. If he gets the correct engagements here, could be very good. Give me Kislev. Oh, I'm super excited for Kislev. Like, you have no idea how excited I am for Kislev. Kislev does look awesome. Polar Bear Cavalry, bring it on. Bring it on. What is Khorne? Bring on Polar Bear Cavalry. Right, Fae Enchantress here. We'll be going over to the left-hand side, maybe try and help out. Fear of the Fae, I think, is going to be really important here. I don't know if she can pop it on only on heroes, or if she can pop it on knights as well. But she can pop it on some Grail Knights and get a good charge here, maybe up against some questing knights. Really finish those bad boys off. And, yeah, it could be very interesting. Obviously, Grail Guardians being bonus plus large, anti-large, and some Knights of the Realms there for a little bit cheaper. Although they're not bonus plus large or anti-large, they're actually anti-infantry here with the Grail Guardians. They still do exceptionally well with that very nice armor piercing. up against other knights. So the peasant mob's going to be fighting up against peasant mobs, the sweaty against the sweatier, and it's going to be the violence we don't want to see. But the spearmen could do quite well. The spearmen do need to try and like stay around with their knights as well, try and get some good damage value. And this is where the pocket's going to be. The double paladin here from Mixer are going to be fighting up against the Grail Guardians. And also we are going to have the double questing knights and some more Grail Guardians, Knights of the Realm fighting up. So it's like Shield of Thorns going down for the plus 22% damage resistance. That's like an explosion spell there. So what's going on here? So Earthblood going down, Fair the Favour. We are going to be having the Wood spell go down as well for the nice area of effect damage. We do have the Questing Knights popping here, trying to get the rear charge onto the Paladin from Void. So the Fey Enchantress have been trapped as well. Where is the other Paladin? Which one has... Yeah, so this one here. Oh, coming with the shield ability as well. Interesting stuff. Shield ability for those dice melee defense. 24 melee defense plus shield parry. Going to be very good there against any firing. So no archers here today. Chance of potions going down in the pocket. Do some good damage value up against the Question Knights and Co. So we're going to be having Fey Enchantress on Fey Enchantress action here. I can't see due to all of this mist. Let's try and see if we can get in here. So some Fey on Fey action. It looks like we are going to be some Grail Guardians here. Let's see. So we are going to be having the Fey of Void running away. Oh, they're going to be going fisticuffs here, straight up against each other. Some brilliant work. But where are the Simps? So we have the Void Simp in here behind. Maybe get the recharge here onto this Fey. But we also have the other Paladin from Mixer coming up for the recharge on Fey. This is some interesting stuff here. It looks like Mixer is going to be getting out of there. Probably getting a little bit the worst of the engagement here. He's going to be losing a lot of cavalry. He will be losing the Questing Knights up against the Knights of the Realm. So that's some interesting trade there. 950 up against 1100. Some interesting trades. We do have so many Paladins here with the Fays as well. So unfortunately the Fae are going to be running away here. You're going to get the negative 5-melee attack using this Fae with the healing as well up against the double Paladin will be quite nice. Plus the 22 melee defense with these Paladins from Void up against the Paladins of Mixer. They're only going to be having the 15% physical resistance. Also, we do have some Pox arrows here from Mixer. I didn't see those Pox arrows. It's like just going to be the one unit. Over here we're going to have Spearmen fighting up against Peasant mobs, and over on the right hand side there's going to be some more action, but this is where it comes down to. This is where the match will be won and lost. You can see it down to half health here with that Paladin, and the stronger one here which doesn't have the 15% physical resistance, doing quite well. Looks like we have lost some Knights of the Realm. We do have some Grail Knights and a unit of Knights of the Realm here just popping in trying to get some good damage value. Shield of Thorns going down, 22% physical resistance to the base weapon damage. Could really do a Favour of the Fae here. I'm not sure of how long it takes for Favour of the Fae to come back. I don't know if it's a 60 or 90 second return, but it could be very handy here. You can walk on top of the Paladin. So it's like the shield was going down for one Paladin. I don't mind the shield on one Paladin. I don't know if you need it for both. But it's just Knights and Lances and all sorts all over the place. So let's pop over here. We will be having some Spears as well as the Pulmonary Arms fighting against Grail Guardians and Knights of the Realm. We have some sweaty mobs all over the place as well. Looks like they're going to be coming over to give some hand into this combat. Front line of Spears up against Peasant mobs as well. It's just going to be Knights on Knights action here with Paladins all over the place. Looks like one Paladin in trying to help take down the Fae. Chalice going down, so we're not going to be able to see there just for the moment. But Fae on Fae action again. So looks like the Fae of Mixer is going to be struggling. But looks like some healing is going down for her. It's going to be incredibly even here. Just about pulling in Void's favour. I think he's going to be getting the better of the Knight engagement. He's got some Grail Guardians there. It's really going to hit hard. That's a good Fae bomb there. Good Chalice there on top of the Grail Guardians. Do they have any magic resistance? I don't think so, but I think the Fae does have 60%, which is on top of her special Unicorn. So some good magic resistance there. Terrified here for some Peasant mobs. I'm not sure where that terror... I don't know where that terror... Oh, no, it looks like it should be Shattered, not Terrified. I say I didn't see any terror. Some charges here. I'm not sure. There's so many Paladins around. But it looks like this Fey Enchantress is going to be struggling up against the Fey Enchantress of Void. Doing quite a bit better there. Healing Cat coming through much faster. And that is going to be army losses. Wow, so it looks like Void will be going through. It looks like here, unfortunately, going more Spearmen wasn't the way. More Knights, and of course, more Valor.
Show the traitors no mercy.
Exactly. Show the other Bretonians no mercy. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Don't forget to give Logic a like. Oh, cheers, Bear. How you doing, bro? Oh, Bear, how did you get on? Bro, Shanesh is gonna have a have a mental speed. Yeah. The thing... Yeah, the mixture of Polish and Russian infantry is going to be incredible. Brilliant stuff here coming from both sides. I actually do favour Void's build here quite nicely. More cavalry, I think. I like the spear idea. I just think I prefer this. So let's hop in here. We'll hop in with Migsa. Well played to him. Very unfortunate. 2,800 damage value. Those chalices exceptionally good. Looks like 1,028 damage value for the Paladin. 1,144 here for the second Paladin. Frontline getting some okay damage value. 400, 200, 200, 170, 150, 307. You see, some of these units won't utilise because they weren't really in combat enough. But 290. Oh, some good damage value for the Peasant Bowman Pox Arrows. I do like one Pox Arrow, to be fair. 588 for the Questing Knights, 619, 517, 540, and 850 for the Grail Guardians. So, oh my god, 3,600 for the Fey Enchantress here. Brilliant work. 300 and 1,100. So pretty much the Fey picking up the spare there from the other Paladin. Void's Fey was in a lot more than Migsa's. Migsa's was in and out quite a bit, but there was a lot more. That was my front door, I think. And 224 for the Peasant Mob. That's some of the most damage value you're going to see from them. But as you can see, 160 kills, 840 damage value for the Knights of the Realm. 500, 570, 590, 746, 1,300 for the Grail Knights. And 123 for 1.8. I think the real thing struggling here, I think Question Knights up against other Knights, they can do quite well. Like Knights Errands, and generally if you're coming up against Knights of the Realm, can do quite well. But obviously they're going to perform a little better with the bonus large anti-arch. Armor piercing still going to be very good from the Questing Knights. I think for the prize value they're going to be relatively even. So yeah, interesting stuff. I think also like the Lancers could be a bit of a problem if you're not going to continuously keep Shaka charging, but well played. Alright. 2-1 to Lunacy. Oh, awesome. If you have any of those games, Bear, send them across. Send them across. Well played to Bear, coming in at the last moment, though. 2-1. Interesting stuff, bro. Oh, if you have all 3 games, send them in. Maybe I'll cast a triple. But yes, well played. So Void losing the first game and then winning the last 2. All right. Perfect stuff. So it's going to be Void up against Lunacy here, and then Caradoc up against Dr. Jellyfish. So let's get Lunacy in here. Some tight games already. We're seeing 2-1s all over the park. Some good stuff. I like it. Damn, someone's missed the like button. I appreciate that, Zypher. Lunacy rip. Come on, Lunacy. Come on, I'm backing you, bro. Let's go. Take down the man, the myth, the Void. Take him down. Somebody needs to stop this man. Somebody needs to stop him. He is the inevitable steam train in the Warhammer community. Better Dwellers Below equals better result. Yeah, there was one Dwellers Below that did really well on 2 units of Grail Knights. I think from Void. There's a really good one in the middle that I miss. Phoenix sent our games in Discord chat. Oh, nice. Brilliant. Mrs. Phoenix. I'm pretty sure Phoenix is a guy. How you doing, Hammond? How many dwarfs does it take to change a light bulb? None. If it worked for my grandfather, it'll work for me. I mean, it might take 3 or 4 just to reach the light, right? I was the first person. I appreciate that, CJ. I appreciate that a lot. But how you guys doing? One thing I really want to say, guys, is also thank you very, very much for all the support I've been getting here on the channel. I'm over 200 subscribers now. That's incredible to me. That means a huge amount. So thank you for all your support and all the likes, and even just watching the videos is enough for me. Just you guys enjoying the content means even more. And yeah, thank you very much for all of that. It does mean a lot to me, and I really hope you guys are enjoying the content, and you're enjoying the BattleMania Season 2 Invitational. And you got some fantastic players here, like Void up against Lunacy now, Void up against Mixer as well. Some brilliant games. I'm expecting a 2-1 here. Which way it's going to go, I don't know, but yeah, it's certainly going to be exciting. Certainly going to be exciting. So here we do have a best of 5. No, you played very well, Mixer. You played very, very well. But of course, coming in 8th, meaning you did have to play up against Void. Yes, there is a giveaway, Dutch. So the giveaway will be Total War Warhammer 3 for the winner. So whoever wins today will be going with a copy paid by myself. And face reveal. I don't reveal my face. Yes, it doesn't get revealed. Alright, so we're playing on Karak Bufdar, then we're playing on Pillar of Bone, Tower of Hoeth, Summer Song, and then Prague. So the first one will be Karak Bufdar. All right. Yeah, you have about an hour, dude. Yeah. I would say about an hour. Your bot is handsome. It's okay. We don't judge. Well, listen. You gotta make your bot good looking. So it's going to be a best of 5 here, and it'll be a best of 7 final. So we're going to see lots of interesting factions coming left, right, and centre here. So it should be quite interesting to see Void play with some factions maybe you don't see, or maybe Lunacy play with some that you don't see, or any of the other 2 players here in the other brackets. Within 2 months, Logic pushed in top streamers and content makers of Total Warhammer 2 and also gives constant. Listen, guys, I'm always happy to make content for you guys, and also, obviously, continually putting out tournaments. I've got loads of tournament ideas for you guys, and if you guys want to be doing tournaments all the time and be on the live streams and keep playing, then yeah, I'll keep doing it for you guys, no problem. I love doing it. I love doing it. Right, let's just double check that Void is doing okay. But yeah, so what we'll do, guys, is I'll quickly be talking about something else we have going on here. So there was something invited. I won't say too much about it, but I'll give you guys a little bit of a lowdown about what's going on. So as we go forward here, there's going to be another tournament going on, which is called Choose Your Champion. So there's going to be 4 champions of Chaos. So of course you're going to be having Nurgle, we'll be having Zeech, you'll be having Khorne, and then you'll be having Slanesh. And there'll be 4 different types of tournaments hosted by Rubber Duck of War, hosted by myself, Viking, and Valkanos. Each one of us will be hosting a different tournament with different rules, and the 4 winners from that will be going through to the final that will be hosted by Torin. Dude, I would do a Dowie only tournament and I would play. If you'd like, Caradunk, I'll play Beastmen in the next subfaction tournament. I don't mind. I'll do it. I will do it. I will practice Beastmen. No problem. Ooh, okay, so... Alright, so it's Greenskins ban Brett and Greenskins. Interesting stuff. So no VC coming through from Lucy. I think VC's very good in this matchup, but of course Void, a very good VC player, knows how to counter it, I'm sure. Lizardmen, another good faction in this matchup. Very interesting not to see that. However, Dowie. Dowie. So Lunacy here making my heart very happy. Hey, Dr. Jellyfish, how you doing, man? Hope you're doing well. Oh, I'm sorry, Swiss, that is a grudging, but listen, if I'm being called out to take out Beastmen, I have to take Beastmen. So there is a way you can do this. With, so the one thing I really like about this matchup in particular, if the Dowie have prepared, I plan to make D, maybe take D again or BN. Listen, we all know about the powerful Dark Elves. If anybody needs to know how powerful Dark Elves are, just ask Ice Power. He knows. They're really powerful. So the way you win this with the Dowie is you go... There's like 3 different strategies you can take, and pretty much you put all of your chips into one basket. You can go... You can go try and go massively wide with lots of rangers and all that sort of thing. I'm not a particular fan of that. I really like the gyrocopter method. You'd bring, yeah, exactly. I wouldn't even say quadcopters. I actually go the ROR bomber, and then I go a normal bomber, and then I go 3 units of copters. And the reason I do that is because they've actually got slow. So if he does take Azag here in the sky for the nice 110 speed, you just cross shoot him with the slow. And then he can't catch. He's down to 74 speed, and you just keep cross-shooting him. And then you also have the copters then get the bonus for large shots in as well. And they also have the fire damage, so they're going to be exceptionally good at dealing with Grom and all the sort of things as well. Yeah, 3. If you come with 3 heroes, so if you come with, like, say, a naked Felix, you also have a Thane with a nice ring. You could even bring Felix's weapon for the fire damage, and then bring the ring there for the nice... fire weakness, and then you just bring Gromby pretty nice, and you just bring the ROR Ironbreakers. You just make some Ironbreakers, some Hammerers, and maybe the ROR Slayers, and you're doing pretty good. I think that's the common way of playing this. The other way you can do it is you can go elite with a flame cannon, and then maybe try and see if they're going to bring Grom or something, snipe Grom out. The only thing is it's dangerous bringing artillery in this match, because if you do bring Azag, he can just Spirit Leech. Just go quad hammers and like... I mean, that is a way of doing it, Bob. That is a way. I think the other way of putting all your ships in the basket is just going mass elite. It's just going mass elite. Yeah, with the Fanatics, you just try and see if you can shoot as many of them as possible and break them before they hit in. You just try and shoot them with Rangers, etc. Somebody who does actually have a really nice build, I won't say anything because it's his build. Godblobber is very good Dutch. Godblobber is very good. Somebody has an Iron Drake method. Artisan Tech Priest West. He has an Iron Drake method that is exceptionally good. This is true, Bob. This is true. Listen, if you take Grungor in this matchup, you've won no matter even if you lose. You've won. Love the memes, Bob. Love the memes. So big thanks to the guys that helped do the first couple of rounds here with Bob, Stormrunner, and Jay Phoenix. These guys have been exceptional, just helping me get through these first few rounds. They were helping me referee that just so I could focus on the live stream here a little bit more. So thank you so much to those guys. That'll be their 3 pictures on the main YouTube picture there. So big thanks to those guys in the chat, please. That'd be fantastic, because they've been incredible, and Jay Phoenix is coming every week as well, and he's been awesome. He's been so good. And who's going to win this? I don't know. I don't know who's going to win this. The only issue with the quadcopters and maybe the ROR bomber is the fact if the Greenskins go super wide. It's the only problem. I think Grimgor and Law would solo the entire Dowie army. But no, here, I mean, you can bring Grimgor, like if Grimgor doesn't get shot, like, Grimgor is going to carve through so much. I think he loses to Gromby, but he will carve through a lot. So I think here you could see a River Troll Hag. You're probably going to be seeing Azag in the sky for the Greenskins. You might even see a Goblin Shaman with Vindictive Glare to maybe try and deal with those big guys. Yeah, big thanks to those guys, man. They're awesome, and you know they give up their time as well, which is really kind of them. You know, they give up their free time to come in and help the tournament, which honestly is so good of them. All right. Oh, so looks like we have the double gyro bomber in the sky. Finding some miners and blasting charges, including the ROR, the bad boys, the Urkrum miners. These guys with their nice green backpacks here have the free ammunition plus the frenzy and all the other good bits and bobs. In the back here, we do have the Dwarf Warriors supporting in the front line to help those blasting charges go off. So some nice Dwarf Warriors here in the front. And we have some Bugman Rangers. Oh, I love me some Bugman Rangers. The Bugman Rangers, of course, will pop in with these bad boys. Look at them. They are just heroes of the people. Look at those capes, man. They are so cool. But they have liquid fortification for that regeneration, immune to psychology, too much defense against large, and all the other good bits and bobs. So it's like we have max Bugman Rangers here just going on. And looks like they're going to be supported by the Gyrocopters with the slow and Ungrim Iron Fist. The man, the myth, the Slayer. This guy is exceptional, but he will be having Axe of Dargo for the plus 32 bonus as large and the armor piercing, death blow. Yep, some good stuff in from there. A very practiced Dowie player, of course, here. Goblin Bullfighter Archers looks like double on the right-hand side. Of course, we have the sneaky Night Goblin Shaman with that Stalk. Oh, we have the Night Goblin Warboss. I like. And, of course, we have the River Troll Hag. Looks like we have the Morgy Maggie Marauders, some nice armor piercing, and some more Goblin Wolf Riders, and some poison from the Spider Riders. We have the Night Goblins, Black Orcs as well, Gobbos, some more Black Orcs, Orc Arrow Boys. This could be a problem. So the Goblin Rock Lobbers here in the back. It's gonna hurt hard. Oh, something looks like maybe a Vindictive Glare went down there on the Gyro Bomber, I think. Yeah, one jet going down there for the increase to restoration there for mana. Oh no, you don't like to see it, but as you can see, Fanatics, I mean, you do love to see it. You love Fanatics, but going in the front line there, doing some good damage value up against the Dwarf Warriors. Fanatics are exceptionally good here in this matchup. So we have the ROR Night Goblins. So these will be the 8p Cloonies, which are, of course, unbreakable. With that Silver Shield and Stalk, they're very, very good. We're going to get you, indeed, as the Dwarf Force comes line. It's going to be interesting seeing them come forward here to deal with this force, but the Bugman Rangers could be very good at doing some damage value here. Of course, they have that very nice Stalk. And you have the Gyro Bombers for the flanks, giving that nice mobility, and anything to do shoot, of course, will be slowing. But I think it's 36% speed. So some very good work there. In the front line, these Dwarf Warriors, the nice 85 armor going to be... Oh my god, Vindictive Glare going down. Shots coming in the back here. Going to be absolutely hammering up against the Gyrocopter. Mither going down. Spirit Leech as well. Brilliant stuff there coming out of Void. Knowing exactly what to expect here. And that combo is absolutely devastational. The Overcast there from the Night Goblin Shaman. Giving more from the Vindictive Glare there. Going to be shooting here into the backside of the Giant River Troll Hag. The bonus large, as well as the fire damage from the normal Gyrocopters there with the Brimstone's guns, are exceptional here up against the River Troll Hag. The Goblin Rock Clubbers are going to be moving away. Not sure what speed they've got. So they've got 20 speed, so they'll be able to move relatively well compared to Dowie, I guess. But in line now, we do have the Bugman Rangers. They will be shooting up against the Night Goblins. These guys do have 15 armor and the 55% missile resistance when they look in the correct direction, thanks to their Silver Shield. Exceptional value for money are the AP units. Shooting into the backside of the Goblin Warfighter Archers. I think they're going to be kiting. As long as they're shooting here at the same time, I don't mind. There has been an attack animation coming from both players. It's supposed to be fine so far. It's like I'm shooting the front line. We have some Bugmans, which will be volleying here into the front of the Goblin Warfighter Archers. Only 25 armor for them, so they'll be taking lots of damage there from those shots. The Taui are going to be moving forward. They will be shooting it into the pocket up against the Orc Arrow Boys. Only 30 armor for them, so they'll be taking the full brunt there of the Bugman Rangers. The Night Goblin boss here. Be interesting to see what he can do. I'm actually not sure what abilities he does have. Also, he has the Boss of Loon, so he can have a nice Vortex spell, a Fermented Fungi, and Tormentor Sword. So looks like we have the ROR Squig Hoppers here in the back. So I'm not too sure what the difference is. They are. Maybe just have immune to psychology. The ROR Squig Hoppers. I'm not too sure the difference, but they have. Looks like they do. Oh, I think they have the missile resistance. I think they have like 25% missile resistance. I think is the difference. So we have the Poisoned Forest Goblin Spider Runners. They're going to be popping in the back here, trying to get some good damage value on the Bugman Rangers, and hopefully be able to shut them down here. I don't think there's enough front line to protect the front as well as the back with the Bugman Rangers, so they're going to have to be fighting. I think they've made this rock their home. And it looks like Fermented Fungi are going to be going down, causing the Gyro Bomber here to rampage into the Goblin Knight boss here. So some good stuff. You might be getting trapped going into melee combat. It's so cool. But you will be bonus for large anti-large armor piercing, so we'll be finishing off that Gyro Bomber relatively quickly. Nice to see this force come in, and you're going to see a nice collapse here coming from the Greenskins. You're going to see the big bad Black Orcs pushing in the side, and they'll be doing some very good value here up against the Dwarf Warriors. Apologies here. Shooting in the front, they will be getting some damage value up against the River Troll Hag. I think they need to deal with the Skirmish Cavalry. Get rid of that mobility and maybe you might stand a chance here. But they do need to start dealing with these Black Orcs. The longer it goes on, they're going to be doing some very good damage value. It's a really nice play from Void here. He's going to be separating out both of his Goblin Rock Clubbers, just so they can keep getting that value and you can't pin them down both together. So some really good work here from Void. Void, just an exceptional player. He knows exactly what he needs to do to win these battles, and nice charge in the back from the Goblin Wolf Riders. Will be shutting out against the Bugman Rangers. Bugman Rangers are no joke in melee. They do have a good 38 melee defense and charge defense against large. They do relatively well. Dwarf Riders are going to get absolutely chomped here up against these Squigs. They do have a good 40 melee defense plus 85 armor, but the armor piercing, bonuses infantry, poison, and anti-infantry here from the Squig. Going to be very good with that nice charge bonus. Looks like a bit of a shift around in force here. I like this quite a lot, but it looks like we are going to be breaking the Forest Goblin Spider Riders, but the poison here from the back coming from the Spider Rider Archers. They will be getting some good damage value up against the 40 armor of the Bugmans, but they do have a Silver Shield, so as long as they're pointing in the right direction, could do relatively well here. But as you can see, the Black Orcs on each side are going to be collapsing. One in the front and one on the right-hand side here. I thought that was one on the left. But it looks like we are going to have the Night Goblins on the left here coming up against the Dwarf Warriors. Dwarf Warriors should win that relatively comfortably, but we're going to be going off here. So we are going to have some blasting charges in the front line up against the Black Orcs. And there's like some Fanatics here in the back, so I think that's a Vortex spell. Does he have a Vortex spell of Fanatics? Unless that was the Night Goblins here. Looks like they are going to be pumping in the back. I don't think there's anything to stop the double Black Orcs. I just don't think there's anything to stop them. There's not enough armor piercing. Where is Ungrams? He's in the middle. I need to see him get involved a little bit more. He needs to be trying to get in and destroy these Black Orcs. He's upholding the armor piercing in this matchup. And the only problem here with not going Grumby is the fact you're not going to have Flash Bomb or Grumbrindle has no fear for the Unbreakable and 24 melee defense when you need it. Unfortunately, this Dwarf army is going to be starting to fall apart here at the seams, and balance of power going into the Greenskin favour already. But the one good trade-off here in this best of 5 is you are going to be having Greenskins up against Dwarfs, which does mean, Dwarfs not, probably a mid to low tier faction, unfortunately. I know that's a grudging, but, it's probably effectively a good trade. Yeah, so he's going to be pulling. There really wasn't too much you can do there. The build's very good from Void. I like this build. It's a really cool build. It is a really cool build. It just doesn't stand a chance against Greenskins, unfortunately. This is a very good build. This is really good. 1,000 damage value, 1,400 from the Night Goblin Shaman. Vindictive Glares were incredible. 372 there for the very good Spirit Leeches. And frontline 200, 130, 205, 420, 119 kills, 600 damage value, 129 for 25 kills, 700 damage value, 480. Only 400 here for the ROR Squig Hoppers. 180, 220, 200, 200. 500 damage value for the Morgy Manky Marauders. And it looks like 360 and 370. Ungrim 430. Blasting charges struggling. 400 here for these blasting charges, not too bad. Urkra miners 200. Yeah, 330. 330 here for these dwarf warriors. 57 and 44, not too bad. 500, 250, 200, 450, and 520 for the Bugman Rangers. Unfortunately, I really like the Gyro Bombers, but they didn't get any of their bombs off. They didn't really shoot any key targets. It's a bit of a shame. I think with the Dwarfs, you have to go all in on... you have to go all in. You have to put all of your coins in one basket and really go for it. Even if it's the wrong pick, you have to go for it. Full blow. Here he tried to do a little bit of everything, and unfortunately didn't have enough to deal with anything, if that makes sense. Now, Lunacy, a very good Greenskin player. I'm sure he'll be banning VC as a guess, and Lizardmen. Yep, so we were banning Lizardmen and VC, and I'm sure with Void we... Ooh, what could we see from Void? I think Wood Elves. I think Wood Elves is what we'll see here. What are those hats? Why do Greenskins have no... That would be cool. They do actually. If you look at their campaign exclusives, they do actually have Feral Wyverns. They do. I think you have to be on Azag subfaction, and they have Feral Wyverns. Caradog. Oh, Dr. Jellyfish just said... Oh, yeah, but they're only campaign, yeah. There we go. So Dr. Jellyfish answering there. What are those hats? Which hats are you referring to? Zypher? I want them in multiplayer as well, but obviously you have to balance Greenskins first. I do wish some of the campaign units, like Feral Wyverns for Greenskins, were usable in multiplayer. Yeah, they would be cool. They would be cool, but obviously you're adding more utility there to a faction that's already extremely strong. Yeah, I thought he did. So that is the Vortex spell. Okay, I've never seen him pit before, but interesting stuff. Void certainly knows what he's doing here. Yeah, Void is a phenomenally good Greenskin player. Here's the thing. I'd say die up against Greenskins is predominantly, if you know what you're doing, it's pretty good for Greenskins. But if you can catch Greenskins off guard, it can be quite a hard game for Greenskins for sure. The RR miners had weird pointy hats. Oh, I didn't notice. Oh, that's pretty cool. I don't know what they were wearing, but I love the RR miners. I think the Urkra miners are really cool. I love their massive pickaxes. And the fact that miners have armor piercing is just sick. The fact they have armor piercing and Dwarf Warriors don't. Awesome. They actually have pretty good armor piercing as well, like as a percentage, it's really high. They have 17 armor piercing for a 22 weapon strength. It's like pretty decent, actually. Surprisingly high. So pretty much every unit has armor piercing, of course, but to have that armor piercing symbol, you have to have a greater than 50% of your weapon strength has to be armor piercing. For those that perhaps don't know. Oh, silly boy. Map. Pillar of Bone. Get out the big pillar of bone. Pillar of bone. Alright, so 1-0 to Void here. And, yeah, I just, well, I'll tell you what, here's a question for everybody here in chat. What is your favourite ROR unit? What is your favourite, points-wise? So, like, what do you think is the best value for money? And then what is your favourite just in general, like, lore-wise, or the way it looks? What's your favourite? I'll be really interested to see what some of you guys, like, appreciate, because the one thing that I appreciate is, like, just looking at some of the units in detail. They look so cool. Interesting matchup here. So, something to note about this matchup is also, if you look at VP in the WWC sort of results. So if you hop onto my Discord, for anybody that's on there, if you go into, I think it's matchup discussion. How you doing, Tiago? Council Guard by far. Council Guard are really cool. If you look at the matchup discussion, it'll actually show that VP isn't super strong, or at least that's what the statistics will say. What actually the problem is that VP are picked up against Greenskins quite a lot, but in my opinion, it's heavily favoured towards Greenskins. Heavily favoured. Lost Silver Knights. My guy Zypher. I love the Lost Silver Knights. They are so cool. The Gallows Giants. Gallows Giant? What faction is that from? Star Jumping Guardians are cool. That's the only fish like that. Sons of Goros. Probably the best infantry in the game. The best, I was talking to Swiss, and after some discussions, if you go unit versus unit, I thought from, maybe because it's changed, but what it used to be is, me and Ducky did some testing at some point, and what used to be the strongest was the ROR Blackhawks. The Crimson Killers were the strongest infantry in the game. If you go matchup against matchup, you just headlong into each other running and just axes everywhere. They were the strongest infantry in the game up against any other infantry unit. But he was recently telling me that actually he thinks the ROR Phoenix Guard are now the strongest with their 30% physical resistance. Swiss Pikeman, Peatgate Guard, also the Grudgeon. They don't have Guardian, probably best. Lost Silver Knights or the 8-peat Loonies, in my opinion. 8-peat Loonies are cool. Lost Silver Knights are awesome, and of course, I love my Peatgate Guard. A really cool unit to look at though is actually the ROR Ironbreakers. They're really cool. They look cool. Blackguard is awesome. Just yeah. I like the can't remember what they're called now. Hagenath Executioners, the ROR of Hagenaths. I can't remember their names, but they look really awesome as well. Not gold chevron chosen. Chosen great weapons are so scary to face sometimes. Oh yeah, the ROR Necrophects Colossus is wicked. He does look cool. Shame he's completely pointless, but he is so cool. Wolfire, do you think they're the best? I think the best value for money, if it's utilized to its full ability, I actually think it's probably the 8-peat Loonies. In my opinion, it has to be the 8-peat Loonies or the Rusty Arrows. In my opinion, I think they're the best. But I really like the Mangi Marauders. They're very good. The RO Goblobber from Dowie is also exceptionally good. Right, so let's hop into this. We are going to be playing on Pillar of Bone. A little bit of a smaller map here, so artillery not going to be so useful here for Void. Lunacy, an exceptional Greenskins player. So it should be interesting to see what he can do here. He's obviously going to know the matchup. I actually think a big Daka line here is very good up against VP. They have a very good arc of fire, but guns here, if you do go mass wide handguns, can be quite effective. Crabs, exceptionally good with that nice fear. It is a bad matchup for VP. I have seen people win it. In the final of the WWC, I did see VP beating Greenskins. Who was it? It was Evenstar. So Evenstar beat up against... no, I forgot the other lad's name. But he beat him using VP, which was quite interesting. So I just got 2 messages here, guys. Just double check that everything's all good. Oh, yeah, Metal Knight or Swiss Pikeman here was just telling me without Wara. RR Wolfriders have seen them get north of 2.5k before. Yeah, they are extremely good. Almost all of the ROR. There's a lot of ROR. I actually really like the ROR. What are they called? The ROR Poison Spider Riders. Their name escapes me. But they're pretty good as well. They're pretty good. Yeah, Silver Shield can be a problem, of course, negating that missile resistance. They can have, I think the maximum you can have is up to 65% missile resistance for Silver Shield. I think there's one unit that has 65%, some have 60. Yeah, Swiss Pikeman was just telling me, just DM'd me there. The ROR Phoenix Guard have lots of AP, they also have fear. I think, but no, they have immune to psychology for Crimson Killers. But yeah, no, Crimson Killers are still exceptional. Still exceptional. I'm going to be testing RR Phoenix Guard against RR Black Orcs. Yeah, it's a strong matchup. It's a strong matchup. Make sure it's on normal, so it's even for both sides. And then test it up. Test up on a flat map. Good map is the MP Crossroads. Multiplayer Crossroads map. It's nice and flat. Easy. Test that on there. That's a good one. And yeah, Caradok Yorktree is a bad matchup for VP. It's a very bad matchup, I think. You can win it as VP, but I think you can win it against unexperienced Greenskin players. AP Loonies really struggle up against Sem, but if you do get them up against some elite infantry, they can do some phenomenal damage value. Phenomenal damage value. Alright, let's hop up, and we can already see Grom the Paunch here in the mixture. But of course, for Lunacy, we are going to be seeing his casual 4 units of Goblin Wolfriders, I'm sure. So it looks like we have the ROR Morgies Mangy Marauders for that nice AP. They also have Immune to Psychology, which is interesting. Oh, there's the name. The Death Creepers. I really like the Death Creepers. Of course, they have that regeneration, as well as Stalk, the nice poison melee attacks. I allow them to be phenomenally durable here in this matchup. Goblin Wolfrider Archers. They do have 92 speed. Very good here. 78 for the Death Creepers. I like the Death Creepers. Also their name. Super awesome. Super awesome. So I'm sure we have more Spider Riders. We didn't just have 2. We had some more, but I can't see where they've gone. But in the front line, we are going to have some Savage Orcs. And we're going to see some Savage Orc Biggins as well. We have some Savage Orc Biggins going to be exceptional. Going to just have to steer away from that magic damage. Oh, the ROR Arachnarok Queen. Ah, no, just going to be moving it there. Where did he go? There we go. Right in the front line. Looking absolutely fantastic. This RR unit will be having the Instinct, so it can summon hatchlings and just disrupt that back line with the very nice Terra Strider. 380 bonuses, large, armor piercing, anti-large, and poison all over the place. Just going to be so much poison. So we are going to be having the double Orc Shaman. I'm sure one with Edbutt and one with Brainbuster. So we're going to have the Brainbuster plus the double Scroll of Shielding, which is just phenomenal value. It'll cost you like 70 gold and gives you 22% damage resistance for up to 57 seconds. Just makes Grom super tanky. Grom will be having Lucky Banner. De Grayton is here. Language of the Voice and that nice regen. We do have the Forest Goblin Spider Riders, just like Morgy Mangy Marauders and the Goblin Wolf Riders on the left, with the Death Creepers and the Goblin Wolf Rider Archers on the right. So it's some nice balance on both sides. In the sky, though, we are going to have the Deck Droppers. So we also have some handgun units for a nice AP as well. Deck Droppers all over the place. Those nice big bombs. We are, of course, going to have the double gunnery white, I'm sure, today. Yep, so double gunnery white here on top of the crabs. Then we'll be having Scab Scrape and there's like more powder as well. We're going to be having Noculus on top of his big mount for those nice big 819 armor piercing shots. We will be having the zombie pirate mobs in the back for that good fear. And some bombers here and behind, alongside a nice big mortar and the double zombie pirate deck and pommel arms in the back. So there's going to be lots of kiting here for the deck droppers. Deck droppers are going to really struggle here up against the stalk of the Death Creep as well. Regen going to come in, but if he manages to kite quite well here, moving back and forward, I know Lunacy has some fantastic micro. So if he is able to move around here, it could do some really, really good work. And also, the one advantage once this game is finished, that's Greenskins done. But it looks like we're going to have 5 units in the sky. And as you can see, there's deck dropper handguns. They only have 18 models, down to 16 already. Any sort of damage they're taking, they don't have much armor. 15 armor here coming on most of them, so we're going to struggle. They don't have too much range either. 130 range for the handguns. So they will outrange riders, but it's like they are going to be trying to shoot Grom. I wouldn't mind to see them shoot the Arachnarok. She doesn't have healing, and that damage is going to be permanent. Maybe just try and bring her closer and closer to that leadership negative. In the front line, we're going to have a summon. So I do like the summon here in the front, and lots of summon here coming from the Moon Dial of Count Noculus. As we're here, let's have a look at Count Noculus, who will be having his Moon Dial, as well as Wrath Storm, Arcane Conduits, Invocation of the Heck, and the Drowned Beds. The double summons coming in should be really good. Hatchlings coming in on the back, I'm sure, because the Hatchlings... Oh my god, look at that damage on the Arachnarok Queen. Some brilliant stuff there coming in from Void. Fantastic stuff. But we do have a nice summon in the back on top of the bombers. We've got Grom in the mixture as well. Grom will be getting held up here. Not so much fire damage. Looks like we are going to have that really nice bombardment spell here up against Grom the Paunch. Lucky Banner and the Great One is here. Sorry, the Great is here. Some nice brain busters and some Edbutts will be coming through very shortly. This nice compact build here. Nice Edbutt down this line up against the Zombie Pirate. Polearms will be very good. 3 units of skirmish cavalry are going to be exceptional at dealing with these deck droppers and deck handguns as well. But in the back we have lost the Arachnarok Queen. Scroll of Shielding going down, but she has broken. We do need to start seeing some bats chasing over. With their good fear to chase her off, get that off the map as quickly as possible. We are going to be losing some Savage Orcs here. I really like this build from Void. It's a really big, thick build, and can we keep these crabs busy and shooting up against Grom? If we keep these shooting up against Grom as long as possible, some very good work there. Maybe even shoot against York Shaman could be quite nice as well. Maybe deleting one of these guys, giving them those Scroller Shieldings, and those magic attacks can be very good. Overcast summon in the front here of the zombie pirate gunnery mobs, so getting that good fire. We are going to be forcing the forest goblins and morgies into melee combat. Nice brain buster here in the back up against the zombie pirate bombers. Some good value there. Need to get these deck choppers back into the middle. These guys are going to be needing to fight for as much time as possible. Savage Orcs in the back alongside some Spider Riders and some Savage Orcs. They need to get back into the mixture as quickly as possible. Where's Grom? Grom's going to be really weak in the middle, and Greenskins are going to be losing here to VP so far, but what are going off? This could really change the battle here. Let's pop down. I feel here Grom will be fighting in the mixture. He's going to be really struggling up against the armor-piercing gunnery wights here, on top of their crabs. 350 armor-piercing weapon strength. If they do hit through that melee defense, it's going to be destroying Grom. Grom needs to get out and start healing. He needs to get some healing. But it looks like the Wrath Storm coming down as well, doing some very good damage. Scholar Shielding going down on the Grom. You lose Grom, it's GG's here right now. But the Morky Mangy Marauders and the Death Creepers going to be in the back here. Now, where's the Mangy Marauders? Oh, looks like it is going to be a pull-out from Lunacy. What a tremendous build here coming out of Void. Fantastic stuff. Brilliant layers, really good summons here coming in from Count Noculus. Count Noculus being one of my favourite lords here for the VP. I really like his double summon. Where he can use his Moondar alongside, you know, like his equivalent of Raised Dead, and get all those summons in the front and really block up that front line and make it very difficult for the Greenskins to get through. I think a bit of a wider Greenskin army here would have been really nice. I do like Savage Orcs, but a couple of Goblins in there just to make it wider, get around the flanks and just shut down these units can be very handy. Also, the wider you go, the more you're going to be affected by War, and the more War can have a benefit to your army. But 47 kills, 1,600 damage value for Noculus, 770 and 670 for the Gunnery Wights. And I really like the Gunnery Wights here, as they do come with Scab Scraith. And I think that many people are picking up on this. If you have the White Kings, or you have, say, the Engineers for Dowie, all of these Scab Scraiths, as well as the Fiery Ring of Tories, they're just really, really good here up against cheap and cheerful chaff. Front line, not doing too much damage value, 260, 230, 140, 300 and 320, Bombers 260, 510 and 250, Guns in the Sky will be getting 175, these are the Bombers, sorry, so they will be getting 220, 611, as well as 1,343, 550 damage value for the Mortars. Nockens would have come with 1.6, doing pretty much all of that damage there up against the Ragnarok. Ragnarok getting only 82 damage value. That hurts to see, 250 here for the Morgan Banking Marauders, 400 for the Death Creepers, 240, 400 and 400, 100, 200. Yeah, as you can see, the Savage Orcs really struggling. No armor, but they do have some good physical resistance, but they can struggle up against magic damage for sure. 550 here for the York Shaman, and only 321 for Grom the Paunch. That's that's tough. So, next map will be Tower of Hoeth. Tower of Hoeth. So I think more than likely we're going to be seeing a Wood Elf pick here from Void. He has all of the trees here on the right hand side to utilise, and if we do see that, I'm not too sure what the counter pick here could be for Lunacy. But if we do see, we have already had Greenskins. What did Lunacy pick originally? I can't remember the first game, but I can't remember what faction he brought. We had Greenskin from Void up against... Oh, Dowie, of course. Silly boy. Yeah, but then we had Dowie. So we've had Dowie and Greenskins. So... Oh, we're going to have Beastmen. Oh, Beastmen, no ban. The nuptials of this guy is exceptional. Artisan Tech Priest West, how you doing, bro? Beastmen up against Beastmen. Okay, for the men, the myths, the legends. I love it. Alright, let's jump in with you guys. Alright, let's have a look. RR Poison, Archer Spider, Death Creepers. Yeah, super good bear. I love the Death Creepers. They're really cool. The best infantry tests are strange. They are. So, like, the infantry tests are, of course, they're very confined. You know, you're not going to be taking too much into equation. So, for example, if you pop magic attacks on top of, you know, for example, if you put the ROR Black Orcs up against the ROR Phoenix Guard, you give the Phoenix Guard if you give them plus 24 mana attack, plus 24 mana defense, and then you give the magic equivalent, the imbues magic on top of the Crimson Killers, they'll win because they hit through that physical resistance, for example. So there's loads of things to take into account when you have those single fight against fight, but it's just kind of cool to know like what does well, what doesn't do well, what performs. It's a very closed thing, you know. You got to take fear into fact, and also like just because something beats something else in a particular matchup doesn't mean it's a better unit. It just means it's, you know, a strong unit in 1v1. The Keepers of Flame looks are inferior to the normal Phoenix Guard, in my opinion. So I think one of my favourite ones is if you bring Nagarythe and you bring their faction, pretty much everything looks cool in their nice black and white armour. It just looks incredible. How we doing, Ward? How you doing, bro? I've been messing with the Vampire Coast 600 price Deccan mob. Yeah, I really liked Void's pick there. It's a very good and well thought out army. This is the Intensity anti-greenskin build. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Good to know, Tiago. Thank you. But the RR Phoenix Guard struggle versus Star Chambers. So Star Chambers have magic damage, though, right? No, maybe they don't. No, they don't have magic damage, I don't think. So yeah, they would struggle against the physical resistance. Also, surprisingly, the Star Chamber guns actually have quite a low armor compared to most of the elite infantry. I think they've only got 85 armor, so it's the same as like Dwarf Warriors, of like a 450 cost. So it's not particularly high on the armor. They have good stats otherwise, but they struggle on the armor. Yes, Butchbird, Beastmen, no bans. And of course, Lunacy going to be going Beastmen as well. Brilliant stuff. Who said Void didn't meme? Well, clearly not Void. Happy moo noises indeed. I'm excited for this. I'm excited. I'm super excited. Respect from both players, man. Like, listen, this is a final, but it's also fun, right? We're also having fun. The tournament prize is also going to be fun, because the winner here is going to be on Warhammer 3, so that's what makes this awesome. You know, these guys are going to have some good fun, they're going to be playing together, and these guys play a lot together anyway, and, you know, I'm sure Lunacy feels the same way about Void as I do about Lunacy. I always join tournaments, and Lunacy always defeats me. He's a very good player. He's a very good player. I know, Dr. Jellyfish. I'm excited. So 2-0 here to Void. A win here will secure his place in the final and be able to play there for that Total War Warhammer 3 prize. Brilliant. Playing on Tower of Hoeth, game 3. Let's get it. We will see center axes versus center axes. I think so. I think we're either going to see a centacle rush from... I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what we're going to see. You could see some, like a mass spear box with, like, say, some Ungor spearmen and maybe some Cygors or some Cygor spam summons and all sorts of things. Or you could just see a massive push using Khazrak One Eye. I've actually just realised this would probably be a very quick... this is going to be a very quick cast, I think. I can only imagine tariff memes with Mongol. Listen, here it is. Where is my man Geese Howard? Geese Howard needs to get in here. This is the Geese Howard matchup. Stormrunner, where's Geese Howard? Get him in here. I think so too. I agree with that, Butchbird. I think it's going to be interesting. I think we'll definitely see some racy goals from one side, but not both. Bring on the moo. Let's bring on the big happy cow noises today. No sad cow noises. All happy cow noises. What do you guys bring in this matchup? That's the question. Pinging now. I like that Stormrunner. I like it. What is a conventional Beastman mirror? That's hard because they never happen. But conventional, you're lots of Centigores. Centacle rush. Alright. So many. Oh my god. Alright, so a very light blue trim here for Lunacy and the red trim for Void. As we can see here, we are going to be having, so Poison Warhounds. So Poison Warhounds are going to be very good alongside Centigores. You can poison the other Centigores using the Warhounds and then charge on them with normal Centigores. So I think Centigores, they don't have much armor, so just normal Centigores over Centigores are great weapons, are definitely preferred. Let's have a little look here. So looks like I've got 1, 2, 3 poisons alongside probably 3 units of Centigores. Yeah, 3 units of Centigores. Yes. Oh, Morgoth the Shadowgave in the back. So Morgoth the Shadowgave with those nice Chaos summons, I'm sure. Morgoth will be having the Save of Ruinous Corruption, Call of Violence, Spirit Essence of Chaos, and that nice regen. He also has a massive 75% missile resistance. There's going to be some Ungol Raiders in the back for the very nice Stalk. And we're going to have some Chaos Spawn. Interesting stuff. I don't see Chaos Spawn too often, but 3 Centigores alongside 3 units of Chaos Wars. So there's going to be no throwing axes here in the front. So Ungol Spears for a nice bonus first large. Gore Herds in the front. Yeah, Gore Herds will do pretty well here. Any best of Gores and you could be in trouble. Yeah, nice wide build here. Oh, okay. So, yeah, 3 units of Centigores. Yeah, that's what I expect. And, oh, just normal Chaos Warhounds. So 1 poison, 1 not. You can see some Chaos Spawn, 3 units. So the Gorok's Man Rippers. We do have a Brave Shaman of Wild, Vile Tide, and I can't see the other spell. Morgoth the Shadowgave as well with all of his summons. Okay, so it looks like it's a pretty much identical build from each other. But 3 units of Ungol Raiders could be interesting up against 2. It's going to be a little bit wider here in the front line. I think this favours Void. I think it favours Void. He does have the very elite ROR Bestigor Herds. And 3 units of Chaos Spawn. Chaos Spawn are unbreakable. They're going to be very difficult to deal with. We do have a cheaper front line otherwise with the Ungol Spears with shields. I like the shield option, just that block there up against Ungol Raiders. Apologies. So, but only 10 armor for the Chaos Spawn, meaning they're going to get shot relatively hard. There you go. So you're just going to be baiting out so you can shoot here. Yeah, I think that's a good target. Start shooting up against the Chaos Spawn. You'll get lots of damage value there, which should be good. I think here it's in the advantage of Void to push. I think he wins this front line. Goreherds will beat Ungol Spearmen. Obviously you have more range and you have more supports with the Chaos Spawn. Is that Call of Violence going down? No, it's like Dissolve going down. So Dissolve for that negative leadership and damage here up against entities. It does struggle up against single entities, but very good up against multiple enemies. We do have a Brave Shaman of Wild on both sides. And as you can see, the rear charge here. Oh, nice Vile Tide in the back there. Up against the Centigores of Void. Chaos Warhounds from Lunacy, really trying to pin him in, get that nice poison. So we get the bonus first large Ungol Spearheads in the back up against the Centigores. They don't have much armor, so those Ungols with the bonus first large and too large are going to be very good. Centigores with the Chaos Warhounds trying to get onto Lunacy's Centigores. The poison here going to be very good at slowing them down. Allow the other faster Centigores to do some good damage. A little bit more defensive here from Void, a little bit more aggressive. Leaving out 2 units of Poison Warhounds is going to be a bit of a mistake here, I think, from Lunacy. He needs to be getting those around the back as soon as possible. His Centigores really need some help. Frontline is being won here by Lunacy just about. but it is an absolute masher in the front. So we will be having Centaurs fighting up against Morga. We are going to get a Chaos Spawn summon around him to give that nice extra protection, and they'll do some very good damage value up against those. They have 104 weapon strength from that nice poison to debuff the Centaurs, get some good damage value. The Morga of Lunacy will be coming in to try and snipe the Morga of Void. Morga of Void's quite a bit weaker, so a very nice Brace Scream there up against the Centaurs of Lunacy, and they're going to be getting chased up by the Centaurs of Void. We do have the Brace Shaman from Lunacy, who is not top of his chariot here, getting involved in the mixture, doing some good damage value. But you can see the backline of Lunacy going to be going down. And in the back, looks like we have lost the Centaurs and the Poisons. Poisons will be going down, but we still have the Centaurs from Lunacy fighting up against the Centaurs of Void. It all comes down to the Centaur play. It comes down to that back line and pushing off here. So we are going to be having the charge from the Chaos Spawn going straight here into the Gore Herds. They're going to be, look at these disgusting things, smashing straight up against these Gore Herds. They have that, Chaos Spawn only have Fear. I'm surprised they don't have Terror. These things are terrifying. But we are going to be allowing the Ungor Spearmen of Void here to get some good damage value. In the pocket though, this is where it all comes down to. Oh, Morga action. Let's go. So Morga is going to fight up against Morga, and we are going to be seeing the Morga Shadowgate of Void. It might be breaking here. That could really tip balance of power. Looks like he's going to be going in. He's super tanky. But we are going to have the Ungor Spears of Void fighting up against Morga Shadowgate. I don't know if he doesn't count as a large entity, I don't think. I think it just counts as infantry. But we also have the Centaurs. So a nice pin in there from Morga. Get some good damage value. When over here, it does look like we have the Chariots on Chariot action. Brace Shaman up against Brace Shaman. Looks like the Brace Shaman of Lunacy will be losing. And looks like the Brace Shaman of Void will be winning. Some good damage value here as well up against the Ungor Herd. I think this is Void's to win now. Where's the ROR though? I didn't see what happened to his ROR. What happened to the Man Rippers? Didn't see what happened to Man Rippers, but we are going to have healing from Morga the Shadowgate here. Yeah, it's going to be a pull out. They had 0 mirrors in the entire tournament. That's incredible. Oh, Norsca and TK are rarer. Norsca Mirror should be fun, yeah. I think Norsca Mirror would be super fun. Oh, Cygor Jewel would have been really cool switch. You're right, you're right. So I didn't see what happened to the Man Rippers. What happened to them? So, oh, they didn't get too much damage value, 466. So, yeah, not too bad there. 1,400 damage value for the Brace Shaman. 550 for Morga the Shadowgate. 1,200 from Lunacy's, though. Good stuff, 1.3 from the Bray as well. I think the back line was utilised a lot better from Void, though. So 1.4, 450, 600. Yeah. That's what's going to win you this game. Centaurs are so good here for Beastmen. They're so good. They just need other units that can help them. A little bit cheaper here on the Warhounds. What you really need to do is you really need to partner up a Chaos Warhound alongside a Centaur. Really put these guys together so that they can help each other. What you do is you then poison one of the Centaurs and then try and take it down whilst it is debuffed. That would have been the way to deal with it, but then obviously you have to deal with the 3 units of Chaos Spawn, which is they're really difficult. They're unbreakable. They have low armor, so you have to shoot them using the Ungor Raiders, and the double here did get hit pretty hard. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It's a tough matchup, but well played to Void. It'll be coming over 3-0. So very good stuff. They both have left, so we will be having Dr. Jellyfish here up against Caradoc. I like the Chaos Mirror. I think the Chaos Mirror has lots to offer. What's my favourite mirror? I don't know what my favourite mirror match is. What's your favourite mirror match, guys? Let me know what your favourite mirror match is. Right, so let's get the Dr. Jellyfish in from Son of the Mountains, and the big boys, the Mans and Myths, the Legends themselves. And where is... I believe you're offline, Caradoc. Ah, Caradoc is in from Big VM. Alright, so we will be starting off on... Damn, my memory. Carrick Buftar. Small ad from Mr. Caradoc and Dr. Jellyfish. First map will be Carrick Buftar. And let's have a look. I think it's Caradoc to ban and pick first. It is. Alright. That's Carrick. TK mirror, rarest mirror match. Yeah, Bony Boys rubbing up against Bony Boys is never fun for anybody. Skaven mirror is the best mirror, no discussion. GG's and thanks for the castle logic. No problem, Lunacy. Well played, man. Seriously, well played. Void is a very good opponent, but Lunacy is a phenomenal player. Don't you know? He absolutely destroys me in every single tournament I come up against this guy, and I say it every stream because he always destroys me, man. Zyver, you know it. You know I love a Dowie mirror match. I mean, I don't like to see Dowie hurting Dowie, but it does mean Dowie win, so you're never really losing. Yeah, so Caradoc to ban and pick first. Guys, I'm literally going to take 10 seconds, quickly grab a bit of water, and I'll be right back. Alright, let's hop back into this, guys. Okay, so looks like we are going to be having Greenskins, Band VC, and Lizardmen. So let's see what Dr. Jellyfish has to say. I think there's a few things you can do here. You can go Dowie. I don't mind Dowie in this matchup. Skaven can also be a good counter. Let's have a little think. I like VP as well. VP works nicely. Both these players are very, very strong. He's back indeed. He is back. Yeah, I think, and also Caradoc has come on leaps and bounds, beating big Rubber Duck of War today. Big stuff from him. Big stuff from him. Dr. Jellyfish also beating Asa here to get into the second semi-final here for anybody that is now joining. Some good stuff. I'm excited. So VP it will be. I think VP is a good counter. I actually like TK. I like TK as a good counter to Greenskins. Alright, so what other matchups are you guys looking forward to? I'm actually looking forward to maybe seeing... So I've seen some Skaven today. I like Skaven. I don't see him as much anymore. What do I really want to see? I always want to see more Dowie. I think what I'd like to see today... I'd like to see some TK. I'd like to see some Tomb Kings, I think. I like watching Tomb Kings. Yeah, I really enjoy them. I think they've got a nice, good dynamic about them. They have some really cool units and... Yeah, they're a little bit chaffy as well, but they have some really cool big single entities that are just phenomenal to watch. But in this matchup, if you do go with TK, you can bring Double Tomb Scorpion. I think Double Tomb Scorpion as well. If you also have a nice hill, so Carrot Buffdar doesn't really offer you that. But if you got it on a decent map, you can, you know, say get a nice Casket of Souls. You can put it behind a hill and just fire there. Magic damage very good here up against Greenskins, as you know, up against TK you expect to see Savage Orc Biggins, you expect to see just Savage Orcs, or maybe even some name escapes me. You also expect to see, I don't think Black Orcs, but you probably just some Biggins in general. I think you expect to see. I like to bring Goblins in that matchup. I think Goblins are very good at dealing with chaff, and when Wire goes off, they win pretty comfortably. 44 melee attack plus that armor piercing base with damage is pretty nice. Grom struggles, but you can always go Snarsnake. I think Snarsnake's a very good pick in that matchup. I think Snarsnake's actually really underused in Total War Warhammer. I think he actually has some amazing purposes. He's actually my main pick up against Bretonnia as well as the Greenskins. Alrighty. I've got a bit of a blocked nose today, actually. Right, so are we going to be seeing a similar build? I imagine we will see a similar build, and Caradoc would have seen it from the previous one, but I think, you know, handguns, deck droppers are really good. Bombers are really good behind the front line as well, and all those summons can be really nice if you do come in with... I just think, like, you know, summoning in the front line and just really blobbing up and just stopping the Greenskins from getting through to that meaty back line. You know, trying to bait out wild where you can with summons as well is quite nice. I think they are as well. I think Atlag really has his place. Wozag can be exceptional as well. Wozag is... I think all of the Greenskin Lords are good. I think you could justify any of them, actually. Apart from, obviously... I hate to say it. No, I won't say it. I won't say Grimgor's terrible, but he could be better. I mean, Grimgor's had buff after buff after buff, and he just still sucks. But it's not that he's terrible. He's has a faction that has 4 other great legendary lords. Grom's taking on the spotlight. I mean, the dude has 90 charge. Well, he also has a mass chariot that has Lucky Banner and all the great abilities that come with it. Like, it is just incredible. So here's a conversation for topic. How do you guys make the Greenskins a little bit... So I would say there's top tier, and then I say there's Greenskins a little bit on their own. How do you make Greenskins back just a normal top tier, where they mix in with Skaven, Bretonnia? How do you make them a little bit more fluid within this, within the normal realm of multiplayer. How do you guys do it? What do you guys think? So Dr. Jellyfish is ready. If you're on the Greenskins here, for me, you go super wide. You go as wide as you possibly can. I think goblins are pretty good here. You know, goblins are very good at taking up the meaty front line as well. You need to be bringing some spider riders and all the good bits in the sky to get that good damage value as well. Keep Grimgor plus 50 melee attack and melee defense. It'll be balanced, I promise. Do you know what you could do for Grimgor? It's like, I know he doesn't ride a mount, but a mount could be quite nice. But even maybe not a mount, just make him a little bit faster. And I don't know. You could make him better melee. You can make him a better melee combat. Yeah, you can make him a better melee combat for sure. Or maybe just make him cheaper. Just make him cheaper. Make him that cheap option you can have. You know? Make him the Sigvold of Greenskins. Give him regen. No, don't give him regen. Or maybe give him something like Hunger. You know, where he's fighting in melee combat, it gives him like regeneration. Now I can make Grimgor quite nice. Yeah, Silver Shield could be quite nice actually. Yeah, that's a good shout, CJ. That's a good shout. Yeah, apologies. Every now and then I get a bit of a, I don't think it's a sinus infection, but I really struggle with my nose sometimes. If you hear me sniff a little bit, that might be why. Alright, so I like Carrot Buffdar. There's some really cool, it's just nice and flat, and it's got some terrain you can utilise, etc. It's got some trees as well if you want to do a little bit of flanking, but not too much, but it's a nice open map that I think is pretty fair on both sides. So we do have some handguns at the top with the deck droppers, some good work there. So it's like, what, 1, 2, 3, is that 4 units of deck droppers in the sky? So 2 bombers and it's like 3 deck droppers with the handguns, yep. And it's like we're going to be having, what's that, 3 units, or is that the double units of zombies? So it's like 2 units of polearms, 4 units of zombie pirate deckhand mobs. So we're going to have the double mortars, the double gunnery white, and Count Noculus. 2 units of bombers in the back, that's interesting. I think I would have preferred 3 units of bombers rather than 2 units of mortars. But, you know, you can go either way there. This should be interesting. I think you should be prepared for this. Over here we have a vanguard unit of the ROR Squigs. He can be very good at getting in the back. Mass Daka line. Now, I think this is underrated. Mass Daka line here is almost impossible for VC to deal with. I really like Mass Daka. So we are going to see the Goblin Forest Spider Rider Archers. The Rusty Arrows are super good. They need to be utilised more, I think. Forest Goblin Spider Rider Archers and the Morky Mangy Marauders. You partner the Mangy Marauders here on top of the Rusty Arrows and you can have some disgusting damage value. So Savage Orcs here for the nice 140 range. The Death Creepers as well for that nice regen and stalk. Oh, the Teeth Robbers! The Teeth Robber Chariots. You do not see these boys often. Let's get a nice big look at these little boys with their hats. I love it. 210 missile strength. They also have the bonus for infantry, anti-infantry. They're very fast and they have vanguard deployment. These guys are pretty fun. I like it. I like it. And looks like we are going to be having the Orc Shaman with Brainbuster. No scroll or shielding, which is interesting. It looks like we're going to have one Orc Shaman. Is that Gazer Mork? Yeah, Gazer Mork as well. Good, interesting stuff. Golden Paunch with Lucky Banner, and that's it. No, that's interesting not to see him come with the immune to Psychology. Savage Orc Biggins in the front line with Savage Orcs. 8 Peak Loonies. Yeah, pretty good build. I would have liked a bit of a wider, cheaper front line, and maybe some. I love seeing these boys. I love seeing the Death Creepers. Such a cool unit. You also have a massive 45 armor. That is also, I guess, the problem with Spider Riders. What makes them so powerful is just their armor value is incredible. And I really like this positioning here from Dr. Jellyfish. The reason I like this is because it's going to force the Greenskin army to have to rotate before he engages. But of course you have the range with the double mortars, which means you do have that nice, was it 440? No, 380 range. Very nice, good luck, have fun from both players. Really nice sportsmanship there. Always going to go far if you have good sportsmanship here on this channel. The 3 units of Poison Spider Riders are going to be very good. Can the Spider Riders here deal... I think here they back off, they don't engage, there's not enough of them. You have more units over here. Deal with them together. These 3 try and fire up against the full units plus the bombs. It could get difficult. So they are going to try and kite. As long as the micro here is good from Caradoc, it could be a good battle. But that's why we're only going to have 2 units of handguns. And what, 1, 2, 3 units of bombers? No, so 1 bomber... Oh, they're just going to be the normal guns, okay. I'm not a big VP player, I'll be honest, I'm not a big VP player. They're going to get some good damage value. Obviously going to be struggling here to shoot into the sky as well, which just made them a little bit more difficult to hit. But low unit models here. Do have Invocation from the Hex, so we can get that healing in. There's some good damage here up against the Savage Orcs. Really good stuff. Obviously the artillery here going to negate. Oh, is one of them a carronade? Mortars. Oh no, sorry, a bit of shot from Noculus. I thought I saw a carronade. Yeah, I'm obviously going to negate that physical resistance, so going to be some very good damage in the front line. We do have the Teeth Robbers, Wolf Chariots. They'll be very good at running over infantry for sure, getting in the back here and doing some good damage value. And the Morky Mangin Brawlers will be very good at dealing with Count Noculus. He has that nice 75 armor, and of course the 120 from the Gunnery Whites. If they get on, if you do manage to get the Rusty Arrows in and get some couple of shots here into the front line, you could do some good damage value here up against the... Oh, okay, very nice. Vindictive. Was that Vindictive? No, that would have been a Gaze Mort going down. Vindictive Glare would have been nicer, I think. Vindictive Glare would have been really nice. Overcast Vindictive Glare there into Count Noculus would have been really good. So flying back over their force now, they are going to get the Bomber helps. Get the Bombers in and get some good damage value. So good shots here up against the Forest Goblin Spider Rider Archers. But Grom's going to be coming in. This is a bold play from Grom. Once we're going to get into the mixture, we do have lots of handguns all over the place. It's a bit statuesque at the moment. Not to see him moving just a little bit more. But the Teeth Robbers will be getting some shots into the front line. Just like it was an overcast summon for these zombie pirate gunnery mobs. Gunnery mobs don't have too much AP, but that's some good damage value nonetheless. So they should be able to do some good work here in this front line. There's some good damage value here against the Teeth Robbers. Teeth Robbers only have 45 armor. It's only 8 models as well. Down to 6 models. So down to 3 models already. 4 kills for them, not too much damage value. I think the Teeth Robbers is a bit of a unique pick. I really want to be seeing the Morgy Mangy Marauders saving their armor. Don't really want to be seeing them shooting into chaff. Definitely want to be seeing them shooting into the mortar teams. Shutting down the mortar teams nice and quickly. Something getting that damage value in the front line. Scab Scrape going down up against the AP Loonies. Fantastic pick there. Really, really good stuff. And here we do. We see the Loonies in the front. Loonies here with their big mages just swinging around left, right, and centre. Not too much damage value though against the zombie pirate decker mobs. We are going to be seeing an overcast zombie summon here in the front, so we are going to get the gunnery mobs. We should be able to shoot you into the front up against the Savage Orcs. We can just start seeing the zombie pirate decker mobs coming forward and doing some good damage whenever the Savage Orc begins. So some bombers here in the front, doing some damage up against the Savage Orc Arrow Boys. And it's just a big, massive blob here. So as you can see in the middle, going to be nice and protected. Count Noculus doesn't have fantastic melee stats here in the middle pocket, so he just needs to stay away from Grom. But if Grom's going to be fighting up against the Gunnery White, just now try and see if you can hop all 3 and get some good damage value up against Grom. Nice bombardment spell here going on top of the Savage Orc Biggins. Actually breaking them some good stuff. Fear will be a big effect here. There's going to be no immune to psychology. So going to be with that -8 to leadership. But in the back here, we do have some Savage Orcs breaking through on the left-hand flank. With it looks like the Goblin Forest Spider Riders coming to the back and shutting down the zombie pirate deckhand bombers. Bombers doing some brilliant damage there though on the incoming impact, so good stuff there. Savage Orc Arrow Boys will be firing into the pocket, but I want to be seeing them hitting. It looks like they are going to be going for Noculus. Nice big hitbox there. He only has 75 armor, so you get some good damage value. If you also manage to get the where's the Rusty Arrows? That's the question. There's the Rusty Arrows. Rusty Arrows really need to be shooting up against Noculus. Drop that by 30 armor, and you can get some really big damage effect here from the Savage Orcs. Wago now for the plus 24 melee attack. He's going to be charging up against the mortars. Just going to be stopping them from shooting momentarily. Not on guard mode by the looks, so it looks like they are going to be going after Grom. And moving into the back here, young Noculus just retreating. He doesn't want to be getting shot here. The only downside from the Rusty Arrow is obviously having a little bit of a lower range. Only 115 range from them, so you want to get closer here to the front line to get in. Oh, nice Scab Scrape there going up against Rusty Arrows. Good work. Some very good damage value. Scab Scrape is exceptionally good in this matchup. Grom here in the pocket will have that regeneration, so get him healing, keep him moving, and cycle charging here against the Gunnery Whites. The AP Loons will get some good damage value, but of course this is not where they're going to be utilised the best. But you do need to get in the back here and start shutting down these mortars. They're going to get some brilliant damage value up against your Daka line, and that is super important for the Greenskins, and actually phenomenally underrated. Looks like we do have the double Orc Shaman in the middle, going to be breaking off and destroying the zombie powered Pekka mobs. We do need to see some nice Gaze and Morks here into the Gunner Rights, would be quite nice, or maybe getting some Gaze and Morks in the back up against Noculus. Noculus is over here on the flank though, fighting up against him. This is an interesting fight for him to take, fighting up against the Bonus Large and the normal Savage Orcs. He's going to have that nice Terror though, so the Terror is going to be very good at pushing off both these units, and then you can just, the Bombers are just exceptional. Bombers are exceptional here for the VP, but Arcane Conduit going down, and he's just going to come through with that Terror. And actually that's a pretty good play, that's something you could be pretty scared against if he does manage to get some immune to psychology. As you can see, wavering in the pocket, the Orc Shaman. Balance of power is just about holding. Nice big Gaze Mork in there in the back up against Noculus. Some good work there. They're going to be pushing off the zombie pirate Deckhand mobs. We do need to see Grom start punching up against Noculus. That Invocation and Heck going down on himself. But we do have some flying units of handguns in the top. We're still going to be trying to kite and shoot at the same time, but the fear whilst they are flying over will be able to continue to push against these Savage Orc boys. These boys do need to start shooting into the side here up against the Deckhand bombers. We do have a broken Orc Shaman here. This will be the one with the Brain Buster. And we do have 17 AP loonies left. So these boys want to keep doing some good damage value and poison up against the Gunner Rights if they possibly can. But it's not the Gunner Rights do have a target in the sight. The Orc Shaman there being their target. Grom will be fighting. Lucky Banner does need to go off if he wants to do some good damage value up against Noculus. He only has 30 melee defense though. He has 75 armor, 30 melee defense. He's not really a good melee combat when he's on top of his model here. I'm not entirely sure what that's called. I forgot what that's called now. But so looks like the Orc Shaman is going to be getting pushed back. Balance power relatively even. Most of it here being held by Grom. He cannot get caught by the Gunnery White though. If he gets caught by the Gunnery Whites, he's in big trouble. Big trouble. So you need to get out of here. Yep, good work there from Caradoc. He's going to be getting away. We are going to be seeing the Orc Shaman as well as the Teeth Robbers coming back here. Brilliant stuff from them. Teeth Robbers can do some very good stuff here. So we need to be getting these Savage Orcs firing. What's happened here to the Rusty Arrows? The Rusty Arrows in the back pocket. They need to start shooting. Looks like a big miss there. Not sure what that the aim for that was. But the Bomber's going to be getting shut down from Grom the Paunch. Big hits going down on Grom. Oh, if Grom breaks, he could be in trouble. Grom is just about going to be holding on, I think. Oh, God. I don't know how he's stabilizing. He's getting absolutely destroyed here. Fantastic there. Coming in from Noculus and Dr. Jellyfish. That's going to shatter him. And that's going to be the game. Brilliant stuff there. That finishing off that combo there with the double Gunnery White. Just finishing that off is fantastic. Awesome work. Awesome work there. Alright, let's open with you guys. Fnatic's getting their old cast back languages melee of only same for. And lose the range poisons on spiders. I think the skirmish poison is fine. You just need to make them more expensive. I think Greenskins War being toned down would be good for them. Yeah, I get what you mean, Alec Rowell, but the way that the tournament's designed here... Let's hop in with this and we'll talk about your point there, Alec Rowell. It's a good point. But 2.3k for Noculus, really good stuff from Dr. Jellyfish. A good win from him. 1,400 damage value for the Gunnery White. 1.3 here for the other Gunnery White. Brilliant stuff there. But 200, 150, 280, and yeah, about 200 damage value here for the front line. Not too bad. 370, 668 kills. 250 damage value for the Deck Bombers. Bombers here getting 450, 750 for the handguns. The handguns are very good in this matchup. 470 there. So 625 and 440 for the mortars. Grom, only 900 damage value for Grom, but 102 kills. 25 kills for 600 damage value, 66 kills for 360. 85 kills, so lots of kills in the front line, only 400 damage value for the AP Loonies. I think it's a bit strange that they were going after the Gunnery White. they would have been much better here at chewing up the front line and really pushing and getting out of these gunner units, just so the range here could really focus on them. 63 kills, 147 damage value, 201 for 550, 189 for 720 damage value for the Savage Orc Biggins. I don't think there was enough bonus for Slargen here for me. I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of this build. I like some of it, and I like some of the ideas in here are really good. I just don't think there was enough applied into certain areas. I think a little bit wider of the infantry. I don't necessarily think the Teeth Robbers were necessary. I really like the Death Creepers with the regeneration, and I like the Morgi Mangi Marauders, but I actually just think some more skirmish cavalry could have been very good to deal with the flying forces. Or entirely, you can just scrap that and poison them and have the good mobility as well with the Mangi Marauders and the Death Creepers, and go more Daka Daka Lime. More Daka Daka Lime would have been very good. But yeah, still some good stuff though. Like he played it well, and I think you really need to get the Rusty Arrows as well as the Mangi Marauders and get them on top of Noculus. That would have been really good, shutting him down, because he got 2.3k, so he did some good damage value. I think shutting him down early would have been quite nice, and those two combined could have done some really good damage value. So yeah, your point is sad that Mixer's a very good player, but we also have some other very good players here, like Caradoc beating Rubber Duck of War. Rubber Duck of War is absolutely no joke here in this scene. He's a very, very good player, but the way the tournament works is if you win, you have the advantage of playing 8th spot. So in theory, the way the tournament works, if you win, in theory, you should be, well, in theory, if you win anything, you should, in theory, be probably one of the better contenders in the tournament. And if you do come through in 8th, the way in the theory that it works is that it gives you a bit of an advantage as the player may not be as strong. So you have a bit of an advantage there. That's the whole point of the idea. You know, actually coming first against 8th has an advantage for yourself. So actually, like, you know, coming in every week, playing the tournaments, having fun, and doing well has an advantage for you in this tournament. So that's the only reason why Mixer and Void didn't make it to the final. But we still got to see a best of 3 of them, and they played very, very well. But I think Void up against anybody is going to be a very strong game. I think Void, I mean, we saw a best of 5 with Rubber Duck of War losing 3-1 up against Void. Still a fantastically good game. I enjoyed that. I think Lunacy on a good day as well can give Void a very good challenge. I think they're both very good players. Caradoc has come very far. He's come very far. He's doing really well at the moment. Dr. Jellyfish always plays fantastic. I think any of these guys in the final is going to be a good final regardless. And also Void is a very, very good player, and he does very well in many tournaments. You know, for example, Void has gone through to the ECL final. He done very well in the WWC, and he does very well in my tournaments. The fact that 2 particular people didn't get through to the final, that's okay. Still, everybody has an equal opportunity here, and unfortunately, it's just the rules of the tournament. So really dependent on units that can skirmish or units that absorb and heal for skirmish fire. Stone Trolls, no one can take them head on. I think there are 3 main factors for Greenskins: Poison, Spider Riders, War, and Grom. But I think only 2 of these probably enough to not. I think Greenskins are still powerful without Grom. I actually think 2 lords that are slept on quite heavily, one especially being Snarsnik, as well as the Goblin Shaman on top of a Ragnarok Spider, I think is really powerful. I think they're both slept on heavily. I think actually Snarsnik is incredible. I actually think he's not as good as Grom, but he's up there for sure. He's one of my favourite picks, and also like for the price cost difference, he's really good. Grom is also exceptional, but he's very easily countered due to fire damage. Like for example, if you go up against Wood Elves, you just bring 4 5-star shafts. You can't bring Grom because he will just get netted and he will get destroyed. So you know there are counters to Grom. You know, but obviously if you're a good player, you know, it's difficult. You know, like I think Wood Elves are a really good counter pick to Greenskins. You know, many people say Greenskins are unbeatable. They're not. You just have to know how to play it, and you have to practice. And Greenskins are a good faction. You know, and I've seen Beastmen, which are considered the worst faction, beat... I've seen Beastmen, which are considered the worst faction, beat the best faction, which is Greenskins. You know, it's nice to play in this meta at the moment. It's a good meta. Greenskins are strong. And they are seen a lot, but I think something you have to take into consideration is that You know, there's always going to be somebody at the top. Before it was Skaven, and now it's Greenskins. Right, that's fine. Tower. No, we're playing on Pillar of Bone. You know, it might be Greenskins now, but soon it could be Lizardmen, it could be Chaos, it could be anybody. So the score at the moment, yeah, sorry, opponent and guys, I'm really I need to sort this out. I need to get some scores at the top. But it will be 1-0 here to Dr. Jellyfish as he went with VP and beat up against Caradoc with his Greenskins. So as we can see here, we are going to be going Lizardmen, banning VP and Dowie. Now, I find that really interesting. I don't think you need to buy Dowie. I think actually Lizardmen are quite good up against Dowie. I think banning Skaven was far much more important here. I think this is really strong for that. And looks like they're both ready. Yeah, I think some of the elf factions like Wood Elves are really good. They got a nerf pretty hard. It's just some units that I'm a bit surprised. Like Ariel made sense, but nerfing Orion was not really, in my opinion, a wise move. I think like Orion just became competitive, and I didn't think he needed nerfing, to be honest. I think there's some other nerfs that went on as well that didn't quite make sense to me, but yeah, I think Wood Elves are very strong. I think High Elves need a bit of help, and Dark Elves need a bit of help. But still, it's, you know, it's still a good meta at the moment, and there's lots of good things and fun, and you know, there's obviously going to be good and bad matchups. So we have Skaven Slaves. So let's hop into the main thing. So it looks like we are going to be having Throt the Unclean. So for example, Throt the Unclean did get a nerf. He's more expensive now, but he's still very, very good. He will be having the Beast Pack, Creature Killer, Remolded, Master Controller, of course that Frenzy Regeneration, and the nice Physical Resistance. We'll be having the Plague Priest here on top of his big Dooming Bell. He will be having Pestilence Breath, as well as Vermintide, Pestilence Breath, and Billowing Death alongside that Frenzy and all the other good stuff. Warclop Giselles in the back, going to be very good at dealing with dinosaurs. So we are going to have the ROR Natty Bobo Sharpshooters, 1, 2, 3 units, yeah, so 3 units in total of Warclops, as well as some Poison Wing Globadiers. And that looks to be it. So it looks like we are going to have the ROR Castle Guard. These guys are unbreakable, of course. Let's hop in with these bad boys. These big boys today will be unbreakable. They also have Guardian, giving that plus 15% physical resistance to Lord and Heroes, which is going to make them very, very good. And also we have lots of spears, Clanrat spears, etc., and some slaves in the front. Yeah, some pretty standard stuff. Yeah, pretty good. So we are going to see the Dumble Bastillodon. The Bastillodon could struggle due to Wartlops, but it'll be interesting to see. But we are going to see some skink cohorts with javelins. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4 yeunits. And so we are going to go to normal skink cohorts. We are going to have the double skink chief as well as Mazda Mundi. Mazda Mundi here alongside units of cohorts here. The cohorts so I took the ROR red crested skinks, which have of course refused to die, unbreakable, and the nice frenzy. Poison and armor piercing, making them exceptional here in this matchup. No Pterodons. Oh yeah, here we go. So 4 units of Pterodons, including the Forks Sentinels. Forks Sentinels actually have a really nice ability that not too many people know about. But of course they have the Rock Drop of Sundering, giving them a negative 30 armor, making them very good if they go on a heavily armored unit, including the ROR Stormvermin can make them very good. So we managed to get all 4 of those here on top of the Wartlops, could do some very good damage value. What you want to really do here is push the front line up and force the player here to pick one. Fight the front line, or fight up against the Pterodons. And if you fight up against the front line, you need to take down the dinosaurs, or you pick here and fight up against the Pterodons. If you don't fight against the Pterodons, you're going to see rock drops all over your Skaven weapon teams, and if you don't fight the front line, the dinosaurs are going to run rampant. It should be interesting to see. Who's your money on though, guys? Who's your money on? DP, Dark Elves are OP. Sorry, Zypher, you are correct. Dark Elves are OP. Tournament's going really well, thanks, dude. Tournament's going really well. As you can see, we are going to be seeing all sorts of damage value here up against the Pterodon. Apotheosis going down immediately, so they are going to be shooting straight into Throt the Unclean. That's going to be very good, because Throt obviously has that healing, and therefore negative 25% damage to fire, and obviously have the fire and magic on top of the Bastillodon. The Bastillodon Solar Engine just needs to come over here, be nice and protected. He is taking a truckload of damage, and this is the thing, we need to see these Pterodons moving as soon as possible. He needs to move ASAP. This is the opportunity. Once they've been shooting up against the Bastillodon, he needed to be over here immediately, getting on top and dropping those rocks. You're going to see the poison in the front up against these Skaven Slaves. We are going to see a summon of Clan Rats here in behind the cohort. But now they're going to be focusing their fire on Lord Master Mundi. If we'd managed to get the Pterodons in here over the top, we would have done some very good stuff. Ruination of cities going down. So we know cities going to be hitting 2 units of Warlock Giselles. Warlock Giselles are no joke though. They do have 70 armor and nice silver shields there in the front. So they're going to be making them relatively durable actually in this matchup. But we are going to have some poison javelins coming over the top. But look at this. Master Mundi is going to be... He needs to drop a shield of the old ones here immediately. So let's have a look here. So we should hopefully get some rot drops. But now, as you can see, the biggest problem here you've had for the Lizardmen and Dr. Jellyfish is certain units are coming over the top. It's a lot of micro, I get it. It's so much to deal with. But as you can see here, going one by one. As he came with the first one, he shot and focused on the Bastiladon. He then shot and then focused on Lord Master Mundi. And now he's shooting and focusing on the Pterodon Riders. And that can be a bit of a problem. You need to have all 3 threats come together so they can help deal with the backline harass. Petrol's Breath coming down, a little bit of a weird one there, just unfortunately going to be missing. Looks like we are going to be having Shield of the Old Ones going down for the 22% damage resistance up against the Cohort of Sotek. Banishment going down in this pocket. Not sure what the focus was there. I would have liked to have seen that on the back line up against the Warlock Giselles. Really need to see Master Mundi getting into his pocket as quickly as possible. There's nothing that can slow him down. We also need to see these units flanking around the side as quickly as possible, shutting down these backline harass, and we don't want to be seeing these shooting, getting into melee combat as quickly as possible. They have fear, push off the natty bobos as quickly as possible. They do a snipe, meaning they're very hard to see, but they need to be getting on. I understand the cancel guard vermin are there, but they need to stop them from shooting. As you can see, we are going to be having broken units all over the base, but he's managed to break into Warlock Giselle, so he is doing well. If you can hopefully shut down, there we go. So the skin cohorts are going to be pushing through. It is going to force the clan rat spears forward, and it is going to have to force the cancel guard vermin to get involved. And you can also do a bit of baiting. So in the back here, we are going to have some shooting for the Warlocks as they have come back into the fray. Balance of power really even here. Dolce Jellyfish still doing very well. He is managing to keep up with this. We are going to see the Rat Ogres in the back. That summon there for the bonus for large shooter creature killing coming down as well. And the immune to psychology. So they're going to have that very good armor piercing bonus for large ship against Lord Master Mundi. That summon will be coming through with Throt. But we do need something to damage here up against the Plague Priest. What do we have to shut down there from all those summons? We do have the nice armor piercing and poison for the Cohort of Sotek, but they're going to be very good here up against the infantry. They do need to be chasing off against the natty bobos, and we do have some units of Pterodon Riders in the back. The Fire Leech bowlers need to get involved. They have some very good fire damage and good explosive up against infantry. We do have the double Skin Chief. The Skin Chief could be very good. Have one Skin Chief here shooting and poisoning the Rat Ogres, and have the other one just consistently shooting into the Plague Priest. Looks like he is going to be going out to Throt the Unclean though. Not a bad choice. Nice sniping here coming out of the Bastiladon. Bastiladon can now come out. Ruination of cities here going down. I think up against some Clan Rat Spears. In the pocket though, very damaged cancel guard. Looks like he is going to be netting the Plague Priest. A nice shield of the old one's going to be protecting Lord Master Mundi as Throt the Unclean is coming for the bonus large armor piercing. But in the back we are going to have the RR Natty Bobos. They will be getting broken and pushed off here by the Forked Sentinels. But over here on the right we are going to be getting pushed by the Skaven Slaves. Just ignore them, push your Bastiladon through and keep them shooting here up against Throt the Unclean. Balance of power here, very even from both sides. It is pretty much going to be Throt up against Lord Master Mundi. You have healing from both sides, regen here from Throt, and obviously Apotheosis from Lord Master Mundi. The poison and the double shot from the Skinks is going to be very good. And some big hits on the side here. So Banishment is going to be going down. Banishment is perhaps going to be helping in here. No, oh, now the Banishment is going to go down. I think the Banishment timing was good, but it is just going to help them clear out the chaff against the Skaven Slaves. Some good work there. Banishment probably would have been a little bit better on top of the Cancel Guard, I think. But the Cancel Guard will be fighting up against Cohort or Sotek, which will value them very nicely. They're down to 40 models. They are unbreakable. With the bonus of large anti-large armor piercing going to be very good here up against Lord Master Mundi. The annoying little pest in the back here, the Skink Chief's going to be still shooting here up against the Plague Priest, I'm sure, as well as Throt the Unclean. And yeah, it's going very well here. In the back we do have the Poison Wind Globidiers are going to be getting pushed onto by the Pterodon Riders. The nice Javelin's going to be shooting to the side of the Clan Vulcan Tail Slashers. I didn't see these guys. These guys are quite a nice model here with a nice flaming swords. They do have, of course, flaming attacks and also 70% fire resistance. Not too much left here on the battlefield. We are going to be having Skin Cohorts fighting up against the Elven Slaves. They'll win relatively comfortable. I really like the double Skin Chief here. Not many people bring Skin Chiefs, but they're 350 when they're naked. These boys are very, very good. They have 82 ammunition plus that really nice poison. And notice here we are going to having the Rampaging Feral Bastiladon, the big Gary here today, coming in up against Throt the Unclean. Shield the other ones go down for the plus leadership as well as the plus 22% damage resistance. Lord Master Mundi is very close to his healing cap. Big shots coming in the back there. I think that was a bit of a miss shot there. Maybe just going through the play crease. We didn't quite see that connecting. But as we can see here in the pockets, let's get in. And we're going to be seeing Lord Master here fighting straight up against Slot the Unclaimed. This massive bell. Get some good rear charging here. They need to snipe out Lord Master Mundi. Get that negative 16 there for leadership and really start forcing off the dinos. But we do have a shatter unit of Pterodon Riders with some more Pterodon Riders coming in with that fear. And actually have some pretty good weapon strength, so they're going to be having at least 52 weapon strength. So if they do manage to do some good damage up against the Slot the Unclaimed. Focus Sentinels as well, they actually have 20% physical resistance, so they're going to be pretty good at fighting up against Throt. We do need to see Creature Killer coming in though, although Lord Master Mundi is very dangerous and close to the edge here. Get some Poison Wing Globadiers that have arm piercing and poison, get some good damage up against Lord Master Mundi. Are they going to turn and shoot? It looks like they aren't going to turn and shoot. They are going to poison Mazda, get some good damage value nonetheless, and hopefully the... yeah, they are going to get pushed off thanks to the Terrans. The Clan Vulcan Tail Slashers will be getting pushed back here, and hopefully the double Skin Chiefs with a massive 417 weapon strength should reduce a good damage value up against Throt. If they can poison him, just somehow Lord Master Mundi to get away. Maybe get a nice apotheosis. Downhill charge thanks to Master Mundi there, the true leader of the Lizardmen. A good hit there. I think actually killing a model. Did it kill a model? Maybe it didn't kill a model. But it looks like some good damage up against Throt. That fire damage really good here from the Solar Engine Bastillodon. Balance of power here will be pushing into Dr. Jellyfish's favour here with the Lizardmen. And it's very good damage, and it's like it is going to be a break and probably game over here. And there we go. Good win from the Lizardmen. Fantastic stuff. Clearly here, Dr. Jellyfish very well practiced here in this matchup. And showing me different. Really, really good stuff. Is this Warhammer or Star Wars? Why did you ask that, Cypher? Yeah, really good stuff. I actually didn't mind the build here from Caradoc. I really like some of the Natty Bobos. They're very good. I mean, look at the damage value coming through. Some brilliant stuff there. But Bastillodon, 1.4k. I really needed to deal with him. He was a big counter here up against Throt the Unclaimed. But let's go through here. Dr. Jellyfish, really good utilization for Lord Master Mundi. 243 kills, 2,850 damage value here for him. 24,600 damage dealt. As you see, the Skink Chiefs here getting 700 and 540 damage value for them. They are so good for their value. 270 for the cohort. Your cohort are pretty good here. They'll deal with Skaven slaves relatively quickly. They're fast. They're cheap. Yeah, pretty good. 121 kills, 1.4k for the cohort. So take very good here and a very good counter at dealing with the Council Guard Vermin. Obviously both unbreakable. Also you have that Frenzy here for the cohort. So take nice armor piercing and poison. 101 kills, 205 damage value, 100 and 350 for the Skin Cohort Javelins. 230 as well, and 314. So the Javelins did pretty well, got some good damage value, and then when they have lost their Javelins, of course, they can whip round the flanks and shut down all sorts of units. Also, it was 3 units of Fire Leech Bowlers. I didn't see that. Okay, that was a bit of a mistake from me, but 1.5k, 1,300 and 730 for the Fire Leech Bowlers, and from the RLR Forks Sentinels, 1.5k. I actually think Pterodon Riders are incredible, and I think you can pretty much justify them in almost any matchup. 45 kills to 200 damage value for the Feral Bastillodon, and 1.4. Feral Bastillodon doesn't necessarily have to get tons of damage value, but just being that distraction there for shooting is always beneficial. So 46 kills for, let's have a look here, 2,500 damage value for Throt, 112 kills to 1.5 for the Plague Priest, and yeah, some good damage value from the front line. 114. Tail Slashers getting 500 damage value. I really like the Vulcan Tail Slashers. I think they're a good unit actually. 200 damage value for the Clanrat Spears. Only 300 and 342 for the Council Guard. That's a shame. You needed to save these to deal with Master Mundi and co. You needed to save them. 500 damage value for the Poison Wing Globadiers. Really surprised to see they get such a low damage value, but 200, 1,080, 1,300, and 1,090 for the Warlocks Elves. Perfect counter up against the big dinos. Really, really good stuff. You could justify the double Bastillodon here, for sure. You could definitely justify the double Bastillodon, and you obviously have nets here on top of Master Mundi. Yeah, some very good stuff. I really like this build from Dr. Jellyfish. 2-0 here for Dr. Jellyfish going into the final. Sorry, going into the end of the semi-final here. So it will be best of 5, so if he wins this next one on Tower of Hoeth, he will be going through to the final up against Void. Let's get up Tower of Hoeth. There we go, Tower of Hoeth. So looks like we have Dark Elves banning Greenskins and Wood Elves. So making big boy Stormrunner as well as my boy Ice Power, making them very happy here today. Both Mazda and the Solar Engine were close to dying. Yeah, that is the problem. That is the problem with Skaven up against Lizardmen. That is the big problem. Yeah, great game. Very well played from Dr. Jellyfish. I was a little bit worried at the beginning where he didn't have all of his units coming in. He needed to have that triple threat where the Warlock Giselles had to pick something and go for it. But whatever he picked for, he was going to lose. So if he'd sniped out Mazda Mundi, he was going to get shot by the Solar Engine Bastillodon, and then obviously the Terror and Riders etc. were going to come over the top and remove them. And yeah, obviously the overpowered Dark Elves coming through, of course, Cypher. And then obviously if you're not dealing with that front line as well, with the the mass skink cohort, just mass front line with poison javelins as well, it can be very difficult. Because obviously they're going to overrun your slaves eventually. They will win in combat, and then obviously you'll start overwhelming the back line. Throt was also a very good pick here. Could a Packmaster be helpful? Yes, I think so, for the extra healing there. But he pretty much got close to the healing cap, Throt. So he got lots of damage value. So maybe the Packmaster would have been too helpful. But obviously having him with the Creature Killer plus, all of those extra bits and bobs could have been quite handy. Yeah, I think it was a good matchup. Some Globadiers, maybe only going 3 units of Giselles and maybe 2 or 3 units of Globadiers could have been quite nice. Just to help deal with that frontline chaff. Just to help clear that out nice and quickly. Throw 1 or 2 units of Globes in up against each unit of Skin Cohort could have been quite nice. Just to help deal with that front line a little bit. Just give your Skaven slaves a little bit more of a chance, Oh my god, so we have a Dark Elf mirror match. What is it with mirror matches today, man? We've had mirror matches left, right, and centre. But listen, it's going to make some of you Dark Elf players really happy. Because at the end of the day, it's going to be Dark Elves winning. Look at that, Dark Elves on a high elf map. Treachery. That's nice to see Dark Elves. I don't cast Dark Elves very much, so it's nice to see them. Good evening, Bowmore. How are you? The tournament's going very well, thank you very much. So we'll have a little breakdown for yourself and others. Yeah, man, yeah. So let's have a little breakdown for you guys. So we'll start from the quarterfinals. So all of the 8 players being Void Lols, Migza, Lunacy, Biblington, a Rubber Duck of War, Caradoc, Dr. Jellyfish, and Aza. So in the first one, I did cast it here. If you want to go check it out, it was Void up against Migza, a 2-1 victory for Void. So he went through to the semi-finals. And then Lunacy beat Biblington in another 2-1 fashion, so that Void went up against Lunacy in the semi-final. Void beat Lunacy 3-0 to allow Void to go through to the final. A Rubber Duck of War did lose to Caradoc, losing 2-0 to allow him to go through to the semis. And Dr. Jellyfish won 2-0 up against Aza. And now we are 2-0 up, Dr. Jellyfish up against Caradoc. So the winner here, if Dr. Jellyfish just win this, he will be going up in the final up against Void Lols, which will be a best of 7. At the moment, here we are on Game 3, which will be Tower of Hoeth. And then we'll go on to Summer Song and Prague. Yeah, someone call Ice Power. We have the most overpowered matchup I've ever seen. Yeah, no problem, Bowmore, no problem. But how you doing today, bro? You having a good evening, day, wherever you are? And I think part of me, I've got to be supporting the Son of the Mountains. I mean, Madawi are coming through strong here. Dr. Jellyfish is also, like, both of these players here, something you need to know about these guys. Caradoc and Dr. Jellyfish, when they first joined BattleMania, maybe a month or two ago, very good players still, but I've really seen them jump for the ranks. You know, I saw Caradoc beating big players like Tank, I saw them, you know, these guys are being, like, very, very efficient and getting through to the finals, and this is Dr. Jellyfish's second Invitational, and he could be going through to the final here, which would be really cool to see. You know, he's got himself to quite a few finals, quite a good couple of seconds, and top fours. He's done really, really well. Yeah, not bad. Have a good day yourself. Yeah, I've had a really good week. Thank you very much. Thank you for asking. I've had a really good week. I've had a really busy week, so I'm actually. I do apologise. I'm very tired, but I want to be here. This is really awesome. I'm loving it, and I just started really early this morning, so I'm struggling now, but I'm getting there. But I'm excited for this. I don't cast Dark Elves much, so it's nice to see. Do you know something we haven't seen today, which really does surprise me, is we haven't seen any Chaos. I love seeing Chaos. I think Chaos is actually a really good faction. I always expect to see more Chaos. I actually don't mind it as a first pick. In his ear, you hear Ice Power. Yeah, you can see the Marathi double Manticore. You hear it whispered in his ear, and you just hear Ice Power quickly turn around. I don't know. We could see a high Beastmaster here. We could see a Beastmaster here for sure, on top of a Manticore. I think he can come on top of Manticore. I think he can. And Tower of Horror can be quite interesting as well, because you have quite a big tree line here on the right hand side, which you can put quite a few sneaky units in there, and yeah, some good flanking material to go in. You can see Reaper bolt throwers. We can see all kinds of like Manticores. Yeah, I think Dark Elves have some really cool applications. They have lots of really cool units. You know, Hydras, even though they are a little bit broken, they also have Carabidis. You have some Black Dragons. You have some really wicked things you can bring. Really cool stuff. I just wish that they were, you know, I was chatting to Ice Power, you know, maybe giving them a 5 to 10% increase in their overall hit pool could be quite nice to help balance them out for their value. Or maybe just making them a little bit cheaper. You know, making them a little bit cheaper so you can therefore increase that hit pool range, you know, as you go a little bit wider. But obviously then you're going to see the meta of, you know, really wide Dark Elves all the time. And you know you're going to expect it. I think these two are going to be thinking a lot. I think we're going to be seeing lots of Dark Shards here in this match. Dark Shards with shields for sure. You'll be seeing some wide front line with Dread. You'll be seeing a couple of Dread Spears around the flanks, and you'll just be seeing some Swordsmen in the front. You see, I don't think we'll see any Skirmish Cavalry. I think we'll see a lot of Cavalry play, though, from both sides. Maybe just some Dark Riders with shields to help whip around the flanks quite quickly. Maybe a double Manticore with Marathi could be quite common. Maybe even Malekith here could be quite nice. Malekith is pretty strong here in this matchup, I think. You see, I think some of the Legendary Lords are actually pretty good. I think Rakarth struggles a bit. I don't think he's particularly great, Rakarth. Alright. I mean, of course, buffing the Legendary Lords could be helpful. I think that you could almost say that for any faction, but I think I don't think the Legendary Lords are the problem. I don't think. I think it's just in general they struggle because overall they have a really low hit pool as a faction, and they don't have any way of healing apart from Soul Stealer. I love Marathi as well. Yeah, it would be nice to see others. I think some of the others really struggle. I do really like... oh, no. Blessed Dread. What's his name? No. Loki of Felheart. I really like Loki of Felheart on foot. He's pretty cheap. He's a very good melee combat lord. Lunacy, the score will be 2-0 to Dr. Jellyfish. He won the first one with a VP up against Greenskins, and then won Lizardmen up against Skaven. Yeah, sorry about the scores, guys. I'm actually going to be getting some boxes up in the top here so we can get names and scores up. Give Bleak Swords AP. Yes, Lokia. Would love to see Malice more. He's not even that bad in my experience. Malice is such a cool, model. Yeah, I know Lunacy. Some big wins, especially against the Cuff as well. Like, they're matchups that you would consider unfavorable on both ends. Like, you would consider Greenskins definitely favorable over VP, and you definitely consider Skaven over Lizardmen as well. But really good plays from Dr. Jellyfish. I can tell he's been practicing a lot. And so has Caradoc, to be fair. Caradoc is... Both of these boys have been practicing a lot. They've been playing every single week in my tournaments. And it's showing. It really is showing. Right, so let's jump in here. So we're going to have the light blue here of Caradoc. He will be having some Dread Spears in the front line. So it's like at least 3 units of Dread Spears. 4 made that 4. Yeah, but we're going to see the ROR here at all. Doesn't look like it. And let's have a look. So we are going to have a Reaper Bolt Thrower. It's like 2 units of Reaper Bolt Throwers. And what's the Lord choice today? We do have Malekith. Okay. So Malekith here on his big hold one. So he will be having the Gaze of Malice as well as Soul Stealer. That's it. 50% physical resistance, 20% and 50% missile resistance. So good stuff. Physical resistance will be quite nice for him actually. Cobble Knights here for the bonus for large anti-large armor piercing. And on top of the Reaper Bolt Thrower, we will be having the Sisters of Singing Doom. So these ROR ladies are actually fantastic if they don't get shot, of course. They will be having that really nice terror, physical resistance, and the Madness of Cain. Bonus to infantry, anti-infantry, these ladies are exceptional. We'll be having the Blackguard of Nagaron for the bonus for large anti-large armor piercing, and a second unit there of Cold One Riders. Cold One Knights, sorry. So interesting, going to be banking on the Reaper Bolt Throwers. Interesting stuff. So here, for the units of Dr. Jellyfish, we will have the double Scourge Runner Chariots here in the front for the nice armor piercing. Bonus has large armor piercing for that fact. Bleak Swords in the front line, as well as a couple units of Dread Spears, some Dark Shards with shields, and it's like 2 Reaper Bolt Throwers. The Reaper Bolt Thrower and Reaper Bolt Thrower action could be interesting. So Shalesh Harvesters, the ROR Doomlocks here. They don't have much armor, but they have a few abilities. I think they actually have Soul Stealer. Yes, they have Soul Stealer, and they have Word of Pain, which is actually really good. They have a massive 40% physical resistance, poison, and the nice magic attacks. So no Hellebronite today. A little bit sad to not see the Hellebronite bro, but we are going to see some Dark Shards with shields here. Can he protect this back line though? We are going to have to get aggressive. If we are Caradoc, I think, more than likely. If we do it around the flanks here using these Scourge Runner Chariots, get some good damage on Malekith. Malekith, 68 speed. 84 speed here for... Sorry, I apologise. For the Scourge Runner Chariots. So in the forest we do... Oh, we do have the ROR Warlocks. I didn't see them here. So we do have the ROR Warlocks here for Caradoc as well. So over in the flank, we do have a unit of Dark Riders with shields. So they have 92 speed? Yeah, so they should be able to flank nice and quickly here. Maybe shut down a unit of Reaper Bolt Throwers. It all comes down to this play for me. If this play works... then he could win the game off that play, because then obviously you out-Reaper Bolt Thrower him, and you could do some good damage value. But you need to be keeping Malekith away from the double Scourge Runners. Lord choice today will be Marathi here as well, so no... Marathi will be having Soul Stealer, the Wand of the... Okay, for the nice bombardment. Heartrender and the Dark Sword is very good for the melee combat. Enchanting Beauty, Greater Arcane Conduits, Leech Lifing. So yeah, good stuff from her. Bombardment could be very useful. So looks like they are going to be shooting here. Yeah, it's very good work there. Good targeting. They are going to be shooting into the Reaper Bolt Throwers. I think this is when this needs to get active. Good damage there, but they need to be obviously be killing the whole thing. But they might be able to kite here up against and get some good damage running up against Malekith. Nice spread shot here coming in the front. Doing some good damage value up against the Dark Shards. Not killing any models, but doing some good health damage nonetheless. So they are going to be shooting up against the... looks like they are going for the archery back line here. Not going to be going after the Reaper Bolt Thrower. The Shanesh Harvesters are going to be maneuvering around the back. Maybe they're going to come around here to help out the Scourge Runner Chariots. As you can see, the cavalry is going to be overextending here on the left-hand side alongside Malekith. Malekith's getting hit really hard here by the Scourge Runner Chariots. Good juking here from Caradog. Very, very good work there. Really good micro-in from him. And on the right-hand side, we are going to see the Cold Ones as well as these Shanesh Harvesters moving up in this forest. These boys can get the sneaky play on the flank. It will be some very good work. We are going to see the Dark Riders come in very, very soon, I'm sure. We can see a nice gaze of Malice over here. Could be quite nice as well. So maybe see if you can hop onto these units as well. So he's going to be targeting the Dark Shards. Maybe just trying to shut them down and get, stop that AP missile value coming in. So it's like he has managed to target the Reaper Bolt Thrower. So 1 unit of Reaper Bolt Thrower left and 3 over here on the right. If he is able to take out this unit of Reaper Bolt Throwers, could be quite nice. So just like Caradog is going to be trying to go for the full push there. Looks like Soul Stealer will be going down. Double Soul Stealer here on both sides as well. With the Shanesh Harvesters fighting up against the Cold One Knights. And in the back here, this is the play. This is the play we were looking at. So we saw the Dark Riders here with the shield popping straight into the back up against the Reaper Bolt Throwers, stopping them from fire momentarily. So they're going to hop straight over here onto the Reaper Bolt Throwers here in the back as well. Marathi will be coming through trying to stop her, but not quite quick enough there to do any good work. And in the front line, you are going to be having all the spears pushing forward. Spears will lose here up against the Bleak Swords, of course. But we obviously have the Sisters of Singing Doom for that very nice terror that should be able to punch through the front line. But if they do get shots here... Oh, Soul Stealer going down, so good work there. Soul Stealer will be getting some good damage value up against these units and really help remove this front line. Really good damage value here up against the Dark Shards, good stuff. Looks like we are going to be seeing that nice bombardment here coming down on top of Malekith if we don't move quickly. Yeah, good damage value there up against Malekith. Malekith's really going to be struggling here. If Malekith does go down, this is going to get really scary for Caradog and the Dark Elves. Charges here coming in the rear side from the Shanesh Harvesters. So we get some good damage value here. Another Soul Stealer going down. So I think this is going to be a Soul Stealer from Malekith now. Yes, there will be a Soul Stealer from Malekith getting that healing. In the front line, as you can see, we do have the Dark Elves from Caradog pushing into this back line, shattering units all over the place. That terror is going to be really good at moving those Drispers out of the way, just so you can get onto this back line and shut down the Dark Shards. I think a really big play here was actually the Dark Riders with shields, because what happens is it forces your other opponent there to either deal with the back line and that really fast cavalry unit, or start dealing with the front line here. You can see Marathi has been trapped, but I think she's going to be on foot. So Marathi will be on foot. Soul Stealer going down here as well, doing some good damage right up against the Dread Spears, just allowing Marathi to heal as well. We are going to have Malekith coming through to maybe try and see if he can snipe Marathi. He's going to be having, I think he has much better melee stats. So 63 melee attack, 46 melee defense. Yeah, he should absolutely... 69 melee attack from Marathi though, but he should absolutely dumpster her. It's going to be really close here. But she only has 15 armor against the 110 of Malekith, so he should destroy her. I think this is an interesting engagement from Dr. Jellyfish. Balance of Power is going to be pushing heavily into Caradog's favour now. Most of the units have been shut down. Scorchron Chariots are going to be trying their absolute best here to take care of these Shanesh Harvesters, but they're going to be much faster here with a 92 speed. They're going to be popping into the back, shutting down the Scorchron Chariots, and I think that would be GG's. Oh, hang on, it does look like Malekith, Word of Pain going down on Malekith, allowing Marathi to push away. It looks like we are going to be getting a Soul Stealer. Oh, big hit there onto Marathi. Word of Pain still going down. Oh, it looks like we are going to get that bombardment here on top of Malekith. If we do remove Malekith, it could really flip the game here. Although Marathi is going to be struggling. She doesn't have immune to psychology and obviously fear here coming from Malekith. She will shatter, and that will be the game. Yeah, these Soul Stealers are a nightmare. I had to try and keep a track of who had what, where, and when. Obviously, having Soul Stealers from the Sinesh Harvesters, who had a Soul Stealer from Marathi, and of course Malekith. Alright, let's pop into both sides here. So 86 kills, 2,300 damage value for Marathi, and 350. I can hear Ice Power crying in the background as we didn't see any double Manticores. But 220 damage value for the Spears. Shields got 160, 100. So unfortunately, I think the difference here being the Dark Shards. Dark Shards didn't get much value. The push force here from Caradoc doing really, really well. 1.1k for the Cold One Knights. 1,000 damage value for the Sinesh Harvesters. 600 and 900 from the Scourge Runner Chariots. The Scourge Runner Chariots were really good in the beginning. They did some very good damage value. But once Caradoc did decide to push, I think the Scourge Runners were struggling there at the end. 420 damage value for the Reaper Bolt Throwers and 150. 60 kills, 2.2k damage value for Malekith, 370. So the front line did pretty well as it was supported quite heavily. The Blackguard really didn't do too much. I don't think it really got involved, but 235. 60 of Singing Doom with that Terror is really, really important. 130 kills with 900 damage value for the Cold One Knights, and 1.3 here for the Sinesh Harvesters. 1,070 for the Cold One Knights, and 500. The Cold One Knights always performing very well in this matchup. 310 and 1,100 for the Reaper Bolt Throwers. Once he managed to push forward and shut down the back line, the Reaper Bolt Throwers were just free to do it as they please. But these were the true MVPs, the Dark Riders in the back line, getting that 1,000 damage value, able to shut down, do some very good damage value here up against the Reaper Bolt Throwers. These Dark Shards pretty much opened up the way and forced Dr. Jellyfish to have to maneuver his forces around and really sort of took him off guard. Something he really wasn't expecting. That 92 speed is really nice and getting nice and aggressive into that back line. So we'll be moving on here to Summer Song. Let's move on here. So I really like Summer Song. It's a really, really nice map. And yeah, Ban and Protect here from... Yeah, it'll be Ban and Protect from Dr. Jellyfish. So it'll be 2-1 to Dr. Jellyfish. GG's, GG's indeed. Alright. The battle of who can call the edgiest edgelord begins. Are Bolt Throwers good against Scourge Runner Chariots? They're pretty good if they're not super accurate, but they're pretty good if they hit. They'll take out a Chariot go for sure. Yeah, it all depends on the Chariot player. It depends how good they are at dodging. What's even going on? Yeah, there was a lot going on there. There was a lot going on in that battle. What is the worst matchup in Warhammer at the moment? Could be Dark Elves against Greenskins, maybe. Dark Elves against Greenskins? Possibly. Or maybe Vampire counts up against Wood Elves. Pretty bad matchups. Dowie up against Skaven. So that's a bloody awful matchup, I think. I think those three are pretty bad matchups. Pretty bad matchups. Those three in particular. Like if you're a Dowie player, you always ban Skaven first. So it's a terrible matchup. There are ways of dealing with it, for sure. But yeah, for sure, Dark Elves against Greenskins is a tough one for Dark Elves. It's super tough. I tried for a while to try and find a strategy of winning. I come up with some really cool answers, but you know, I won quite a few games with it. But any good Dark Elf player, any good Greenskin player would do quite well against me. So looks like we're gonna have Skaven, Ban Norska, and Warriors of Chaos. So two good bans there for sure. Greenskins are out, but too good. Is Caradoc going to be going High Elves? That's an interesting one. You have VC on the table. You also have Tomb Kings, which can do quite nicely. Okay, okay. Could be interesting. It could be interesting. I don't know what I'd do as the high elf player in this matchup. It's an interesting one. That is an interesting one. Oh, no. Didn't we see a DE versus Greenskins win yesterday? On who? It wouldn't have been on my channel. Yeah, Lizard vs Vampire counts as a pretty bad matchup as well, for sure. Oh, let's go. Big moo noises in the chat. Let's go. I like it. I like it, Caradoc. You're a man of the people. You are a man of culture. I like it. I like it. Yeah, no, Lizardmen into Vampire counts is pretty bad. Yeah, there are some pretty bad matchups out there, for sure. One of the worst matchups in the game actually used to be Dowie and Wood Elves. It used to be terrible for Wood Elves. It was a no-go. There was pretty much no way to win as the Wood Elves, because all of their backline range did magic damage. Pretty much all of the entirety of their front line did magic damage, or it was bonus first large, even if it was armor piercing. But now they've got lots of cool things that they have abilities they can do now. It's a lot more even than it used to be. I'd actually say it's pretty 50-50. I know, right, Bear? So much. I'm loving to see all the Beastmen. And do you know what? A good Beastman player like Geese Howard has shown me, like, Beastmen are pretty good. They can be very, very effective. You know, Centaurs are actually really good. You've also got... the Hogs are extremely good with the arm piercing as well. Poison Hounds, like, if you have a big rush, they can be very, very good. Right, I am super struggling. I'm going to grab a coffee and come straight back. I know, CJ. There's been no TK yet. If you can play Beastmen, they are very good. Another really good player with Beastmen is actually Papa Palpatine. He's actually exceptional with Beastmen and Chaos. He's very good at both of them. Oh right, it looks like Dr. Jellyfish is ready, and looks like Caradoc is ready as well. Alright, we have a coffee ready. We have Beastmen here, up against Skaven. God on my height. Let's do this. Yes, Bowmore. I actually like Beastmen in this matchup. I like Beastmen. I think they're really good at swarming them. What are some good high elf players? Oh, that's a good. Yeah. Who's pretty good with high elves? I like Consular Rome with high elves. I think Consular Rome is very good with high elves and Empire. Sorry. Jerome is actually really good with high elves. Pretty good with them. Phoenix King is pretty good, as far as I can remember. I don't know of many high elf mains off the top of my head. There's not many high elf mains, to be honest, that I can think of. Not off the top of my head. Can anybody else think of any good high elf mains? There's not many people that main high elves, to be fair. No, I think about it, that's kind of strange. Anyway, right, let's hop in with Dr. Jellyfish. We have some Gutter Runners for poison. Night Runners as well in the front line. Looks like we have some Night Runners and Gutter Runners with poison for that nice skirmish there. We also have some poison wolf rats on the side. These guys are not as cheap as they used to be. Well, I mean, that's for sure. We also have some poison wind mortars. They're about 1.1k, but they do some very good damage value. Some Skaven slave spears and some Skaven slaves. Skaven slings in the back as well for those good throws. Like to throw their rocks. Wolf rats with poison here, which is going to be very good at shutting down the pack master, as well as the warlord. Okay, so we are going to be having a warlord here. Interesting stuff. So the warlord will be having the Verminous Valor, the World Edge armor, and obviously Rally. Here in the middle as well, we are going to have a Plague Priest. If I can get hold of him, here he is. So Plague Priest will be in the pocket. He'll be having the Scurrying Stone, Pestilence Breath, Vermintide, Pestilence Breath and Pestilence Birth, and Plague Rash with Billowing Death. So a nice big kiting force here in the front. Can this work up against Beastmen? I'm not convinced, but we'll see, we'll see. But we have some Ungor Spearheads in the front, and so we just have mass Ungors here in the front. So it's just going to be a mass Ungor push. I like this, with Chaos Warhounds on each side, some Centaurs here for the nice quick. Don't need too much AP, and so we have 3 units of Ungor Raiders. The Blackhorn Ravagers in the back. I like the Blackhorn Ravagers, and I'll show you one reason why. I really like them for this. They have Rowdy, which gives them perfect vigor and the plus leadership, making them very good at fighting long duration in battle. We have Morga the Shadowgave. We have a Brave Shaman of Beasts for the nice Manticore summons. He's on top of his chariot, very good stuff. And we have the Butchers of Kalkengard, which are the bonus first large, anti-large, armor piercing, regenerating Minotaurs with shields. Oh no, I beg your pardon, they're not bonus first large, anti-large, so they're just normal armor piercing. That's my bad. So looks like we have 5 units of Centaurs and a few units of Poisons. Are they going to catch up against this kiting force is the question. So we have a Summoner Clan Rats in the front. We have Manticore summons as well. So Manticores with that nice good terror should be very good at shutting down. Maybe push on to the Poison with Mortars. That should be some very good work. Looks here they are going to be smashing in the front line. Missing quite a bit here. So the Poison Wind Globe is going to be missing here up against the Ungor Raiders. But Poison Wind Mortars. But I'd like to see the Poison Wind Mortars maybe shooting here on top of the Ungors. But getting some good poison damage up against the Butchers would be quite nice as well. There you are. So it's like you're going to have, big hit there on the Ungor Raiders. There's going to be some nice poison damage over time. The front line is going to be getting hit. You can drop the Gutter Runners all you like, but you're going to get some good damage value from them. They do have a good 20 missile strength, and they're going to do some good damage value. Manticore will be coming here in the pocket, maybe trying to see if he can snap out the Poison Wind Wolf Rats. He does have the nice terror and fear, so given that negative 8 leadership, Wolf Rats have little to no leadership at all, so you're getting terrified almost instantly. But the Warlord is going to be fighting, so the leadership going down with the World Edge armor, giving a nice 120 armor. He will be fighting up against the Butchers of Kalkengard, but he is going to be a little bit isolated. We need the Pack Master to get over here as soon as possible. I'm not sure where the Pack Master is at this moment in time. Looks like he's going to be engaging over here on the right hand side. But losing your Lord here nice and early up against Manticore could be a big problem. We do have the regen here with the Warlord, but he will be getting away. But the Gutter Runner is going to be shooting here into the pocket. We do have a Rampage Plague Priest as well. Some Plague Monks in the front will be fighting. And now, just like we do have the cast of the Plague Priest, it's going to be trapped in Scurrying Stone going down for the 22% damage resistance, and the kiting from the back line of Night Runners, as well as the Gutter Runners with poison. So they're just going to be trying to see if they can kite up against the Blackhorn Ravagers. They're going to be pushing nice and quickly. They do have a good 34 speed. Will be faster, of course, but they are poisoned. Going to be shooting here in the back with the Ungor Raiders, and it looked like there was a nice explosion spell here in the pocket up against the Skaven slaves. But we are going to be trying to run away with the Warlord. So he does have Verminous Valor for the speed and the leadership. And the Night Runners are going to be trying to kite here up against some of these forces. But we do have the double Chaos Spawn here in now, so they'll be able to do some good damage value here up against the Plague Priests. We're going to be getting some nice shots here coming in for the Unger Raiders up against the nice large hitbox of the Plague Priest. He does have 90 armor, but those shots still going to do damage over time, that's for sure. And the Centaurs, I really want to see the Centaurs get a little bit more involved. Maybe just trying to see if they can shut down some of the Night Runners and co. In the background here, they are going to be chasing. That's some. Oh, looks like they were chasing off the Packmaster. Some good work there from the Centaurs. Really good stuff. Looks like they managed to break him and push him off. But you're going to be having the Poison Chaos Warhounds coming through. Seeing maybe they can get into this pocket and help do some good damage value. Don't want to have these guys tighten up and fight up against the Blackhorn Ravagers. So they're also going to be getting tracked by the Unger Raiders as well. Looks like Dr. Jellyfish is going to be dropping out. And I think this is an interesting build. I like the idea behind it. I've just never seen the Night Runners and the Poison Runners, the Gutter Runners with Poison do particularly well. So, as you can see here, 200 damage value from Morga, 730 from the Beasts, 100, 200, 375, 560 here for the Ungor Herd, and the Ungor Raiders, so 400, 250, and 550, doing lots of damage value here up against the Plague Priest. 1,000 damage value for the Centaurs, 1,200 and 250. Yeah, some really good stuff. Just shutting down the Packmaster, losing him and the Plague Priest was pretty much GG's from there. But still, yeah, Warhounds in the battle, just normal Warhounds, okay. And the Kalkan guy getting 626 damage value, just pretty much shutting down the Warlord. I like the idea here, and the Warlord getting only 320, 200 and 300 for the Plague Priest. It's a nice idea. It is a nice idea, and I understand like the whole idea behind the poison and kiting. But then obviously you have nothing to protect the poison wind mortars. Still coming in with 1.3k, so some good damage value. I think they got some good hits here up against some units of Ungor Raiders. Maybe not as much as I thought, but I think they got some good damage value maybe against the Bushes of Kalkan Guard. I'm not too sure where they got that damage value from, to be fair. But they got 61 kills, nonetheless. And the Wolf Rats are good, but they really struggle on that leadership. Alright, so the final map here will be Prague. Haven't casted Prague in quite a while, actually. Oh. Tell me I'm getting tired of Prague. Alright, so it looks like, so here, a little bit of a mistake in the rules, I think, but it's going to be pick 3, ban 1. Blind pick will be for round 7 in the final. Hey, Flex, how you doing, man? It is a tough one for Skaven. Is it the finals? No, it's not, but this will be game 5 of the last semi-finals. In the finals already, we have Void Lulz, and the winner here of this next game will be going into the finals up against him. Oh yes, if Caradoc comes in with a reverse sweep, I mean, Caradoc's very, very capable. He's a very, very capable player. He is really, really good. And Dr. Jellyfish has performed phenomenally well recently as well, as I've always said. But the reverse sweep is definitely on. The reverse sweep is definitely on. So you're about to see 3 very interesting factions. So we've had Beastmen from him, we've had Greenskins, we've had Skaven, and what was the other faction we had? Oh, Dark Elves, of course. So we have quite a few factions left. I think always having Dowie as a selection is always good. So you can maybe have something like Wood Elves, Dowie. I mean, obviously it all depends on what he plays. And maybe something out there like Vampire Counts. You know, 3 versatile factions that are very good at doing different things. And what it forces there is it forces your opponent to pick something that you could certainly struggle. You could certainly struggle against. What he'll be doing is, I'm sure, what everybody does, and this is a good tip for anybody that's going into best of 5s or best of 7s, it's just to keep marking down what you've played. So you've played this, your opponent's played that, and then just look at some of the options you have left as it goes on. Got my first dose of vaccine. Oh, wicked, man. How was it? I actually haven't had mine yet. I'm not allowed yet. Actually, this is the third time we've seen Beastmen. Flex, you actually missed a Beastmen mirror match. Alright, so looks like we're going to have Wood Elves. I don't know what CW is. And then we're going to have Dwarfs. Oh no, so Brett, Wood Elves, something, and Band Dwarfs. Oh, I assume he means Chaos Warriors. Warriors of Chaos, I assume it means. Feels like a lot of people banned Dwarfs. Should have seen the other semis. It was yeah. Beastman Mirror was awesome. All right. So what do you do here? This is the question. So you got Bretonnia, you got Wood Elves, and then you got Warriors of Chaos. Dwarfs obviously a very good pick. Very good against Wood Elves and very good against Bretonnia. So that's a good ban. But what else do we have left in our pocket? So you've got Norska. You've got Warriors of Chaos. You've also got High Elves. I think it's a difficult one. You could go Wood Elves and... No, because I don't like it up against Brett. Wood Elves against Wood Elves would be fine. Wood Elves up against Warriors of Chaos is okay. You could go Vampire Counts and then ban Wood Elves. That wouldn't be too bad. I'm not too sure how VC do up against Bretonnia. I'm not very well versed in that matchup. I don't see that often at all, actually. Maybe you can allude to a little bit more to why, Flex, but I don't see that matchup at all much. Be interesting to see what Dr. Jellyfish picks here. So he's had Skaven. Well, he hasn't used Greenskins yet. Wait a minute, so you could ban Wood Elves and go Greenskins. For sure. It's a pretty big pick. We'll do well up against Warriors of Chaos and they'll do well up against Bretonnia. I think actually, surprisingly, I think at the top level, Faye could make it a nightmare for sure. She has lots of magic resistance and obviously the -5 and the draining effect. But obviously the one thing that Faye, alongside the double paladin, struggle with is Terror. Terror is their biggest weakness. And Faye's very good, but she needs her double sims. Which only do have low leadership. Except their knights, of course, except their knights. We don't see the matchup often. Oh, wow. This is a bold play. I don't know how I feel about this, Dr. Jellyfish. I love it. I love it. This is bold. This is bold. So it looks like we're going to have Wood Elves and specifically the Heralds of Ariel, and he's going to be banning Bretonnia. Now, as far as I'm aware, there are no special units that come in for HOA. As far as I'm aware, there's nothing special. So I think it's just a bold pick. So he's going to be banning Bretonnia. So you could go Wood Elves here, or you can go Chaos. I think the best build here is to go with Wood Elves. I know. Yeah, that's my exact thought, Flex. But obviously you can have like air, like also like if you have the air of effect immune to psychology, if you bring in like what's his name, Leonka, could be quite nice. So is it going to be Chaos or is it going to be Wood Elves? It looks like Caradoc might be thinking Wood Elves. I will go Wood Elves. Okay, so Dr. Jellyfish I think knows exactly what he wants to bring. So I think, well, this could be a bold play, but we could be seeing, I think it's either going to be a Glade Lord, the female version, or it's going to be the Sisters. I would say it's Wood Elf favoured up against Chaos. Another mirror match it is, Zypher. Another mirror match it is. People love their mirror matches today. I think we've had more mirror matches than normal matches, actually. Or is it at least 50-50? It's at least 50-50. So what do you see in this matchup? You're going to be seeing some Great Stags. You're going to be seeing some Wild Riders for sure. And you'll be seeing stack loads of Shiver Shafts, possibly. I think Shiver Shafts will be very good. You'll be seeing some Dryads, because they'll be good to deal with Dryads with the magic damage. Another mirror, Poland. Another mirror. Well, at least this time it would be easier to see who plays if Caradoc picks Wood Elves. Yeah. But yes, to answer your question, CJ, I think it's Wood Elf favoured. Poison is a big problem for them to deal with. So, for example, if you're the Chaos player, the only way you can deal with... There is pretty much no way you can deal with Hagbane Tip Glade Riders. It's the semis now, bro. This is the match 5 of the second semi-final. And after this, it will be the final. Whoever wins this particular game goes through and plays forward in the final. Could it be the reverse sweep from Caradoc? Or are we going to be seeing Dr. Jellyfish going through with that 3-2 win? Some brilliant games in the beginning, especially up against the Graph. If anybody didn't see it, Dr. Jellyfish won with Vampire Pirates up against Greenskins. And then he also won an even weirder matchup. He won Lizardmen up against Skaven, which is something you don't see it. You don't see it. Oh, in this particular matchup, it doesn't really favour either. I think the Sisters are good up against Wood Elves. I think he picked the Sisters specifically because it doesn't matter. I think in this matchup, you're probably going to be seeing the Sisters, or maybe you could see Durfu. You could see Durfu. Orion's been nerfed pretty hard. Ariel probably won't be coming into this. You're going to be seeing lots of Glade Riders, and you'll also be seeing lots of, you'll be seeing Starfire Shafts for sure. You'll either be seeing Starfire Shafts to counter Dryads, or you'll be seeing Swiss Shiver Shards for sure. Caradoc is ready. I'm going to be playing on Prague. I do like the map Prague. I don't cast it very often, so I really wanted to bring it into this today. Hey Phoenix, how you doing, man? You're just hopping in here right now. This is going to be game 5 of the second semi-finals. Big what up to Jay Phoenix for the absolutely fantastic performances here, really helping with reffing the entirety of BattleMania pretty much. So big thanks to him in the chat, please, guys, if you wouldn't mind. Him, Bob Tresh, and Stormrunner doing awesome work today. Alright, Dr. Jellyfish is ready as well. Perfect. I'm excited for this. This is a bold pick from Dr. Jellyfish. The man, the myth, the J Phoenix. How do you feel about this matchup, J Phoenix? You like this matchup? What do you bring if you're the Wood Elves up against Wood Elves? The advantage of taking Starfire Shafts is you're cheaper, you can go wider, but obviously they don't have any stalk. If you go Swiss Shiver Shards, they fire nice and quickly, they have that magic damage, they can really push and punch through the physical resistance of the Dryads, and all those good things. I think you're definitely going to be seeing some Sisters here. So you have some woods to work with, but not too much on either side. Probably focusing. So the one nice thing here, and the one thing that I'm going to really thank Dr. Jellyfish for, is the fact that he's going to be in purple. Been watching, feeling pretty unwell, but hanging out for the around for the rules. Oh, dude, no problem, man. If you're not feeling well, man, please go take care of yourself. Go take care of yourself. Like, it's no worries if you can't hang around. Please make sure you take care of yourself first. So we have some Deepwood Scouts here in the front. So it's like just going to be normal Deepwood Scouts. So no Swift Shiver Shards. It's not going to be seeing the ROR, the Wraths of the Frozen Heart, which have that very nice slow with Frostbite, Frenzy, Immune to Psychology, Fear, and the nice physical resistance for the entire Dryad front line. So some White Riders with shields. You expect to see maybe 1 or 2 units of those. And also we're seeing lots of bonus first large. So lots of Eternal Guard. And we're going to have a Spellslinger of Life and the Glade Lord. Is this the female Glade Lord? Yes, it is. So she'll be having the Net of Arema and the Arrows of Kernos. Yeah, pretty good stuff there. Pretty good stuff. Pretty standard. And over here we have lots of Eternal Guard with shields here in the front line. Good stuff. And we're going to be having lots of Glade Guard. So 1 Hagbane Tip Glade Guard. So no Starfire Shafts on the other side. So lots of Hagbane Tips though. Swift Shiver Shards in the front. Okay, good Swift Shiver Shards, I like that. And it looks like we have some Glade Riders with Spears. So lots of range, and it looks like we're going to be having a Branch Wraith. So Branch Wraith should have some healing and some good Shadow Magic. So Scroll of Shielding, always get it. I think it's so good. It's going to have Pendulum, no Mystify Miasma, which is interesting, but Earthblood, as well as Call of the Woods. Call of the Woods is also good as well. In the sky, we will be having the Sisters. So obviously just an obvious choice here for Dr. Jellyfish. But they will be having Eagle Quiver, as well as Conjoined Destiny, which is actually really strong. And the Vantage. Yeah, it's pretty good stuff. They have Armor Sundering for their normal shots. So just for people that don't know the Sisters, they have the Talon of Dawn, and they also have the Talon of Dusk. Dusk is very good with their poison dealing with infantry, and the Talon of Dawn is very good with the Armor Sundering and dealing with large targets. I actually prefer the Sisters on the Eagle as well. They do obviously have less health and they don't have the breath attacks, but they're just much faster. 110 speed, these guys they're really, really good. So the Wild Riders, both of these units of Wild Riders are going to be very busy here, I think. They have lots of range to shut down in the back. They're going to be racking up loads of damage value, and the Deepwood Scouts at the front should do some really good work here up against the Dryads. I like the fact that the Dryads are at behind because you don't know when it's going to come forward. Starfire Shafts as well as Swish of Shards will do lots of damage up against them. For sure. Are these going to be shielded Eternal Guard? Yes, so lots of shielded Eternal Guard in the front. This should be a very interesting matchup. Very interesting. 2 very different styles of play. Very interesting. Oh, they're the same models? No way. Oh, they do. They have 1,007 each. Brilliant stuff. Enjoy, guys. Let's have some fun with this. I think this is going to be fun. What's the odds on that being bang on the same? That's brilliant. Okay. So 4 units of range against mass infantry up against, what is this? Let me just double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You can have 12, right? 9, 10. Yeah, so 10 units of range. Okay, that's fine. You can have up to 12. Yeah, I hope he feels better soon. Yeah. Exactly what Bear said. I hope you feel better soon, Phoenix. Go Jelly for the ancestor gods. Oh yes, full opponent, of course. Do you know? I always forget that Dodgy Jellyfish is one of the boys of the mountain. And if you're feeling pretty unwell, Mr. Phoenix, make sure you get your vitamin C and get your vitamin D as well. Make sure you keep that immune system up nice and high. And send me in those paintings of yours, or the pictures, or however you... How do you draw your pictures, your landscapes? So the Glade Riders, they'll be having 94 speed, and we have 85 here for the Wild Riders. Should be interesting. The Sisters, how much range do the Sisters have? I think it's about 180. No, 190 range in there, so some good stuff. And the Deepwood Scouts will, of course, be having Stalk. Ooh. Oh, so it looks like maybe going for the Glade Lord, but she does obviously have her Arrows of Kernos, could be used here up against the Sisters. Or the Arrows of Kernos could be used on the Branch Wraith. That would be a really good target. That'd be a really good target. Just shut down that winter magic and get some good damage value there. Both are going to be coming forward, just checking each other out. Obviously, these guys here are going to be in hidden, as they're not quite close enough to each other. But these three go forward. Can they outtrade Deepwood Scouts? Not 4 units. 4 units will outtrade 3. You'll need to get your front line forward. But if you do have the sisters, and they are on their dusk shot, they should be able to help out quite a bit. But also, the Glade comes forward, uses her net, could do some good damage value. So she's going to get hit relatively hard. And now this is where it comes. Oh my god, look at that damage value. That is so much good damage value. Really good work there from Caradoc. Damage value here is going to be a little bit RNG here. How much does it hit? How well does it hit? With the 3 units, you need to start getting your range forward now. Dr. Jellyfish needs to get in, get some good damage value, and looks like you can have Earthblood straight onto the range. Good stuff here from Caradoc. Eternal Guard have a really nice box here, just protecting this core pocket. But as you can see, the Deepwood Scouts have been hit relatively hard. Down to 50 models, 56. So they're pretty high on the model count. So just make sure you get that healing, get their hit points straight back up to the top, once you still have those models. Arrow Colonel's going down. Ooh, thanks to the gradient there. Going to be missing 2 of the shots, but 1 hits quite nicely out of the arrows of Kernos. But some good damage value here in the pocket. As you can see, gradient here really playing an effect on the arrow accuracy. We're missing quite a lot of volleys here up against the Glade Lord. Really want to be targeting here up against the Deepwood Scouts. Yeah, going to be missing quite a few arrows here on this gradient. Firing uphill, clearly having a bit of effect here on the game. Are they going to be getting any damage value here? Pretty much every shot. No, that's just leadership. So she hasn't taken any poison damage. She hasn't been hit once. This is a lot of waste of ammunition. Now it looks like she's going to be getting hit. Yeah, so she has been hit a little bit here. But they need to focus their fire on this front line. There's a lot of front line here to deal with. They need to be using their ammunition very sparingly to see if they can. This is some very good juking here from the Glade Lord. Maybe try and see if we can get the Wild Rhinos around the flanks as well. Start dealing with some of the front line. Front line is going to be pushing forward. This is where they now need to start targeting the front line of Eternal Guard. You're getting some good damage value, shutting them down so they can help their Eternal Guard do some good work as well. You need to start using the Glade Riders with spears. You need to help zone out against the Wild Rhinos. They will lose, but they need some help. They have been pinned in place. Prey of Bretonnia going down here up against the Glade Guard. They are going to be kind of using the Deepwood Scouts. We do need to start seeing this Eternal Guard coming out to the left-hand side, just zoning out against these Eternal Guard with shields. They're going to be getting the big fat charge here uphill. The downhill charge coming from the Wild Rhino is going to give that massive bonus. They're going to have 67 charge plus the 85 speed going downhill up against the Glade Rider spears. So some good work going on there. They are actually going to be breaking. Negative 43 leadership. They might even shatter there. But hopefully the Glade Guard in the back can do some good damage value against the Wild Rhinos. They only have 40 armor. I think, unfortunately, this is going to be a little bit GG's here for Mr. Dr. Jellyfish. But we'll see as it progresses. We are going to be seeing all sorts of the Wrath of the Frozen pushing through. These Glade Guard don't have too much. They need to continue to kite here. Maybe try using the Branch Strength, get them into melee combat, fighting here up against the Wrath of the Frozen Heart could be quite nice. And so we are going to be breaking with the Glade Guard. No immune to psychology. So that fear going to play a big effect here. But if they can shoot and kite, they can do quite well here. So it looks like we are going to have some good damage value there onto the Deepwood Scouts thanks to that pendulum. Some shots going down in the front line though up against the Deepwood Scouts. It's really going to become trade for trade value here. You need to be focusing on this front line, helping your front line really keep. They are going to be fighting uphill. That's really not beneficial here for the Purple Wood Elves. So they are going to be in melee combat up against the Wrath of the Frozen Heart. These guys need to be kiting as much as possible. And exactly here, the Deepwood Scouts with Trisha Vishal are perfect at dealing with the Wrath of the Frozen Heart. They do have that 20% physical resistance, and that magic going to punch straight through that physical resistance. Shooting the back here with the Hagbane tips. Going to be getting some good damage value on the Wild Riders. They do have Seal Shields if they are poking in the right direction, so we're getting that negation to that missile resistance. Charging in the back line here, yeeting all sorts of Glade Guard all over the place. Brilliant good work there. We'll be breaking them and pushing here into Caradoc's favour. We do see the sisters. The sisters might want to whip around the flank and see if they can deal with some of these Deepwood Scouts. They don't have terror, but they do have fear, so that can be quite helpful up against them. Branch Wraith does have Scholar shielding down on herself, but needs to see a nice pendulum here up against the Eternal Guard. This is somewhere she does not want to be. So we do have a shattered unit of Glade Guard. Another unit that is going to get pushed off the edge of the map, I imagine. These poor Rangers are about to get absolutely destroyed. Let's get in a nice big close-up here for this rear charge. Ah, come on. I thought it'd be a little bit more spectacular than that. But never mind. But we are going to get some shots in the back. Does that mean I'm going to have an explosion in the back? Just going to be stopping. I've forgotten the name of the spell, but we are going to be pushing using the Fast, and now they have touched the Wrath of the Frozen Heart, we're giving that negative 36% speed. So it's just going to be coming down to the Sisters. Sisters are phenomenally healthy. If she can manage to snipe the Glade Lord, you could come back into this. But you still have the Deepwood Scouts here that can do some very good damage value up against the Sisters of Twilight. So some good maneuver here from the Sisters, from Dr. Jellyfish. I think he might have bitten a little bit more off than he could chew. As you can see, the Eternal Guards will be losing here up against the Dryads. 20% physical resistance, even with the armor piercing. They do count as infantry, so the bonus for large, anti-large. Not going to take too much effect here, unfortunately. But as you can see here, the Branch Wraith is doing a lot better than I thought she would. She does have 20% physical resistance, but she does count as large. These guys pretty much designed to deal with her. So interesting to see that she's doing quite well. She does have 52 melee attack. So maybe just punching as hard as she gets in return, maybe. Wouldn't mind seeing the Sisters maybe charge up against the Wild Rider, get some good damage value. Get some good damage up against the Deepwood Scouts, but I think it's pretty much over here. There's not, there's nothing left here. The Sisters can't solo this. Yeah, it will be army losses. But well played to both players. Interesting best of 5 here going from both sides. I like the idea from Dr. Jellyfish. I just think he needed to get his front line in and dealing with that infantry a lot quicker. But 101 kills, 1,400 damage value for the Sisters, 440 for the Branch Wraith. Frontline Eternal Guards, 5 units here, 1 without shields actually, to be fair. As you can see, about 250, 300 damage value each, 280, 400. Glade Guard did okay, not brilliant, but 180, 425, and 1,100 for the Deepwood Scouts for Shusha Vishards. These guys are exceptionally good. 700 damage value for the Glade Rider Spears and 282. What might be quite nice to see the Glade Riders try and flank round and maybe just try and see if they can distract the Wild Riders for as long as possible, because once you lost the Glade Riders, you're pretty much nothing to protect the back line. If you're able to shut down the range, maybe you could have kited a bit more and you would have had to just continuously kite and shoot up against the Wild Riders. But 1.5k damage value here for the Wild Riders with shields, some good stuff. 55 kills, 1,000 damage value for the Glade Lord. As you can see, Wrath of the Frozen Heart, 620. Frontline would have done relatively well, yeah, 560, 200, 400s, and 300s. 560 here as well, so 890, 500, 1,200 for the Deepwood Scouts, and 700 for the Deepwood Scouts. Yeah, some good stuff. This is the more of the build I expected, but this was still a nice build. If you managed to have some very good micro, spread your force around, keep moving these archer units about the place, and just forcing Caradoc to go here, there, and everywhere, you probably could have kited up against them. Especially if you had a few more Hagbane tips, could have been quite nice. Yeah, that's the hope. That's the hope there. That's the hope. In the best of 7 coming next, we'll see a lot. You'll be seeing some matchups that you don't normally see. Caradoc now faces the final boss. I think maybe the next patch we need to nerf Void. Nerf Void lols. Maybe maybe negative 10% speed to all of his skirmish cavalry. Yeah, I think that could be quite good. Nah, Void is a very good player. I do enjoy seeing Void. He comes with some really cool builds. But thank you very much for Dr. Jellyfish coming in today, playing really well and bringing some really awesome games. So yeah, fun there. Let's bring in the man, the myth, the legend. Let's get Void lols in. In the final best of 7, they will be playing for the grand prize. That is Total War Warhammer 3. So really exciting stuff here, and the winner will be going with that really lovely prize. Yeah, the reverse sweep here coming from Caradoc. Some interesting stuff. But these two, Caradoc, including Dr. Jellyfish, have come on leaps and bounds since I've seen them in the very first series of BattleMania. Season 1, they were still very good, but they've come on so far. You know, I saw Caradoc beating Alec Rao and then going and beating Tank and getting through into the final and doing really well up against Dr. Jellyfish. You know, there's been some really cool things. Right, do we have Mr. Void Lols in the chat? Let's see if we can get him. See if we can send him a personal message so we can get hold of him. Caradoc, a man. Culture, I see. Nagarite, indeed. Yeah, of course. Cool, so I'll take a couple of minutes. Looks like we have Void here. So we'll get Void in the chat. Void will be top. So we'll have Void to pick and ban. Alright, so start off the best of 7. So just to let you guys know, it will be a normal best, like best of 3, best of 5, normal stuff. And when it gets through to the final game, which will be the 7th game, it will be blind pick and ban. So what happens is both of them will send me a personal message, a private message, and they'll just pick with remaining whatever's left. They won't know about ban and picks. It will just be completely random. Alrighty, so we'll go over the maps here, and we will be having in the final, it will be Oakenhammer, with the second map being Astilian Tomb, the third map being Outdorf Outskirts, fourth being MP Alpine Ridge, fifth being Southern Chaos Wastes, the sixth being the MP Blue Reach River, and seventh being the Sword of Torgaud. So they're going to be the 7 maps today, so you've got some nice big ones, some ones that have some varying terrain, some trees, all sorts of really, really good things. So you should see lots of cool armies, and these guys really going to have to plan for all eventualities. So what's your score prediction, guys? Anybody here left in the chat? What's your score prediction for this final here today? Take your time, Caradoc. If you need a moment, that's absolutely fine, brother. It's absolutely fine. Take your time. Make sure you're rested. Make sure you're ready to go. There's Total War Warhammer 3 on the line. Alright, so big Greenskins coming out first. Banning Greenskins and Lizardmen. So of course he's going to leave himself open to Vampire Counts, but being a very good Vampire Count player, as I said previously, he'll know what he needs to do. So I think, of course, Caradoc knew that this was coming, so I think he's going to be playing High Elves, and he looks like he's going to be playing Nagaryth. Or is he going to be changing? He's saying, yeah, I'm ready, I've got this faction, or yeah, I'm ready to go. Oh, maybe he's just saying, yeah, I'm sure I'm ready. Cool. Depends on how spicy Void is feeling and how well Caradoc Void. Probably 4 for Void. I think you might be surprised with Caradoc. I think Caradoc's going to bring out some interesting stuff. There's also 4 games as well. I think Void is very good with 3 factions in particular, which are Greenskins, Vampire Counts, and Wood Elves. I think after that, it becomes a lot more even. You know, for example, if we take Rubber Duck of War, for example, he's very good with his Wood Elves and he's very good with his Lizardmen. After that, it's devil may care. It can go any way. Oh, Empire it is. So, oh, Empire up against Greenskins. Okay, lots of fire options here for sure. There's a really nice counter to Greenskins that somebody showed me. Mr. Artisan Tech Priest West had a very nice counter. So once we've got a moment here, guys, obviously next Wednesday, so today will be the 7th. Let's just double check when that's going to come up. So it will be the 12th there, so the 12th of May. We'll be continuing with the sub-faction tournament. So what that means is you come in with a sub-faction. So as you can see, these are the normal factions. This is Greenskins in general, and this is Empire in general. You can't bring the general sub-faction. You can only bring their sub-factions. So each legendary lord will have a sub-faction. So for example, Avalon will be having Alariel the Radiant. You can bring her, and what certain sub-factions have compared to the normal main factions is they have certain units that you wouldn't have in the main faction. So for example, with Avalon and Alariel, they'll be having Treekin, Treemen, and Dryads. You don't get those in any of the other Wood Elf factions, just her sub-faction alone. So what that means is you can bring in some really cool, interesting ideas, and makes for quite the fun tournament. And basically you pick one, and you go throughout the tournament. Now, I know, of course, with this tournament, at least you're very open to being counterpicked. So, for example, if you are Vampire Count and you happen to come up against Wood Elves, unfortunately, sometimes that's the way the tournament goes. There's not a lot you can do about it. But what I try and do to make sure with these tournaments is in the very first round, you don't have a hard counter against you. So, but we're doing that again on Wednesday. And in the next coming week, something I was talking about earlier, we did start having a discussion here about a new tournament coming forward that will be hosted by 4 different casters. So we were all invited by Human Boy Yes Yes, and they invited us to choose your champion, which is 4 different Chaos Gods, where you have Tzeentch, Nurgle, Khorne, and Slaanesh. I will be doing the Nurgle tournament, where all of your armies must have at least 5 large, poison, or regenerating units in. That's every single game must have at least 5 large, poison, or regen. And for example, if you take part in the Khorne, your armies must have at least 10 infantry in. And all spells can only be buffs and nerfs. So you can't do any healing, you can't do anything else. So no soul sealers, nothing like that. So Slaanesh, if you take a unit, you must take at least 3. And if you have heroes, you must take at least 2. So for example, if you take a Bright Wizard, you have to at least take 2 Bright Wizards. If you want to take say, a unit of Blackguard and Agarond, you have to take 3 Blackguard and Agarond. So it's a pretty fun tournament as well. And the last one, which will be Tzeentch, will be players must play the opponent's faction. So for example, if you play up against an opponent, if you play Dark Elves up against High Elves, and you beat the Dark Elf player, you then must play Dark Elves in the next tournament. So it's a pretty cool idea going on, and the winner from each one will be getting a prize money from Human Boy himself, and then the winner of each will be going into a final, which will be casted either by be casted by H1's son, or will be casted by Turin, or both. I'm not too sure yet, but that'll be a cool tournament coming. It should be next week. Or maybe the week after. So there'll be that tournament coming as well. That should be quite fun. I hope should be quite fun. I'll be putting that out very soon for you guys. So I'll be putting it on the Discord. So those that aren't on the Discord, do join up, and you'll be able to see that tournament coming forward. There's some really cool ideas, and I think it's going to be myself, a Rubber Duck of War, Valkanos, and Viking. All 4 of us will be doing each of the Chaos Gods. Alrighty, so who's ready here? Oh, that was a mistake. Right, so it looks like Caradoc is ready. Just going to be waiting on Void. So yeah, just keep an eye out for Choose Your Champion, and that should be coming through to you guys relatively soon. And the sub-faction tournament next week, and next Friday we will be coming back with BattleMania Season 3. So as of next Friday, BattleMania Season 3 will continue, where the 4-week 4 points will be starting again. So any of you guys that do want to see yourself in the final, like you have here with Void and Caradoc, playing up for cash prizes and Total War Warhammer 3, then yeah, come get yourself involved. Alright, so Void is ready, both playing on Oak and Hammer. Greenskins up against Empire. Very interesting matchup. So we've had one prediction so far. We've had 4-0 for Void. Do we have any other predictions in the chat? Anything else people think they might see today? (4-3 Caradoc). Interesting. I like it, Lunacy. I like it. You think it's going to be a reverse sweep again? You think Caradoc's just going to turn it on? Go 3-0 down to Void. Just lure him into a, you know, like a false sense of, into a false sense, and then just completely flip it on him and just whoop him 4-3. Logic, when will the tournament registration be out for the sub-faction tourney? So CJ, just to let you know, bro, it will be straight after this is done. So once this is done, I will immediately... I know the reverse sweep would be hype. It would be really good. It would be really good. But the sub-faction tournament will be going straight up after this, after the tournament is finished. I'll be putting on next week BattleMania, and also I'll be putting up the sub-faction tournament on Wednesday. And for Choose Your Champion, for Nurgle, I'll be putting that up as soon as I can as well. It won't have a specific date on it, but I'll be putting it up for you guys. So just to let you know, each one of the 4 tournaments, so Nurgle, Khorne, all of that, is I think it's a $50 prize pool for every single one. And then the final will have an even bigger prize pool, I believe. So there's money up for grabs there, guys, as well. So it should be a fun tournament. Right, so we're going to have some Forest Goblin Spider Riders in the front line, alongside the Goblin Wolf Riders. We don't have the ROR Wolf Riders, I don't think. So no ROR Wolf Riders, but we have the Night Goblins. Which ones are these? Yeah, so these are the Fanatics, so the 8 peak loonies. Some more Goblin Wolf Riders here in the back. The double Orc Boys with the nice armor piercing. We also have, so it looks like 2 more units. So 4 units of Orc Boys. Some Gobbos in the front line for that nice War. And, here we go. We are going to have the Queen Arachnarok here for the bonus large, anti-large. The Maternal Instinct as well for nice hatchling summons. The Orc Shaman, who I'm sure will have, yeah, so it looks like Brainbuster and Scottish Shooting. I would have liked to see Edbot on him, but maybe he just couldn't afford him. And it looks like we also have the Giant River Troll Hag. The Giant River Troll Hag will be having Spirit Leech for dealing with all cannon crews, and we'll be having Mither and the Overwhelming Odor. Who is going to be, are we seeing Snarsnake today? Where's the Lord today? Oh, he's here. Apparently. Oh, he's in there. Oh, Go on the Paunch. Coming with... Oh, is that no Lucky Banner? Go on the Paunch with the Language of the Boys, and the Great is here, so no Lucky Banner. Interesting. The Lucky Banner is by far his best item. So here we are going to have the Huntsman. So 1, 2, 3 units of Huntsman. I like that a lot. We are going to have Volkmar the Grim. The Sigma Flagellants here in the front line, the Unbreakable with the Swordsman, the Sigma Sons, which are also Unbreakable, and the other unit Flagellants. Some Naked Spearmen here, no shields on the side. You're going to have some Knights of the Blazing Sun tuners in the back, and some more Spears. Oh, 3 units of Knights of the Blazing Sun. Brilliant stuff. They're going to be very good here at dealing with Grom. I think No Lucky Banner is a bold selection. Bold selection. Vault Grim, the one thing I would like to see is the Banner of Eternal Flame. But we do have the Bright Wizard here. I really like this positioning of the Bright Wizard. Nice and up behind this rock. Bright Wizard will be having just Burning Head. Okay. No Kindle Flame. Oh, no, it is Kindle Flame. Okay, sorry. I missed that there. So shooting on the side here up against these Spearmen. No shields for them. But Huntsmen do need to start focusing. I'd like to see the Huntsmen deal with the Forest Goblin Spider Riders. That poison does need to get dealt with. Dealing with that poison is far much more important than dealing with the fast skirmish cavalry of the Goblin Wolf Riders. So they are going to be pushing forward, it's just going to be kiting otherwise. I want to be seeing the Empire here push and try and get some good damage value. A net would have been really nice as well. I think the Bright Wizard with a net would have been really good. If you did manage to get a net, you could have used banishments, you could have used a nice Burning Head on top, or maybe even a Firestorm could have been quite nice, just to deal with the Spider Riders and co. So you are going to be having the Giant River Hold Troll Hag coming forward, but Voltmar will deal with her quite comfortably. Well, the Ragnarok Queen is going to stay nice and close by. She'll be very good at dealing with Voltmar the Grim. She doesn't want to get too close. She doesn't want to take too much damage value here from the Hunters. But yeah, so it's going to be a very slow progress here for the Empire. They're going to be getting shot in the back here for the Forest Goblin Spider Riders. But 100 armor here for the Knights of the Blazing Sun, meaning it's not going to be too much damage on them. So Spirit Leech here, overextended, going to be going down on top of the Bright Wizard. No damage to the Giant River Troll Hag, so very lucky there from Void. Not to get that overcast with damage. Orc Ball Boys here in the back with a nice armor piercing. Very good shot cavalry, can be very good at countering up against the Knights of the Blazing Sun. We do have the big boy up in the top there. We have Knights of the Blazing Sun just going to be going. Looks like we are going to have some arrows down the pipeline. Just going to be nearly missing up against the Forest Goblin Spider Riders. It's going to be a slow progression forward. He is shooting in the back, so he is engaging. But just going to be kiting, trying to get as much of that value as he possibly can. So there's going to be an overcast of Spirit Leech going down again. No damage on the River Troll Hag. Very interesting. Would really like to see a Brainbuster here on top of the Huntsman. The Huntsman are going to get that nice shot there. Are they going to hit the Hag? They are going to hit the Hag. Good damage value. She does have 50 armor. We have 4 armor piercing per model here for the Huntsman. We are going to be seeing them shooting into the Naked Spearman, but that is going to reduce ammunition and it is going to keep balance of power in the middle. Poison here up against the Knights of the Blazing Sun. Good work. Just going to be getting a rotation here. A little bit of juking with the Knights of the Blazing Sun could be quite nice. They do have 71 speed. I think you just need to bide your time if you're Caradoc. Just bide your time. Just wait it out. Allow him to shoot into the key targets you don't really, the unkey targets you don't care about. But I think you see Grom in the side there. We need to have those Huntsmen ready to shoot into Grom. You can't allow him to come in for free and get that damage value, but some good damage up against him. Really push that healing there for himself. You do have the Knights of Blazing Sun nice and close. But you do have the poison in the back from the Forest Goblin Spider Riders. Another overcasted Spirit Leech there going down on top. But she does have regeneration. So I think that did hit her, but she's going to be regenerating there. That's why you don't mind overcasting with Spirit Leech on top of the Giant River Troll Hag. Even if she does damage herself, she's just going to be healing there with the nice regen. So we are seeing the Knights of the Blazing Sun. They are going to come through, but they are going to go down to 84 speed for Grom. Grom is absolutely no joke. That's why you need the net there. You need to net to deal with Grom. You need nets to deal with the Goblin Wolf Riders and the poison. I think nets for the Empire are a must. I think nets alongside Firecasters are a very good choice. So I'm just going to continue to rotate here. This is very, very well played by Void. He knows what he's doing quite well, and he's utilising and getting the max amount of value here out of his skirmish. But we are going to be having the Hunters, who I think they can fire whilst moving. Yes, they can fire whilst moving forward, I believe. So they can fire whilst moving, and they can shoot into the backside of Grom. They're just going to get lots of value there, also shooting into the Goblin Wolf Riders as well. Grom's going to be taking some big hits. Grom needs to be careful. Getting Grom close to his healing cap can also be painful. We also have Volkmar the Grim with healing as well. Got to be careful of that Orc Shaman. He's just on foot. He only has 33 speed. He gets caught out. It could be relatively dangerous there for him. Don't want to be losing those Brain Busters. They're going to be a very good counter here up against all sorts of units, especially the Flagellants and the Huntsmen. Not Queen going to be coming in with those poison shots. Just getting nice and close, but not too close. That's going to force Volkmar the Grim to get anywhere near engaging. And over here in the back, we just have some more skirmish. Coming very close to their ammunition pool. Forest Goblin Spider Riders here still have quite a lot. So you're going to see a lot more skirmish. I'm surprised they're not shooting more here up against the Flagellants in the front line. That's some very free value there. Very free value. No armor for them, no missile resistance. Yeah, they've got immune to psychology, etc., whatever, but no armor, they're going to go down relatively quickly. Now, it's a good 600 free value there. Spearman overextending just a little bit. Grom can get a nice good hit there, but it's something I'm going to be pushing over here to this force. The Orc Shaman can only move so fast, and if you do put the Orc Shaman under pressure, it is going to force Void here to go and have to attack. Oh, Orc Shaman got... this is a mistake. This is a mistake. Or is it a bait? I don't know if it's a bait or mistake. Ah, could be a bait. Look, he's going to be getting caught. Big charge down the back. He's going to get hit. And they do have 40 melee attack. Looks like he's going to be running away. Looks like he's going to be running away. Poison going down there. Did actually force out the Hatchling summon. Hatchling summon. Oh, Mither going down here on top of the Knights of the Blazing Sun. Going to be allowing the Night Goblins. The Night Goblins get forward. Oh, good pinning using the Spider Hatchlings as well if they come in. Good charge here using the Orc Boys as well. We are going to be losing. This is going to be a big commit now. This is the commitment. You're going to see Knights of the Blazing Sun charging here on the side, and it's just going to be rear charge after rear charge. There's the Ragnarok coming in as well. We are going to see the Fanatics going down. A really nice banishment going down in the back as well. Doing some good damage up against the Gobos. Fanatics all over the place. Fanatics going to do some really good damage. Burning Head going down in this pocket, going to do very good. -8 leadership as well, going down up against these units. Shattering the Orc Boys, really good work there. Breaking and shattering the unit of Spider Hatchlings. We are going to be losing the Orc Shaman here in the pocket as well, fighting up against the Swordsman. You're going to be seeing some shots coming in for the Huntsman. Don't want to see them shooting up against the Orc Shaman though. Going to be getting some friendly fire on the Swordsman. You'll see those shooting up against the Ragnarok Queen. Shooting her, as well as getting the Flagellants in. The Grand Shield of Faith going down for the plus 22% damage resistance. Flagellants need to be fighting up against the terror-causing Ragnarok Queen. Looks like she did have the shield of the Scroll of Shielding going down to get that 22% damage resistance. And we are going to be getting the Orc Boys here charging on top of Volkmar the Grim. He's going to be using his ability there, the nice bombardment smell, to get some good damage here onto the Orc Boys. That's some very good work. Really good damage value here coming out of him. Terrifying the Orc Boys. Very good work. Brainbuster in the pocket, going down up against Huntsman. A little bit crowded here for the VM player. Looks like it's going to be terrifying the Huntsman. Not sure what terrified them. Maybe the Ragnarok Queen terrified them there. But in the back pocket, you are going to be seeing Huntsman under all sorts of pressure. You are going to be seeing the Forest Goblin Spider Riders that can get right into the back here and shut down these Huntsmen. We are going to be going map wide here. This could be very devastational here for Caradoc. We are going to have another Spider Hatchling summon in the back. They should be able to pressure and shut down the Bright Wizard. Burning Head going down in the pocket though. Not too sure what it hit there. It looks like we are going to have a charge in the back from the Knights of the Realm. Going to be charging here onto the Goblin Wolf Rider Archers. They have very, very low leadership. Lots of ammunition left as well, so shutting them down is brilliant work. So some very good stuff here coming from both players. This is starting to become very messy here, but you have Huntsman and all sorts of things getting shut down, left, right and centre. Grom now is in the pocket up against Volkmar the Grim. Mither going down on him. You're going to have the AP for the Giant River Troll Hag. Volkmar is not in a good position. 3 very big, good attacking units here up against Volkmar. He does have the Jade Griffin, but he is on his own, and you need to get these Spearmen in quickly. You need to help. Volkmar cannot fight on his own. He cannot fight on his own. He needs support here. You need to be getting the Bright Wizard in, doing as much damage as you possibly can. But he's going to be you do have the Ragnarok Queen with the 380 bonuses, large armor piercing, anti-large attacks. Will really destroy Volkmar very quickly. Volkmar is going to be wheeling his way out, but that poison really going to be slowing down to a 38 walking speed. And you do need to get some Spearmen in here to block up against these big entities. You are going to be seeing Knights of the Blazing Sun. We'll be fighting here up against the Ragnarok, including as well the River Troll Hag. So I'm going to have a summon of Spider Hatchlings in the back. Grom is going to be rear charging up against Volkmar the Grim. This is really, really close. Just about pulling here into the Greenskin favour. But the Ragnarok is going to be right up the backside of Volkmar the Grim. Volkmar the Grim needs some Spearmen to come in and really allow him to get away here and heal using the Jade Griffin. I would just not worry about that. You need to protect Volkmar here. You lose Volkmar, it's game over. We are going to have some Flagelancy on the outside. They need to get involved quickly. Need this front line really helping out Volkmar as soon as possible. As you can see over on the right side, we have nice the Blaze of Sun, Grand Shield of Faith going down, the nice bombardment spell, but it's not going to protect him up against Grom the Paunch. Yeah, I think we're going to be losing Grom here if you're not careful. The Ragnarok Queen is still doing some very good damage. She's at 5.5k health. She's not going down anytime soon. It looks like we are going to be getting he needs to now go up north. He needs to go north, 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 and straight through his own units and stop them from pushing onto the back of him. Very good stuff. So this is going to be pinning and using the Spearman. All sorts of bonus large, etc. We do have the Bright Wizard. It looks like a Burning Head in the back. I think that was a bit of a miscast, unfortunately. Nice to Brazen Sun will be coming back into pocket. Some Huntsmen with the Grand Hammer of Sigmar for the plus 24 melee attack. Really coming after this Volkmar booty. Getting a little bit laggy here, but as you can see, the Spider Hatchlings, that should be the last Spider Hatchling summon there. And getting pushed in the back. All the right, the giant River Troll Hag is really overextending here. But you still have the poison from the Forest Goblin Spider Riders. They are going to be going, they could get terrified very quickly here up against Volkmar. Volkmar could do some good damage up against the River Troll Hag. She is on her own. She is on her own. She has been isolated. See if you can get the Flagellance in and then turn around him and see if you can get some good damage value on the giant River Troll Hag. Ragnarok did run away there. We do actually have the Orc Shaman. This blob here, yeah, Brainbuster. Brilliant Brainbuster there in the pockets. Volkmar the Grim going to do some good damage value. Grom is going to be chasing off the Huntsman. Grom not in this pocket is going to be a little bit dangerous. It's going to be leaving low leadership here. Volkmar the Grim needs to stay nice and close. So he has broken the River Troll Hag. This has really opened up the game a little bit. Balance of Power will be heavily pulling here in the Greenskin favour thanks to a very healthy Grom. But if you do manage to get some good healing on Volkmar the Grim, do not overextend him. Do not overextend him. He's going to be in big trouble from Grom here. Looks like he's going to be turning and charging into the Orc Shaman. If he does get a big hit here, which I think he can. Yeah, pretty good hit there. He's going to be breaking, terrifying the Orc Shaman, getting back into the pocket. Unfortunately, you're going to see the Ragnarok Queen as well as Grom the Paunch and those Goblin Wolf Riders going to be coming straight after this booty. And I think once he gets hit once, it will be GG's. Oh, it's going to be really tight here. It's going to be really tight. This infantry needs to come over ASAP. Looks like we are going to be getting that bombardment spell going down here up against both. You need the Grand Shield of Faith to go down to really protect him. He is going to get out, so we are going to get the Flagellants and the Sigma Suns in. The nice Unbreakable. They really need to zone out Grom. Grom needs to get zoned out by these Spearmen. They need to be nice, tight and compact to make sure the Grom can't push through too easily. Grom's just going to use his heavy mass here to go straight through these Spearmen. I don't know. I don't know what they can do here, but he needs to get onto that River Troll Hag now. Losing the Knights of the Blazing Sun was a big problem. He needs to now have something to shut down that River Troll Hag. She's going to get Spirit Leech. She's going to be Spirit Leeching him. Grand Shield of Faith will be going down. Get those Spearmen in. He needs to keep blocking for Volkmar the Grim. Allow Volkmar the Grim to get that healing from the Jade Griffin and come back into this game. Grom is going to go on one side. He's going to be basing with the Ragnarok Queen on the other. Now need to get these Spearmen down. Spearmen to block up against Grom the Paunch. Good stuff. It's forced Grom away there. Keep him close to this blob. The only problem is you need to start dealing with the double hero here. There's nothing to deal with, and he's very cleverly using the hatchlings as well as the weak units of Orc Boys on the side here to clean up shop. He's pushing off all these spare units of Spearmen, as well as all the other infantry, including Swordsmen. Volkmar the Grim is down to 38 speed. He needs to stay close. Grom has big sniping potential here. Do not get baited by that Ragnarok Queen. He is using that as a nice bait. You need to get in, and start pulling away now. This is getting really close. This is really intense. So it looks like he is going to be able to get away. Is that going to be enough, though? One big hit from the Ragnarok Queen. She does have a massive 70 melee attack. Only 20 melee defense here from Volkmar the Grim. Now, we have managed to entrap the Ragnarok Queen. The bonus is large, anti-large here coming in from Spears, as well as the Flagellants there can do some very good damage value. We have pinned in Grom. This is some really good work. Get these Spearmen in ASAP. Get everything in as quickly as you can. Keep them nice and close to your infantry here. So they're both going to be going around both sides, coming in for a pincer movement here on top of Volkmar the Grim. He is nearly at maximum HP now. But Balance Power really going to be pulling here into the Greenskin favour. Very close to army losses. These Spearmen really need to get involved. But as you can see, the River Troll Hag coming for the big punch up against Volkmar. Good stuff there. Volkmar will be down to 1.1. The Spearmen are going to be doing some good damage value on the Ragnarok Queen though. So some good stuff there. Volkmar down to 900. He just needs to stay alive as long as possible. Going to be the rear charge here from the Orc Boys. Is that immune to psychology? So there's no immune to psychology, but plus 16 leadership. Can we get the terror from Volkmar the Grim, though, is the question. If we can get the terror and push off the Orc Boys, that could be very helpful. But I think with this army loss is going to be, unfortunately, they are holding on. Really surprised. Oh, it's just going to be unbreakable units left. That makes sense. So it's just going to be the unbreakable flagellants. It is going to be the unbreakable flagellants as well as the swordsman here fighting. Voltmar the Grim going down. And guys, what an interesting game. What a brilliant game here coming from both players. That was really close. Looks like they're going to be fighting to end with the big bad boys. I don't mind seeing these flagellants fight to the absolute end. Looks like it's going to be getting just a little bit laggy here. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a pull out there from Caradoc. Really, really good game. How you doing, Blueberry Fruit Shake? Alright, let's hop into the analysis. So 166 kills, 2,200 damage value for Voltmar the Grim. 12,000 damage dealt, 761 damage value for 84 kills for the Bright Wizard. Really, really good stuff. 200 damage value, 500 here, 500, 500, and 270. Spearman really performing well here. Very, very, very good stuff. 580 damage value for the Flagellants. 83 kills here for the Swordsman. 94. Really well played here. 825 for the Sigma Suns. And 850, 320, and 550 for the Huntsman. 720, 490, and 670. Unfortunately, the Knights of the Blazing Sun, I think if they performed just a little bit higher, it could have been really, really, really close. 223 kills, 2,100 damage value from Grom, 814 for the Orc Shaman, and 1,400 here for the Giant River Troll Hag. Some really good Mithers there. I think she was the MVP. Mithers and the Spirit Leeches here on top of the casters was some really good stuff. Frontline didn't do too well, but 700 damage value for the 8-peak Loonies. The Orc Boys here with 100 damage value, 655 and 900, and 630. 577 for the Goblin Wolf Riders, and these ones must have got pushed off relatively early, but 250, 380, 723, and 2,085 damage value for the Ragnarok Queen. Yeah, really good stuff coming from both sides. GG's indeed. Brilliant game. So the map will be Astilian Tomb. What an awesome game. What an awesome game. Grom and Queen both have 100 plus armor. Spearmen and Flagellants hit like wet noodles against that. Voltmar, Terror don't work with Groms. No, that's true, Blueberry Fruit Shade. That's very true. I think you do need some halberdiers in this matchup. Some halberdiers do some very, very good work for sure. But I still like the build nonetheless. I think the triple Knights of the Blazing Sun was a bit much. I would have preferred some extra halberdiers in that, for sure. For sure. I think those alongside the Banner of Eternal Flame can be really, really good. What would you have bought then, Blueberry Fruit Shake? What would you have changed in the army? How would you have approached it a little bit differently? How you doing, Fist Tech? You doing well, bro? So we'll be going through to Game 2 here, which will be 1-0 here to Void for the first win here in the final of a best of 7. We'll be going through to Astilian Tomb for Game 2. Game 3 will be Outdorf Outskirts. Game 4 will be MP Alpine Ridge. Game 5 Southern Chaos Wastes. Game 6 MP Blue Breach River. And Game 7 Sword of Torgaud. This will be the end of the stream. So this is the final game. So after the best of 7 here is finished, it will be the end of the stream. It will be the end of the stream. So whoever wins here wins BattleMania Season 2 and leaves today with Total War Warhammer 3 in their pocket. So it's going to be Greenskins, ban VC, and ban Lizardmen. So this is quite good here for Caradoc, because there's no Greenskins to counter the Greenskins. So what do you pick here if you're Void? So there's no Vampire Counts, he's a very good Vampire Counts player. If I'm him, I'm bringing probably Wood Elves. I tend to run double Demigriff with Warrior Priest using... Yep, Carla France is good in this matchup for sure. Carla France is good. That's an interesting Blue Refugee. That's interesting. I think I like an unbreakable front line with Banner of Eternal Flame. So I go like Sigma Suns, 2 or 3 units of 2 or 3 units of Flagellants, and then I also go a couple units of Halberdiers. And then I have some nice archer in the pocket. I go maybe 2 or 3 units of Huntsmen, 2 or 3 units of Crossbowmen, and then maybe 2 units of Knights of the Blazing Sun, and then a cheap Netcaster, cheap Firecaster, and Volmar the Grim. Something like that is what I look for. Interesting. So I really like the Void pick here. TK. First time we're going to see TK today. First time. I like it. Let's get it on. Let's get it on. So, good thing about TK here, you have the ROR Sphinx, which is the what's it called? It's called the Sphinx of Yusef. Has good fire damage, bonus first large, anti-large, and also some good flaming attacks. Good armor piercing as well. Actually, very good armor piercing. I think it has a truckload of armor piercing. So it'll be very good at dealing with Grom, very good at dealing with the River Troll Hag, all sorts of good things. What else do we have? We also have the triple chariot play. So you can also be taking a Necrotect as well as a Tomb Prince and Cetra the Imperishable all on chariots. And then what you do is you basically have lots of items to buff them. Yeah, I think there's. I think you're right, Blueberry. I think that there are certainly a few ways to deal with this matchup. There's a few ways for sure to deal up against the Greenskins. I think the only problem is with the Outriders, in my opinion, is that they lose in melee combat up against the Poison Spider Riders. But yeah, Stone Trolls are very good in that matchup as well. So I think for Void here is also you got Double Tomb Scorpion. Some other ideas to think about. Double Tomb Scorpion, pretty cheap, hard to pin down, good with Terra. Greenskins struggle a lot. One thing Caradoc does need to bring, and I think it's a must in this matchup, and I think I don't see it in enough matchup, is the Black Hawk Big Boss with the Rabble Rouse. As well as the Brass Cleaver, given that +9 melee attack and that good range. You can bring things like cheap Goblins to help support them. +9 melee attack plus the War giving +33 melee attack. Giving them 53 melee attack, I think it is in total. Just makes them absolutely incredible. Plus the bonus versus armor piercing and base weapon damage. Just makes them hit like trucks. Even if it's only for like, what, 15 to 20 seconds. They just hit like absolute trucks. No, that's true. But if they get poisoned, obviously they're quicker than the Outriders, so they can get engaged in melee. Is the only problem. So if they get poisoned and then caught, it can be a little bit problematic. But yes, you're correct. If they do get caught in melee combat, you are doing something wrong. That's true. So for Caradoc here, he needs to have a couple of units of Spider Riders. They're very good with the 45 armor. I actually really like the Death Creepers in this matchup. You also want to be bringing the ROR, the Mangy Marauders here, for the good armor piercing. And then you want to bring a couple units of Spider Riders, maybe one spare unit of Goblin Wolf Riders as well. Some nice skirmish cavalry. Frontline Gobos will do just good. Yeah, Kepragard is very good in this matchup. That's very true, CJ. Kepragard are very good. But you also want to be bringing some Orc Biggins. They're very good. Bonus versus large, good armor. Yeah, they're very good in this matchup. Very, very good. And it's still going to be quite a small map. It has trees dotted here, there, and everywhere as well. So you have some good vanguard plays that you can possibly do on both sides. And yeah, it's one of the smaller maps, and it has quite a bit of a U-shaped dip in the middle. So you can have some quite weird engagements if you're not careful. You know, and also today you could see something sneaky. Something I would really like to see from the Tomb Kings is actually a Casket of Souls. I think Casket of Souls is very good with dealing with Savage Orcs. Savage Orcs obviously having that 25% physical resistance. They don't have the protection against that magic. And being they have no armor, they just get destroyed. Alright, looks like Caradoc is ready. Let's hop straight into this. So who's on your money to win here, guys? Is it going to be Tomb Kings or is it going to be Greenskins? I think Tomb Kings actually do very, very well in this matchup. I think good counters up against Greenskins that are realistic counters are actually VP and Greenskins. VP and Tomb Kings. I actually don't mind seeing Skeleton Archers in this matchup as well. Skeleton Archers do have 140 range. They're very good at countering. Yeah. And actually really good things as well. The ethereal units are really good up against Greenskins. Ethereal units are very good. Like Syrenes, for example, are very good with a nice terror. It's not much, there's little if no magic damage apart from casters. All right. Right, let's get a little bit of overview of this map then. So as you can see in the back here, some really good key spots will be the trees here, here, and over here on the back right. These trees are very good for vanguard deployment. I think you've got those trees over here. So there's some trees. So this is specifically the corner here. You have some trees, and there's also, as you can see, a little bit of a ridge here. So in this back, you have some trees that makes you hidden, but you're also hidden due to the terrain. So this nice downhill terrain keeps you hidden for quite a while, and it's very hard to spot there. Over here as well, you also have some more trees with some good downhill terrain. So you have some very good vanguarding units over on this side. I think on this side there is a vanguarding deployment here as well, so you can vanguard in these trees, or it might just be just a little bit outside. I can't quite remember. But yeah, there's some very good terrain. I really like this map. It's pretty well balanced on both sides. A little bit, there's pros and cons to both sides. Yeah, Skeptral Stalkers are very good. I like the ROR. The ROR firing ones with the poison. They're very good with their armor piercing as well. But they are very expensive, you're correct. Alright. So let's pop through here with the Tomb Kings then. So the Tomb Kings, we have a nice cheap front line, I assume. So some Skeleton Warriors here and some Skeleton Spearmen. So we're going to having 8 units of total Skellies in the front line. We're going to have the ROR Skeletons, so no poison here. But we are going to have some Necropolis Knight Halberds for the bonus of large, anti-large armor piercing and that very good poison. As well as these Skeleton Horse Archers. We're going to have 2 units of Skeleton Horse Archers and some Skeleton Horsemen. So on the map, we will be having the Screaming Meme Catapult with that nice magic damage. Nice and cheap, and will be protected up against some Skeleton Spears. And as we can see in the pocket, we are going to be seeing the double Necrotect alongside Cetra the Imperishable. Now, I think he's missed something here. And the reason I think he's missed something is you're missing the Tomb Prince. Tomb Prince gives the Necrotect alongside Cetra the Imperishable that plus 15% thanks physical resistance thanks to Guardian. But the one thing about the Necrotech, and one thing I really like about them, is they do come with Restore, but they also have a good ability, which is Vambraces of the Sun. With a negative 9-man attack at a 40-meter radius, and the fire damaged weakness. Meaning the Cetra Imperishable with his fire on top here is going to be very good. He will be having a couple of spells as well. So Unyielding Will, Incantation of the Cursed Blades, Incantation of Protection, Incantation of Disciceration, sorry, for the negative melee attack and melee defense, Wrath of Petra, and the Breastplate of Petra, which is actually really, really good. So those flame attacks are going to do extra damage there as long as he keeps alongside his double necrotechs. So it looks like he has some skeleton chariots in the back as well, 58 weapon strength there, so some pretty good, 58 charge bonus, so do some very good damage. And I'm not too sure what his necrotechs are going to heal. I think the majority of the healing looks like it's going to be going on the Necropolis Knights with the halberds. So Goblins in the front line alongside some Savage Orc Biggins, pretty standard in this matchup. We're also going to be having the Night Goblin Shaman there with the Vindictive Glare. We're also going to have some more Savage Orc Biggins, some more Gobbos, and a nice Vanguard deployment there from the Skeleton Horse Archers. The Death Creepers for that regeneration and stalk, and some Forest Goblin Spider Riders with some Goblin Wolf Riders there for some protection. Vindictive Glare in the pocket. Going to be smashing here. It looks like they hit a few Necropolis Knights. They do have that fear, but no magic resistance there. Over on the left, we do have some more Forest Goblin Spider Riders and the Morky Mangy Marauders. Very good stuff. Goblin Wolf Riders there to protect them as well. Still going to be shooting in the pocket, getting some good damage right up against these Savage Orc Biggins. No armor for them, but they do that 25% physical resistance. Giant River Troll Hag here in the front line, alongside an Ragnarok Queen. And the Lord choice today should be Grom. No, Snarsnake. Bring on the Snarsnake. Love Snarsnake. This Snarsnake's my favourite in this matchup. So we'll be having that very sneaky poison, armor piercing, bonus as large, anti-large, fermented fungi, which is fantastic with a negative 24 minute defense and rampage. Spite of the bad move for the bonus first large, armor piercing, and base weapon damage. And yeah, it's not going to be coming there with the 16 leadership though. So interesting stuff. So on top of the Giant River Hag, we'll be having Spirit Leech, Mither, and obviously the Overwhelming Odor. And the Screaming Memes in the front line here are going to be smashing straight into the Savage Orc Biggins. I like that a lot. The Screaming Memes are going to be doing some very good damage up against these Savage Orc boys. And the Ragnarok Spider will be running away. We're going to see the Necrotechs here for the bonus large, anti-large, armor piercing, going to do very good damage here up against the Ragnarok Queen. She can also do some very good damage back as well, while supported alongside Snarsnake. If he does give that the bad move for the bonus large, armor piercing, and base weapon damage, these guys are going to go down very quickly. Barbarian's going to be coming into the mixture as well, doing absolutely dumpstering the Queen here. She needs some help, and as you can see, there's going to be some very good work here, as we do have Spite the bad move going down. New sets Incantation with the negative melee attack and negative melee defense. He's going to make it very interesting here in this matchup. Massive negatives here, Winter Magic all over the place. Some really nice fanatics here thanks to the ROR to 8 big units going alongside these Skeleton Spears. Going to be doing some very good work in this front line. Some more going to be going over here as well, doing truckloads of damage up against these Skeleton Warriors. Brilliant stuff in the front line. Night Goblin Fanatics going to do some very good damage value. So Spider Riders are going to get pinned in using the Skeleton Horsemen. These guys do have 76 speed, I believe, at 58 whilst poison. And so they are going to be getting caught by the Skeleton Horse Archers. Mid, they're going down. Need to get these Spider Riders out of here. Need to get them out of here and shooting as much as possible. Looks like there is going to be a summon in the back. I imagine we are going to see some Spider Rider hatchlings coming in the back. Looks like we have lost the Ragnarok Queen in the mixture here. Essentially imperishable. Fermented fungi down on him. And Savage Orc Biggins in the mixture. Savage Orc Biggins going to do some very good damage here. They have going to... So it looks like it's going to be a trade of the Ragnarok Queen going up against the Necropolis Knights. I think I much prefer that there for the Tomb King favour. Over in the back, looks like we didn't get the Forest Goblin Spider Rider Archers back. They need to be microed here. These guys, especially including the Death Creepers, going to be getting hit relatively hard up against these... But this blob here is going to be really devastational here. We do have Snarsnake in the pocket. He will be fighting up against Section Imperishable. Spirit Reach going down on him as well. Snarsnake can do some good job, but here in this pocket he's going to be a little bit overwhelmed, I think. We still have the summon here from the Tomb Kings. I haven't seen that summon come in yet. We do have the Ushapti, coming in. Cetri is going to be pushing Snarsnake away from the main force. Snarsnake can do some good damage value, so War is going to be going off, so we will get the plus 24 melee attack. So should be able to hit Cetra relatively hard here. Van Braces, so isn't going to have any of the Van Braces here on the Necrotech, so no weakness to negative 9 melee attack for him. But he is going to be breaking. This is going to be really devastational here for the Greenskins if they lose Snarsnake. Snarsnake is going to break, and I think he will be very quickly going to army losses here. Spider Riders have been pushed left, right, and centre. Really unfortunate here, I think. We do have some Savage Orc Biggins here in the pocket though. They will be fighting here up against the Skeleton Horse Archers. The Death Creepers fighting as well. They need to get that regeneration in, but losing Snarsnake is huge. Looks like also a broken giant river troll hag. We do have some spider hatchlings in the back, but I don't think there's much that you can do as the Greenskins. Savage Orcs coming back into the mixture, as well as some spider rider archers. We are going to have the Goblin Shaman. Can he get a Vindictive Glare off is the question. Maybe do some good damage up against the Necropolis Knights. Restore going down, giving some good healing ups, and they are going to be up to max with their 5 out of 18 models. Arachnot Queen did go down, and so they are going to be chasing the River Troll Hag with that nice fire damage. And the nice fan braces for negative 9 melee attack and weakness to fire. I do think Unbreakable AP Loonies coming after these booties, but I don't think it's going to be enough. 84 speed here for etc. And that will be GG's. Yeah, Scheduled Stalkers were very good here with the yeah, very good trade here, and I really like the pick of the Necropolis Knights with halberds. Yeah, very good stuff. Very good stuff. So 56 skills, 2,200 damage value for Cetra, 800 and 600 for the Necrotex. Obviously coming with Restore with that 1,000 hit points, getting 1,000 damage value for the Necropolis Knights halberds, 930 damage value for the skeleton chariots, 300, 400 here, 400 for the skeleton horsemen, 740 for the Screaming Mean catapults as well, and as you can see, just the fear for the cheap front line. Snarsnake, 560 damage value. He really wasn't protected, unfortunately. He's normally not quite that squishy, but got isolated quite comfortably there. 96 damage value, 780 for the Giant River Troll Hag, 330 for the Goblins, 500 for the Night Goblin Fanatics, 103 kills for 640 damage value for the AP Loonies. It's also going to be 800 damage value for the Savage Orc Biggins, 770, 312 and only 420 for the Death Creepers. 800 damage value though for the Morgi Mangi Marauders, good work there. 970 for the Arachnot Queen, and just a couple of hundred here for the Goblin Wolf Riders. Alright, so game 3 here is going to be 2-0 up for Void. Yeah, GG's indeed. Yeah, no, TKA are very good here up against Greenskins for sure. I think what you missed here, you missed the Rabble Rouse for sure. You needed that Rabble Rouse. Very good for negating that fear and terror. Having him in the pocket with the plus 16 leadership on top of Snarsnake and all those bonuses. Also giving Snarsnake that plus 9 melee attack makes him really good. He just has 55 melee defense, so that plus 9 melee attack, and then when War goes off as well, it makes him really good at blobbing. So that's always quite a nice buff there. And I like the River Troll Hag as well for the Overwhelming Odor for the negative 5 melee attack. And all the other good bonuses that she can give as well, including Mither and all the other cool abilities. Lots of Savage Orc Biggins, or what I really prefer is actually lots of Orc Biggins. They've got lots of armor. They don't have the physical resistance, but they got 50 armor. They got the bonus plus large. They're 100 cheaper. You can go a little bit wider with them. 4 units of those against 4 units of Savage Orc Biggins. You save yourself 400 gold. You know, you can just make that front line a little bit wider. Have the cheap gobos there to deal with the mass skeletons you're going to come up against, and yeah, just try to see if you can chomp through them. GG's to both sides. GG's for sure. GG's for sure. Looks like it's going to be VP, a ban of Wood Elves and High Elves. Okay. So no Greenskins to counter the VP. What could you go here? It's a tough one. Don't know what you play up against VP. Oh, Dowie. By the way, Logic, where do you work? Might be. I'm not gonna say where I work. Just for personal reasons. I'm not gonna say where I work. I can tell you what I do for work, but I won't say exactly where I work. But I have a few different jobs, so I actually do strength and conditioning, so I do sort of a bit like a PT, but for elite athletes. And I do my sports nutrition, and I'm also a physiotherapist. I'm actually finishing off my 3rd degree as we speak. I also do security as well, so I've been doing security since I joined university. So I actually have a couple of jobs. So I've just been, working on this, and then I've started doing YouTube as well. So I try and do YouTube as full time as I can. Full time as it allows me to, on top of 3 jobs and going to university. So I'm a bit of a busy guy. But I think here, I think this is a big one. I think Caradoc has to go Dowie. I think anything other than Dowie here is a massive miss. But maybe Void is baiting out the Dowie. Maybe he knows something I don't. But it's a horrendous matchup for VP. Horrendous matchup. Not too sure about the High Elf ban. I don't know why High Elves are the ban here. So hopefully that answers your question, CJ. Yeah, you can see my high-vis jacket in the back. That's for one of my security jobs. I actually have 2 up there. I have an orange one and a yellow one. I also have my blue jacket somewhere. I don't know. I've got 3 different jackets. He works in Zimbabwe. Oh, there we go. That's what I needed. Why Zimbabwe flex? How do you know I work in Zimbabwe? I think Caradoc has to go Dowie here. I just feel like he has to go Dowie. Dowie, 3 cannons, pick double engineer with firing a Tory, as well as the accuracy buffs for the cannons, and he just out-trades. You go maybe 2 or 3 units of Thunderers and just wide frontline with blasting charges, and like what is Void gonna do? There's nothing he can do. I think it's a win. I think it's not an auto win, but it's strong for him. It's strong. My man, let's go. HE is favourable into VP, so if Caradoc is an HE player, I would say it's fair ban. Yeah, I just think Dowie's too strong. I think Dowie's too strong, Bear. I think Dowie had to be a must ban. I think it had to be. Unless Void is baiting out Dowie here. I think the only play here from Void is he can't go mass gun line, he just loses. He just gets out-traded. I don't care how cheap the guns are, he just gets out-traded. And I'm going to be on outdoor outskirts. So the one interesting thing is there's quite a lot of terrain here to take into effect. He might have to go maybe like 1 unit of gyrocopters just to keep that mobility around, so he is shooting and he can keep a nice defensive position, maybe. Yeah, it's a tough one. But like, you've got to bring at least 2 cannons here. You've got to bring 2 cannons. Just in case Void does go like quadruple carronade. Because it's possible. Your Void could go like 5 carronades and like just completely try and screw with Caradoc, you know. 5 carronades and force him to come to himself. So, or maybe a Queen Bess as well. You could just go like, yeah, you could do loads to be fair. But here we go, we're going to have a VP up against Dowie. We're having all sorts of counter picks today. We're having Skaven up against Lizardmen. We're having all sorts of crazy wins that you wouldn't expect to see. I don't even know what you do as a VP player in this matchup. You could go Crab Rush, but I think you're just susceptible to getting shot. I don't know. I don't know. What do you do, Flex? I know you're a big undead player. What do you do as the VP? Or any other undead players in the chat? I don't know if you play VP, CJ. I know you like Team Kings. I don't know if you like VP. Are you a high elf player, Bear? I'm not sure if you're a high elf player. It's true. It's true. It's true. Oh, it's very true, Bear. It's very true. Are you a high elf player? I haven't put you down as a high elf player, but you could be. I've seen you play Chaos a few times. I've seen you play Wood Elves, I think, a few times, and your Greenies. I think you have to go Rush. Yeah, I think you're right. I agree, Flex. I think you have to go Rush here. Like Mass Doggos, Crabs. Yeah, I think so. Crab Rush is the only way forward. Maybe Ethereal as well. Like just bring as many Ethereal Sirens as you can. Like obviously they're going to hit less, but they're going to get hit less in return as well. Double gunner right would make sense, but they're susceptible to cannon shots. If Caradoc has 2 cannons, those gunner rights are gone. But the Scab Scrapes could be very important, you know, for like dealing with Slayers, etc. He needs something to deal with Slayers. I think if Caradoc is sensible, he doesn't go too heavy on the Slayers. Like 4 units of blasting charges, maybe even 5 in the front. No, 4 is fine. Some Dwarf Warriors with great weapons would be quite nice to deal with any sort of crabs that do come. And then you go 2 units of Slayers, 2 cannons, 2 engineers, and you bring Grumby. That'd be pretty nice. I play High Elves, Chaos, Empire, and GS. Yeah, I play High Elves, Chaos. Is High Elves your main faction? I thought Chaos was your main faction. Do you know what I've been watching recently? I've been loving the Dowie play coming from Turin recently. I'm not gonna lie, I love watching Turin play Dowie because like he's just so fun playing Dowie. I like it when he casts himself, bringing the big beards. But maybe I'm heavily swayed. I'm a big Dowie fan. I swear I've seen you play Wood Elves, Bear. Did you send me in one with Wood Elves? Or was it you Chaos against... No, it was you Chaos against Wood Elves, I think. Yeah, because you brought Sigvald the Magnificent, didn't you? And he pretty much soloed. Ah, fair enough. Fair enough. I'm just disappointed though. That's the only problem there. I'm disappointed that Dowie aren't one of your top 5. Just disappointed. Not upset. Just disappointed. It's going in the Damaz Kron for sure, Big Bear. You better watch yourself on quick battles. To be fair though, that might be it. Yeah, I think High Elves and Chaos are good counters up against Wood Elves, I think. Or well, no, Wood Elves did pretty good actually up against. Pretty even. All right, Caradoc is ready. Void is ready. Let's get it going. I might have to write that wrong there. Seems to be a problem. Some check I haven't got a map wrong. Yeah, we're on Outdorf outskirts. Looks like Void is ready, wicked. I was going to learn Dowie in the beginning, but was heavily recommended against it. I don't like people that do that. I don't like people that recommend you not doing something. My advice if you are a brand new player, pick somebody who you either like thematically or like lore-wise the most, or someone who you just
just play someone who you either like playing with or someone who you enjoy having the most. Like, I enjoy Dowie throughout. I love playing with them. I like their lore. I like everything about them. That's why I played Dowie first, and I enjoyed it because it's the one you have to play. I would play against every single faction. If you're a brand new player, play that one faction to death and learn all of their weaknesses and everything good. Like, I even played Dowie against Skaven. It's a dreadful matchup, but you have to learn it. Oh, very nice. I like that, CJ. But yeah, just play that one faction to death, and then for new players, once you've learnt that one faction, then spread to a faction that's completely different. So what I did is I learned Dowie as a bit of a defensive faction, and then I went on and did Greenskins. And then, because Greenskins, you know, a nice rush faction, forced me to play very differently and develop my style of play nice and quickly. And then once I got those two, I had a nice rush faction, I had a nice defensive faction, I then learned something in the middle. So, good factions in the middle, a good example is Empire. Great at nothing, but good at everything. So, you know, I had a good at everything. I had a brilliant defensive and a brilliant offensive. I had three there that were very, very good. And then after that, I had to learn a faction that was a very good counter up against some of the top in the game. So I went, what else? I learned what else to help me counter up against Greenskins. You know, and I think once you've learnt three factions and you've learnt them in and out, I think that's a good way of doing it. As a TK main up against Dowie, it all depends on the map. I'll tell you that for free, CJ. It all depends on the map. So, for example, a good map such as this, if you have a Casket of Souls here behind this building, and you're able to shoot over the top into the Dowie, you can do some tremendous damage value. But it all depends on the map about what you bring with TK and what you don't. All depends on how well you know it. We'll drop, maybe TJ, we'll drop into that into the mid-game interval. Alright, so for the big grey-bearded men, we have 2 units of Rangers, so very good there for dealing with all of that infantry. Some miners for blasting charges, like 4 units here, some very good stuff. We have the ROR Dragonback Slayers here. These big bad boys do have their ability here, which is the power of the Dragonback, which gives flammable and negative 36% to speed, and obviously Death Blow. We have the Warriors of the Fire Dragon Pass. These guys are incredible here with their fire damage. You can partner them up here along with the Dragonback Slayers, making a nice good combo here. We have some Dwarf Warriors in the front line with some Dwarf Warriors with great weapons. So 2 great weapons, 2 normal. Dwarf Warriors have 85 armor, a nice 40 melee defense, and the AP variety do have 30 melee defense. However, one thing you might want to note here, the ROR do actually have a massive 50 melee defense, bonus versus infantry, anti-infantry. It's not a huge amount of anti-infantry, it's just going to be bonus versus infantry 6, but it's still going to be a good multiplier nonetheless. Over here in the back, we do have 3 cannons, brilliant stuff. So the triple cannon threat coming out here, as well as the double master engineer. I'm putting 1 engineer here, 1 engineer here, and let's see what items they got with them today. So just the fiery ring of Tories, very interesting. Looks like we are going to have the ballistics, so good, we have 1 ballistic, so it's a 40 meter radius, you can actually just pop him in the middle and he should be fine. What the ballistics is going to do is, when it is popped, it will be giving that plus 60 accuracy and reload skill, meaning they're going to fire more accurate and more often. We're also going to be having the big white dwarf, the man, the myth, the vengeance, coming in the middle with his gigantic great axe. This man will be coming with Flash Bomb, as well as Grombrindle has no fear. 2 brilliant items here to come today. The only thing you can, against the undead, is the only way you can bring is Rune Helm of Zulfbar. It's the only one you could possibly bring it against, just to negate that fear and terror. Because it does give plus 12 leadership, so it's quite a nice item, but it's very expensive in 230. I don't normally bring it, but it's something you can think about. So up in the sky here, we do have some Fellbats. Fellbats very good at getting into that back line and shutting that down. And we have at least 1, 2, 3, 4 units of Sirens. Sirens, of course, having that magic damage, but they will be ethereal, and Grombrindle are going to be the only one able to deal up with these entities. We do, of course, have the Fire Ring of Tories that have that magic damage, very good at dealing with these ladies. They do have the 75% physical resistance and that nice terror. They also have Charms for the negative 9 melee attacks. They're going to make them very good at dealing with those Dowie. Zombie Pirate Deckhands in the front line, alongside it looks like at least 1 Gunnery White here, which has more powder. No Scab Scrape. Scab Scrape's pretty good at dealing with Slayers, but of course, if you don't have the money, you don't have the money. In the trees, though, we are going to be seeing the double mortars, including the Queen Bess. Now, the man, the myth, the void, the legend coming out with that Queen Bess. Oh, We do have one unit of Vanguard over here. Some scurvy dogs in the back, though. I think we have the double gunnery whites here, going to be very good at sniping out Gromby Grindle. The Lord choice today will be the Vampire Fleet Captain with a pistol. Brilliant stuff. I think 90 range. Is it? Yeah, 90 range, 542 missile strength. We'll be having Invocation from the Heck, the Drowned Dead. Yeah, and that's it. Good stuff. Oh, in the back we do have some Depth Guard as well. Depth Guard, not too much armor piercing from them, but there still are some very good stats nonetheless. Queen Bess, this could be a problem. So knowing the map very well here, he's going to be shooting the Queen Bess out. Now, so far, this is fine. He's not in the trees, but he's going to be shooting, and it is going to force the Dowie player to come to him. Now, he's going to be having the Gunnery White nice and sneaky here with the Vampire Fleet Captain. We do have the Rangers. The Rangers do come round here into the trees. They could take out the Queen Bess. Ooh, so he is going to be hitting up against the mortar teams. So some good hits there with the mortar teams. Oh, did it damage a model? No, just the mortar teams are still going to be going. Oh, really doing some good damage up against the mortar teams there. Very good work. If they do have to break on leadership. Oh, they are going to be shooting over the top. Brilliant work. If they are able to get down that leadership and cause them to crumble and get rid of the crews, I don't think they're going to be able to get rid of any mortar pieces. But Queen Bess is going to do lots of damage here. Queen Bess for sure going to be coming for that cannon booty. Ballistic calibration going off there for that reload and accuracy. Can they fire here into the Queen Bess though? I can't quite see the range. So the range here, oh, they're just going to be out of range there. They are going to be moving slowly. They can. Queen Bess does have a lot of HP, but Queen Bess will be going behind. And this is what is very good and what you can utilize with TK for you, CJ. Going to be going here up behind the nice skull. He's going to have the good over the top. And they are going to be crumbling. And good work. -4 as they will be crumbling with the leadership teams. But if you can get over the top, you can use the nice arc of fire here to do some good damage against the Dowie. Zombie Pirate Gunner hand mobs here in the front line. Just shoot here using the Rangers. And the nice thing about the Rangers and what's really good here done from Caradoc, he's going to be using the nice front line here as a bit of protection with this range. Here they can shoot over the top, but the Gunners are going to really struggle to shoot here onto the Rangers. The big problem here with the terror coming from the Sirens. The Sirens managed to flank. Could be quite a bit of a problem. Now, what I would do here is just drop the artillery crews back. Drop them back. You don't get any more damage. You still have a couple of cannons here left. Double cannon will be shooting. This is where all the fight goes down. So this time we are going to have the mortars. Mortars are going to be down to 1.2k health. Looks like they have managed to stabilise. But over here in the pocket, the Queen Bess is still having lots of ammunition. You need to be sending something over here to deal with that. It doesn't really matter if it's Slayers, doesn't matter what it is, but you need to send something over to deal with it. You can't just allow it to keep shooting like this. It could be really problematic. We're going to see the Master Engineer going forward. We do have the Sirens. If we do get the Master Engineer forward, we could get a nice good spell here using the Fire Ring Tori for that nice magic damage. Could do some very good work up against those Sirens. Needs to be saving those. Vampire Fleet Captain there. So he's starting getting a little bit more in the forest. He does need to make sure he's progressing. He is shooting, of course, but you can't just shoot and stay in the forest. Yeah, so good luck, have fun. Thank you. Well, good sportsmanship there from Caradoc. So shooting there. Unfortunately, the double cannon on top of each other. That's a bit of a shame. Oh, it looks like it has broken down to 9 models. They should come back. Dowie are well known for their leadership. So blasting charge on the front line is exactly what they utilise for up against the lowly armoured deckhand mobs here. So get some good blasting charges in the front lines. Some good work there. Fellbats in the back, really going to try and take care of the cannons. You need to be having your dragon backs almost on top of the cannon. You cannot allow them to hop on the cannon like that. That is an unfortunate mistake there from Caradoc. Now you can allow the Queen Bess to start firing onto the second cannon. As you can see on the side here, we are going to have the Sirens fighting up against the Rangers. Sirens will be doing very good with that terror, given that negative to leadership and the possible for terror routing. They are going to be under fire, apparently. I'm not sure under fire from what. Maybe under fire here from the Vampire Fleet Captain, given those negative leadership and also fear, causing the very close terror rout. We do have the Gunner White, who's going to be given that extra ammunition here in the forest. Yeah, I think the Slayers need to move a little bit quicker on that flank just to get some good damage value. Scurvy Dogs coming in as well alongside the Fellbat should be able to shut down this other cannon, and it is going to have to force the Rangers to be quite aggressive. We need to see the Master Engineers coming through with those rings and getting a ring down at the front line. Very good damage value on the Sirens. Good stuff, good stuff. Get those miners involved as quickly as possible. Another ring of Tory here. good work there, doing some good damage value up against the Sirens. They have managed to protect that one cannon. They only so the Dwarf Warrior's great weapons. This is not what they want to be. You really want to be getting your fire pass over here, get the AP over in the front line, and dealing up against maybe the fleet captain. Dragonbacks here going to be doing some good damage up against the Sirens. I'm not really too sure how the Dragonbacks don't do. Not really too sure how they. Oh, they put it on their attack. Okay, that's quite nice. But it's a shame they don't do any magic damage. The big Goblin Slayer, big boy himself. If you guys don't know him, check him out on YouTube. A really nice guy. Really nice guy. Coming in the air here. Let's keep an eye on this. This bad boy is going to be coming in for the strike. Oh, looks like he went into the fun here up against the Dwarf Warriors with great weapons. You don't want to be doing any self-damage here, clearly. But it looks like we are going to be breaking with the Rangers. They're just going to be rooting. They're not going to be terrified here. But Felbacks will be going down on the leadership. Balance power still relatively even. Just pushing into the VP favour. Scobie Dogs in the back are going to be very good at just chasing off all broken units. These guys will be working around the flanks and just dealing with the Rangers. Sirens will be running away. Sirens still relatively healthy, and healing going to be very good on them as they're quite the elite units. Although we do have the Dragonbacks here pushing off a unit of Sirens, they need to get in the back and deal with the Gunnery Whites or the Queen Bess. These Dragonbacks can't be sat here pushing on these Sirens. Dwarf Warriors will be going off the edge of the map there, and yeah, the Vampire Fleet Captain in the front. We do have a unit of Dwarf Warriors with great weapons. They could really do with pushing onto the Vampire Fleet Captain. Killing him could be quite nice, removing the... oh, very nice. We're going to have the Double Master Engineer shooting into the Gunnery White. We're going to be just a little bit idle here, unfortunately. We would really like to see them kill the Gunnery White, actually. Grombrindle needs to get involved. I need to see him over here doing some good damage value. Grombrindle will solo anything in this army. He needs to be involved. In the back here, we are going to see the very good mobility here from the Undead. Just trying to push off all sorts of entities. Crumbling here with the Scurvy Dogs. And negative ones. They will be losing some health. But the boys need to push now. The boys with beards and belts need to be getting into this back line and shutting down. The closer they get to this rock, actually, the less damage value you're going to be seeing from this Queen Bess. Coming out of the front, we are going to see the Gunnery White. So we got some Sirens coming into the back. Oh, a really nice Ringatory along there would be some very good value. Summon of Zombie Pirate Decker mobs here in the front line, and we are going to be having the great weapons fighting up against the Vampire Fleet Captain. They do some good damage value up against him, actually. They do have the still good melee defense and stats. It looks like they are going to be getting pushed off due to fear. We are going to see Grombrindle if he comes in and manages to... oh, get his Unbreakable now. If he has Unbreakable, he has Grombrindle has no fear. This would be a perfect time.
Our clans will shoot
Flash Bomb
us.
would be very good to slow him down, but we do have the Crab here waiting.
Run.
So he's going to be kiting. Flash Bomb going down, and he's going to be going after that booty. What you want to try and do is see if you can use the miners to block up against the Gunnery White. Yeah, very good there. You know exactly what you're doing, Caradoc. And a good slam here with Flash Bomb. Negative 24 money defense. Invocation in the head going down, but look at those chunks coming off the Vampire Fleet Captain. This could really flip the game. This is some very good work here. Big hits coming through. Fantastic work. Look, it's going to be a summon of the Zombie Pirate Decker mobs. Good stuff. But that negative to leadership really going to be tanking. He's going to push through and get the punch. Brilliant stuff. 7. And he's gone down. Good stuff. That's negative 16 leadership map wide here to the Undead. As we can see here in this pocket, we are going to see the Elite Depth Guard fighting up against the Dwarf Warriors and the Warriors of Dragonfire Pass. This is where you need to get the Dragonbacks in to help them. The negative due to fire damage and the bonus infantry fire damage from the Dwarf Warriors will be very good. And Sirens will be running away from the Dragonback Slayers. But no healing now for this faction. Dragonback Slayers could really do with dealing with this Gunnery White. And you have to double engineer here. Get the double engineer shooting. You need to get these guys involved. Gromby going to be coming through, just ignore this summon. Maybe even get Gromby into the back line here, shut down these artillery crews. Surprisingly, not going to see the Queen Bess firing here. Oh no, we'll be going up to fire. We'll do some miners in the forest, get these miners involved. Now we are going to be breaking left, right and centre, but do they have enough to take care of Grombrindle? So very good stuff from Void. He is going to be dropping the artillery crew straight off of the Queen Bess, so some good work for him. Just ignore this summon. You don't need to be fighting it. It's going to be dying relatively quickly. Just keep him moving. You need to keep him moving. You need to keep the VP player honest. As you can see here, we are going to be shooting using the gunnery whites. These double engineers need to be shooting, but he's going to be pushed off due to terror. Is it terror? Or no, he doesn't have immune to psychology. We need a fire ring Tory here to deal with these sirens. More sirens coming in, the Dragonback Slayers. They are unbreakable. Oh, fire ring Tory coming down here. Doing some okay damage value, not too great. It does fire damage, and there's some fire resistance for the Dragonback Slayers. Not too sure how much, so 22% resistance for them. And yeah, as you can see, Master Engineer will be fighting up against the Gunnery White, but not going to do too well for him here. Fear and all those negatives going to be a bit of a problem. But we do have the AP Dwarf Warriors of Great Weapons coming in the back. They will comfortably deal with the Gunnery White.
Do not shame your ancestors.
We do have Gromby here. Gromby, the man, the myth, the legend. We cannot allow them to get back on that crew, that's for sure. Gromby will be coming back, but that Queen Bess is going to do some damage. We don't have too much left here. This is a very close game. Really coming into the VP favour. The Gunnery White doing some very good work. I think this is looking like a VP win, but the Gunnery White can do some good damage value, but the Dragonback Slayers are going to be getting cut down to size here. Ooh, so some good stuff for the Dwarfs. Can they push us? So it looks like the Sirens are going to be struggling up against the Dwarf Warriors. These guys are now going to be pushing away. But the Fellbats can just push off the Engineer, which is a bit of a shame. He has 19 leadership. I'm surprised he's not come back. Yeah, but he will be getting pushed off the edge of the map now. Nothing you can do with that. Over here, we are going to be having another unit being chased off by some Sirens. I just don't know how they're going to deal with the Sirens. Like, of course, Grombrindle's going to do well. But he's just going to get kited here and shot by the Gunnery White. Death Guard, 16 models left, 1000 HP. Oh my god, there's a big self-hit there coming there from Void. And it's like the Queen Bess is going to be out of ammunition. So the Queen Bess is going to be coming through with lots of damage value here today. And we are going to be seeing the Dragonback Stairs fighting up against the Depth Guard. Not really sure that's where you want to be seeing them. But the AP here from the Dwarf Warriors will be very good. So to be able to kill the Depth Guard, that'll be some very good stuff. But they're going to be taking lots of damage value back in return as well. So negative 43, as you can see, they're going to be crumbling very hard. Losing lots of health as you go. They will be healing as they're in melee combat as well, but they're going to die relatively quickly. And now it's just about assassinating this Gunnery White. So it looks like this is very good from Void. You're going to see Gunnery Whites one on each side. So he has to pick one to go for and he'll get shot by the other. So we are going to have the Sirens. They will be crumbling here on the flank. They're going to be crumbling relatively quickly. Negative 43 leadership. Not too sure why. But they will be going down. There's some Sirens in the back chasing off the Master Engineer, who has been shattered. But down to 200 HP. We'll keep an eye on that as it continues. Yeah, once they're gone, that's a big win for the Dowie. So they will be going. So down to 100. Dowie will be pushing here onto one Gunnery White. So the Slayers are down. Sirens down to 40 HP. And that's them gone. So balance of power is still pulling even further and further. Going to be wavering here with the Dwarf Warriors. Grombrindle has no fear. Brilliant stuff. So going to be keeping the Dwarf Warriors back in the fight. But you need a flash bomb here to slow down this Gunnery White. So we have lost the Master Engineer. He has been shattered. These boys will continue to fight, but he has to engage actually. Was he shooting? I didn't see if he was shooting there, but I think he was shooting. As long as this guy's shooting, I didn't see if he was shooting, but as long as he's engaging, that's fine. He's down to 300 HP. Is he going to get the big slam here? Big hit. So some good big hits there. 170. One more shot and he's done for, I think. But big hits up against the Gunnery White. So, yeah, GG's here. GG's here. Will be 3-0. Interesting game. Interesting game. Unlucky here. I like the build. I just think from the beginning he needed to overextend and be aggressive. He was, and very well to avoid knowing the map here with the mortars and obviously the Queen Bess. But let's jump in here with Caradoc. He's going to have 49 kills, so 1.8k damage value for Grombrindle, 930 and 590 here for the Master Engineers, 200, 300, 200 and 200 for the Miners with blasting charges, 300 kills for 110. 26 for 500. 622 for the Warriors of Dragonfire Pass. I would like to see those alongside the Dragonback Slayers to deal with the Depth Guard. Sorry about that. And the Dwarf Warriors of Great Weapons 400 and 119 here. 800, 200 and 200 for the cannons. Really struggling there. I think once you realised what was going on there in the forest, you needed to give up this gig and start moving on. But as you can see, the Rangers 100 and 130 damage value here, and 1.6 for the Dragonback Slayers. So while playing Void, he'll be having 480 damage value for the Vampire Fleet Captain, 1.6 for the Gunnery Wights, and 2,000, as well as 44, 100, and yeah, some really good stuff from the Gunnery Wights. 300, 680, 190, and 300 for the Sirens. Very good with that Terror. 2.7k damage value for the Queen Bess, which is pretty much what we expected. 100 damage value for the Mortars. 1.1 here for the Depth Guard. 500 from the Scary Dogs. 370 and 260 for the Fellbats. Yes, that's what I said there. Yeah, that's what I said there, Bobo. Just if you missed that, I said the Queen Bess there behind the big skull was a big play. It was a big play. It's a big reason, and that's what you can do with TK. If you have that ability up against the Dwarfs, having things such as a Casket of Souls can be very good at dealing with the Dwarfs. Yes, they have magic resistance, of course, but if it's placed in the correct area and the cannons aren't able to deal with it, it's very difficult. Alright, so 3-0 here going to Void, and we're going to be going into Game 4 with Caradoc here, now going to be picking and banning. Hey man, how you doing, Bobo? Hope you're having a good time. No, that's not a problem at all, dude. Gunner Rights are very, very competitive. Scab Scraith, as well as the sniping potential they have, on top of their crabs as well for the mobility, they're just incredible. They're one of the things that actually make VP pretty powerful. I think actually a Goblin Rock Clobber there would have been quite nice. Not even for the negative to leadership, but just actually to have the Arc of Fire. I'm glad to hear you're doing good, man. I'm glad to hear you're doing good. You having a good evening? What have you been up to, Bobo? Yeah, the Gunnery Wights can give ammunition to any faction, any unit that has, obviously, ammunition. Yeah, Grombrindle is no joke. Grombrindle is no joke in combat. Especially when you also have Grombrindle has no fear for the plus 24 melee attack, melee defense, and then plus negative 24 melee defense for Flash Bomb. Oh, it looks like... I'm not sure what happened to Caradoc. I think Caradoc, I think he dropped. Alright, let me just message Caradoc. Right, we'll see if Void, sorry, we'll see if Caradoc did come back. Oh, no problem. Alright, so we'll be game 4 here, and it'll be interesting to see what Caradoc does. Yeah, no problem, dude, no problem. No problem at all, no problem. So yeah, we're going to go into the final match here, guys. I don't ask this very often, but just in case any of you haven't, and it really does help the channel here. I don't like to ask for it, but if you haven't already and you are enjoying this content, please leave a big like. I would really appreciate it. It really does help the channel and really helps bring people into the live stream, and it really helps show these videos, these live streams. It really helps expand these videos, because the more interactions you have with it, the more that YouTube will promote it, essentially. And if you haven't already, maybe think about subscribing. It would really mean a lot to me here on the channel. I've had so much support recently, and it's been incredible. Like the fact that I've had over 200 people subscribing, and I've only been doing this for 2 months, and all of you guys here have been absolutely fantastic, and it means the world to me. Seriously, it really means the world to me. Like having you guys just supporting me all the time, coming and playing in all these tournaments, having a good time, being really, really awesome people. So thank you very much for that. Alright, so looks like Caradoc is going to be Skaven, banning Norska and Beastmen. Good stuff. And this is where it gets to the point of the game where Void's going to start running out of factions. I'm ready for the reverse sweep as well. I'm going to get onto the Caradoc train. Let's get onto the VM Caradoc train and get behind all of this. Map. Oh, my bad, Mr. NPR Palm Ridge. But yeah, I actually have lots and lots and lots more content coming for you guys coming forward. Every single day I try to put out a multiplayer video, or I try to put out a sort of like a tournament for you guys, so you guys can have fun and always have some content to come home every day to try and see if have some fun with us. So over the next 2 weeks we should be having 2 lots of sub-faction tournaments. We should be having the Nurgle tournament, and we should be having 2 BattleManias. So you guys have got 5 lots of tournaments to come over the next 2 weeks. So hopefully that should be more than enough content for you guys to get involved with and have some good fun. And yeah, hopefully lots more videos. If you guys have any videos from today, or you have any videos of yourself playing some quick battles with some really cool armies, or anything that you think that the community here might like to see, and maybe it's a little bit different, and even losses, send in losses, guys. Don't be afraid of sending in losses. Losses are also good. Like I send in lots of losses to Ducky and Turin, and I just show lots of the things where maybe I tried something and it didn't work, but maybe it might work for a better player. And it always brings up like nice, cool, interesting ideas, and can really spark some good thinking by some people. Oh, and make that 6 tournaments. I might be doing another tournament, but I haven't confirmed it yet. But it might be another tournament on the foot, but it hasn't been finalised yet. So we'll have to. So you might be getting 6 tournaments in 2 weeks. 6 tournaments in 2 weeks. Alright, so it's like Void is thinking High Elves, and could be interesting. I think he's going to be going through the sub-factions by the looks, picking something perhaps he wants to pick. I wouldn't know what to bring if I was the High Elves here, actually. I think it's quite difficult for High Elves in this matchup. I think you could go like Mass Archers, or... I mean, I rate it. Knights of Calador. Bring it on. Bring it on. I'm down for this matchup. Yes, Big Bear, that's what I like to hear, man. That's what I like to hear. I like to hear you looking forward to all the tournaments. Should be brilliant stuff. And I know there's going to be lots more tournaments coming forward as well. Like, I know Ducky's got some big stuff coming forward. Obviously, you've got the entirety of You know, you got lots of tournaments coming forward. Let's just put it that way. You got lots of good stuff to look forward to. You got ECL, and me and Ducky have got some big ideas coming forward as well. We actually got a massive idea and a massive project going on. So hopefully we'll be able to tell you guys something soon about it. One of the nice tournaments coming forward is also going to be Choose Your Champion. For you guys that really want to get involved in quite a cool tournament that's going to be run over a massive wide community, there's something to look forward to. Yeah, so you've got quite a few options here on both sides. You've got all sorts of Phoenixes, you've got all sorts of Dragons here from Void. And I imagine we are going to be seeing the man, the myth, the legend. Is he going to be on horseback? I don't think he comes on Dragon in this matchup. If he comes on his Dragon, he's going to get very comfortably sniped using Warlock Elves. But on this map in particular with Alpine Ridge, you've got the massive ridge in the middle that can negate a lot of that sniper fire. So I imagine you might be seeing the man, myth, the legend on horseback. And you might be seeing some sort of variant. So I probably imagine you're going to be seeing some Shadow Warriors. They do have some very good stalk. They actually have pretty good melee combat stats as well. They'll beat Clan Rats, no problem. Maybe 4 units of those, and you might see some cheap cavalry. Yeah, you could see some really, really good things here. You might even see like an elite box build here from Void. I've seen them do it. You might see like a spear build, or you might just see like loads of bolt throwers. Bolt throwers can be very good in this matchup. Very good arc of fire, especially over the top. You could see a full calf build. Honestly, I don't know with Void. You never know. You never know with Void. You never know. Warp Lightning Gill. What's that, Bobo? So Caradoc is ready. Void is ready. Let's hop into this. So it's going to be game 4 of the final of BattleMania season 2. So if he does win this map, Void will be going away with Total War Warhammer 3 from myself. I'm hoping for the big Chad himself. Yeah, I think the Big Daddy will be coming on top of horseback. I don't think he'll be coming on a dragon. But, yeah. I like to see the Chad himself coming on horseback. He actually looks pretty sick on horseback as well, to be fair. Alrighty. And I really like this ridge because it really forces players to really have to think outside of the box. You know, for example, here in this matchup with Skaven up against High Elves, there are certain ways you could play it on certain particular maps like Carrick Bufdar or Oakenhammer, where you could bring certain things like you go 4 lots of Warlock Elves. Here you can't do that. Here it really has to force you to think outside the box, really change your way of thinking and your way of approaching different matches and setups, and it can make it quite interesting to have these particular maps in there that really force players to have different styles of play, meaning that with certain maps you can't just play one particular style of play and then win through doing that. I really like Imric on top of his dragon, but he is the win or lose factor when he's on his dragon. He's phenomenally expensive, but he will win or lose you the game, for sure. You have a misplay with him, he'll lose, and if he can easily solo armies. He's just that strong. You have him with a life caster, and he's just incredibly strong. Especially with like Star Lance and all the other good bits and bobs you can have, you know. God, I've just seen how long we've been going. We've been going for 5 hours and 18 minutes. I'm thinking actually, if this went to a best of 7, we could be here for 6 hours. So, are we going to be seeing a Caradoc reverse sweep, or are we going to be seeing the 4-0 here from the big man Void. The man with the potato PC himself. God, you might drop it, you know. Ah, there we go, there we go. Alright, let's hop into it. We're going to go with the Knights of Caledor here with the High Elves. Would you look at these beautiful things? Alright, let's get into it. So, we're going to be having 2 units of Illyrian Reavers here in the back, alongside the double Flamefire Phoenix. These things are exceptionally good looking. The best looking units in the game are High Elves for sure. They have some of the best looking single entities, models. They're phenomenally well designed. But they have Wake of Fire, as well as that really nice Rebirth, that Terror, and the 70% fire resistance. Flaming attacks, of course, with magic and lots of armor piercing. Lots of roll of the dice, but if you do get the 50% on both, it makes them super dangerous. 5 units of Rangers at the front, as well as the Lothran Sea Guard. Archers here in the middle, so 2 units of Lothran, 2 units of Archers, and obviously the double Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower. We will be having the Archmage of Fire here on the top. I really like this pick, and the reason why I like it, Kindle Flame. It's going to be making your Flamefire Phoenix extremely good. Fireball, the Burning Head, Arcane Conduit, Armor of the Stars, which is pretty nice for the Unspottable, and of course the Book of Hoeth. In the corner, we do have some Illyrian Reavers, the Flamefire Phoenix here as well, and both on the side, just making sure there's going to be no Vanguarded units. Here for the Skaven, it looks like we will be having some Night Runners, looks like 3 units of, some Gutter Runners, Night Runners with that poison. We'll be having the, oh, you have the Ishka's Triads, the ROR Eshin Triads. These guys are very nice. They have the Whirling Weeping Blades, oh sorry, no, that's Deathmaster Snicketch, sorry. These guys have concealment bombs. Oh, the doppelganger's really nice. So it creates like an image of themselves, so they can like flank and stuff. It's really quite nice. They have 30% physical, yeah, 30% physical resistance and all the good bits and bobs. We also have some Death Runners here in the back, 3 units, as well as some Night Runner slings, 2 units of those. The Eshin Sorcerer, you do not see him much, but looks like we're having the maximum 12 units of range here. Eshin Sorcerer with the concealment bombs, the Fear of Arama, which is given the negative leadership and vigor, the Speed of Lycos, and Brittle Bones, which is really good, Armor of Darkness, Toxic Rain, and just like the Stalk and the Physical Resistance. And Eshin Triads here on the right. So let's just double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just 8 units of range. Okay, this could be very interesting. Could be very interesting. I think it might go down a hill a little bit when he sees the double Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers. But a lot of it's going to have Stalk. Actually, maybe all of this is complete Stalk. Yes, because it's Deathmaster Snicketch. So Deathmaster here will be having the Deathmaster, the World of Leaping Blades. I'm sure he'll be having the Cloak of Shadows and the Deathmaster Sigil. Concealment Bombs, which is free. Yeah, lots of good items for him. You'll be having the Strider, 30% physical resistance, and the Weeping Blade is going to be very good at sniping out Lords. She will be going over with her Unspottable, just popping around and see what they can see, what sort of units they can get hold of themselves. And it's going to be the big push. Very low armor from the Rangers. They do have some good physical resistance. I think 20%, I think is what they have. It's 20% physical resistance with the low armor, but they're going to be very susceptible to getting shot here. How can they shut down the Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers is what it comes down to. Can they shut them down, and if they can, how? I'm going to get some good volleys here from the Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers. We are going to be pushing forward here with the Skaven. They are going to be getting shot for their troubles, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. I wouldn't mind. She's a little bit vanguarded here. You could maybe just... she's a little bit unspottable, but when that wears off, you might be able to just turn around and see if you can shoot her to death. As you can see here, Night Runners taking quite a bit of damage. There's still 90 models with 4k health, but they've taken at least 400 or 500 damage thanks to the Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower. But here, the double terror-causing Flamefire Phoenix is going to be a problem. So Concealment Bomb's going down on the Death Runners. Just going to make them unspotable. You want to be getting these guys around the flank as quickly as possible. You get the Eshkin Triads here on top of the Illyrian Reavers. Shut those down quite quickly. Get into the back line and start shutting down the Lothran, Seaguard, and Co. Burning Head going to be going down in the pockets. Nearly missing here up against the Night Runner Slings. Going to be hitting up against Deathmaster, doing no damage. And yeah, looks like they might get away with it. It might hit the Vishkan's Death Squad. Needs to be getting these units forward as quickly as possible. And it looks like they are going to be shooting into the final up against the Rangers, getting some good damage value there up against the 30 armor models here of the Rangers, but they will be getting shot for their trouble up against the Lothran Seaguard. They'll trade relatively effectively, the Fear coming in from the Archmage and the Double Terror coming in from the Flamefire Phoenix, going to be helping them push off units left, right and centre. As you see, pushing forward with the Illyrian Rivers, we do need to start seeing the Ishka's Triads come through. Looks like they're just going to be protecting here. And yeah, we could see some good interesting trade on the front line, but how are they going to deal with the double flame fire as well as the Arcane Mage? I don't know what they're going to be able to do against her. The Eshin Triads will do well up against the Illyrian Reavers and just keep them at bay. Looks like they did hit, given the negative to 50% armor there up against the Illyrian Reavers. Do they have poison as well? No, they don't have poison, so they're not going to be able to slow down the Illyrian Reavers. But it looks like they have been slow, so it looks like the poison of the Gutter Runners coming in. Eshin Triads do have 48 speed. And 69 here comes the Illyrian Reavers. In the front pocket, we are going to be getting lots of damage value. Not a fan of the Ishka's Triads fighting up against the Rangers. Nice hit and move, just to get the negation of 50% armor there. But if they're going to be in melee combat, they're going to be very open to getting hit by the Illyrian Reavers. Illyrians come around the flanks, really good stuff from Void, noticing that flank is now open. And as you can see here in the front, we are going to have some more Ishka's Triads. I think that's going to be the fake model here fighting up against the front. No damage value in the back, but it is going to stop them from shooting, so I like that quite a lot. We do in the front line have some Rangers. They will be going down really quickly, some good stuff there. In the front, we will be having the Eshin Sorcerer fighting up against the Rangers. Don't see that often, but the Arcane Mage can come in for the nice snipe here. That Fear going to be very good. We do actually have the Death Runners pushing into the back. Balance of power here pulling into the Skaven favour. But as you can see, some good damage value with Brittle Bones going down on top of the Flamefire Phoenix. Second one also having Brittle Bones, going to have to be fighting up against the Gutter Runners with Poison. We're doing some very good damage value in return. Nice Fireball here. Going to be getting the negative there. Terrifying the Gutter Runners thanks to that damage. Deathmaster taking lots of damage to his shovels, but going to be doing well up against the Flamefire Phoenix. Double Flamefire here coming up against Deathmaster. Running Blades going down. And it looks like he's going to be breaking, and if you're not careful, he will be dying here as well. He doesn't have any protection, but in the back line, we do have the Vishkan Death Squad coming in. Vishkan Death Squad, very good. They're going to chew through these archers, no problem. But in the backside here, we do have a Shadow Unit of Rangers. And what's this going on here? This is going to be a Burning Head. Very good Burning Head here up against the Gutter Runners. Really good stuff. That could really turn the balance of power. Balance of power back to even now. The fact you're going to be losing Deathmaster Sninkage, negative 16 here at faction, Wife for Lord recently dying. That's going to be devastational here for the Skaven with their low leadership. Shooting here up against the Eagle Core Belfra and the Lothran Seaguard. Lothran Seaguard still have 40 armor. So the Night Runner Slings, not too much armor piercing and not too much missile strength, means they're going to struggle there just a little bit. But here in the pocket, we are going to see the Eskrin's Triads pushing off and shattering the Illyrian Rivers. Get these guys back in the pocket as soon as possible. RTK Flex, how you doing, bro? And we are going to see the Arcane Mage just flying around doing her business. And some nice poops here coming from the Flamefire Phoenix. Fear of Arema here going down with the negative 16 leadership and the negative vigor for 18%. Going to be terrifying the Eshin Sorcerer. Good stuff there. He will be unspottable. So maybe he might be able to get away and come back into the fray. But going to be pushing off here up against the front line of Rangers. I think you might want to try and see if you can push the Rangers forward and engage up against the Gutter Runners. Balance of power really even here. Going to be pulled by the three entities, of course. But we do have this Flamefire Phoenix. If we can push him off the map nice and quickly and get rid of him, that'd be quite nice. Just removing one of the two terrors on the map will be very good here. You want to be turning around with the Gutter Runners and really poisoning up against the Flamefire Phoenix. So Eshin Triads have been pushed off. We do have the Eshin Sorcerer. He really needs some support. Really needs some support. He can't be fighting here on his own.
Retreat! Surrender!
If we lose him, we could be in big problems. We do see the Night Runner Slings have been pushed off. Bit of a surprise then. They do have leadership, but they will be getting pushed off and just kindly escorted here by the Arcane Mage. And we do have the archers that will be shooting into the pocket here. I think this is going to be a high elf win. The double terror here from the Flamefire Phoenix is going to be very good. We do need to shut down the Flamefire Phoenix. It looks like it's not going to be getting its regrowth, so getting that damage value in there will be very good. And I think that is going to be the Skaven, unfortunately. Oh my god, he got the regrowth. And that is the big payoff here for the Flamefire Phoenix. Yeah, GG's. Yeah, and that regrowth there pretty much single-handedly will win the game for the High Elves. And you don't even know, you might even get the regrowth here for the Flamefire Phoenix as well. Well played for both sides, really, really good stuff. And a little bit lucky there. Yeah, the Void build was really nice. The Void build was really nice. 214 kills, 1.8k damage for the Viscount's Death Squad. Really nice. I actually like this build. The only problem was I don't think there was enough front line to protect this back line. But let's go through it. So 510 damage down for Snickage. He did get isolated, unfortunately. The problem with this kind of build is the mobility is not so great. So therefore, if you do happen to misplace Deathmaster, or you do happen to misplace your Essence Sorcerer, it really becomes difficult. But the Essence Sorcerer, which will be having only 66 damage value, 460 for the Ocean Triads, 366 for the Death Runners, 214 kills for 1.8k for the Viscount Death Squad. Very good stuff. 900 damage value for 131 kills, 118 for 688 for the Ishka's Triads, and 570 and 220 for the Night Runners. As we can see for the Night Runner Slings, 20 kills and 27 for 560 and 300. 860, 750, 800, and 650 for the Gutter Runners. Gutter Runners doing really well. Really, really good stuff from them. Really, really good stuff. 175 kills, 2.6k damage value for the Arcane Mage. Unfortunately, they're stacking up a few of those range units, getting some good burning heads going through. Flamefire Phoenix, 663 and 1.4 for both of these. And this one would, of course, be the one that got the regrowth. 700 and 280 for the Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers, 570, 280 for the Illyrian Reavers, and 400 and 700 for the Lothran Sea Guard, 450 and 400 for the Archers, and the front line 125, 670, 370 and 370 for these Rangers. Really good stuff coming in from Void, and coming through with the 4-0 win today. Well played, Caradoc. Well played to Void. It is Season 2 BattleMania. So, the man, the myth, the legend, Void coming through here with the second time winner. So, not only did he win Season 1 BattleMania Invitational, he's now won Season 2 BattleMania Invitational, and he will be taking away with himself. You played very well, bro. Yeah, Caradoc, hold your head very high, bro. Hold your head very high. You played very well, and of course you got through to the final. And experience will come. Experience will come. I've seen Caradoc coming leaps and bounds. Very well played to Void. He has an exceptional. He won. He didn't win stage 1. He didn't come top. I think he came like 4th and worked his way from the ground up. I think he actually beat Dr. Jellyfish to then beat... He actually had a really close 3-2 game up against Evenstar, who was the WWC winner. He then beat him in a fantastic game to then beat Bob Tresh 3-0 in the final. So he won Season 1 through that, and now he's come through again, Void, today, and played very well. And Void today only dropping one map here up against Mixer. So very well played to him. He played really well today. So we'll just lock that in, and we'll finish off the tournament. And we'll end the tournament. So one or two things to say before we finish here. So firstly, thank you to all of you guys that have watched today. Thank you very much for stopping in. I hope you guys have had a brilliant time. It's obviously 5.5 hours later we have finished. Yeah, of course, as Bear does say, you learn a lot more from your losses than you do your wins. And that's something you guys should take away from yourself. And I've seen, like, you know, I've seen yourself, Bear. I've seen Dr. Jellyfish, Caradoc. I've seen all of you guys getting up there and playing really, really well. And here's the thing, and this is the lovely thing about BattleMania, and that's something I really like about it, is the fact that you don't always have to be the best player in Total Warhammer to come and make it here to the final. You guys can keep playing and obtain your points and keep getting better and just doing as much as you possibly can. And you saw some guys here that maybe aren't some of the best players that ever drop into BattleMania. Like, for example, we had Evenstar. He only played 2 games and got through to the final from Season 1. He got through to the Invitational. But, you know, there are other players like, that did very, very well and were able to come every week and obtain lots of points and get through here to the final. So, you know, just keep playing, guys. Keep doing the best you can, and of course it will come. But, guys, I hope you have enjoyed Season 2. And if you want to join the Discord there in the description, you can come and leave all of your suggestions of how we can improve this tournament and how we can keep going forward. And hopefully you guys are still enjoying it. But we'll be continuing it next Friday at 5 PM BST, and we can have some good fun together. And going forward, we have quite a few tournaments going on, so please join the Discord if you'd like to get involved in any of those. We actually have a 2v2 tournament coming up. It's something that I'm in the planning of doing. We have several sub-faction tournaments. I have my Nurgle tournament. We also have BattleMania, and we have lots of other things. So please come and get involved, have some great fun. And guys, for the end of this video, if you haven't already and you maybe just dropped in, if you did enjoy this, please leave a like. As I said, it really boosts the YouTube channel. The more interactions you get, the more it gets shared with other people, and it really helps me out. That's if you enjoy the content. Of course, at the same time, if you don't enjoy it, please leave a dislike. That's more than acceptable as well. I don't discourage that. If you don't like the content, you don't like the content. I will always try to improve myself as a caster and keep going up and keep going forward so that I give you guys the best content I possibly can. And if you are enjoying the content, subscribing, of course, means a massive amount. I have some goals which are to grow and get better, and if I can become an affiliate here with CA and try and bring as much possible content for you guys as possible, and bring all sorts of the tournaments and get involved with making as much possible content with all the big casters, including Turin and all the guys, and bring some awesome stuff for you. But yes, take care of yourself during these times. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening, day, morning, wherever you guys are in the world, and I look forward to seeing you all in the next video or live stream. So thank you very much for dropping by. You guys can always chat to me in the Discord and organise. And there's also, in my Discord, you can be leaving all sorts of things. So we've got tabs here. So we've got, you can be leaving like suggestions for tournaments. We have like tournament ideas. We also have replays for casting. So if you have any cool videos, send them in. I'd be happy to cast some of those. You can join in and talk about the sub-faction tournament. Join in and talk about BattleMania. And then also I have like my Logic streams, Logic videos, quest battles. You guys can join in. I was also looking for games. So if you guys want to come in and get involved and get better, you guys can go on looking for games and try and join over the 100 people here that are in the Discord. And come try and fight some games every night. Every single night I try to play some games with some of you guys in the Discord, and we all try and get better together. So hopefully we can pop in and do some of that as well. But as I said, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to host for all of you, and I hope you enjoyed the tournament. So take care of yourself, and I'll see you all next time.